don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Igbo man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in Lobeti, we the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. We the Mugu, I be the master. When you won't play while you go say that you style. When countryman do Igbo, you know the shots. All I kill I die. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't.
All right. Am I audible? I think I need to change my microphone so that I'm a lot more. Is that better? That should be better. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear me clearly. No, it's a live, Hassan. So it is a live. So welcome to everyone to all of the platforms that we're streaming in: TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, any and everywhere. So we're streaming to a multitude of platforms. And welcome to everybody that's listening or joining us. So welcome. We don't take your company for granted. It is with gratitude that we always receive you here. So welcome and welcome to the session. So it's just that afternoon snapshot little session that we have that we just speak around a single item topic. So we're speaking to a single item topic, and the item of discussion today is still that Igbo guy that has gone to Ghana to declare himself a king there, and he has got the whole of Ghana up in arms. So that's what we're discussing, the Eze of Ghana. So, of course, that story broke quite a while ago, that he declared himself as the Eze of Ghana, and he then set about to try to build a palace for himself in Ghana. So the Ghanaians are riled against that, and they managed to shut that down somewhat. And he showed some remorse for quite a short moment. And very, very quickly, he has now again put on his alleged crown and is now challenging the Ashanti Kotoko, which is the preeminent king in Ghana, is now challenging the Ashanti Kotoko of Ghana for his royal stool. So we'll pick it up from here and then we'll see what the Ghanaians are making of it. So we are going to be reacting to a couple of clips. There's the link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come and join, come join. Share the links in the share the links everywhere, and especially on TikTok. Make sure you are tapping. Take us to 10,000 taps, likes, just as quickly as you can. So we pick the story up from here. Here is a Ghanaian guy reporting on just what is going on with the Eze King of Ghana.
I mean, he addressed himself as the leader of the Igbo community stormed Asante Hima in Beria, right, which is currently happening in the Asante region. I mean, Charlie, some Ghanaians on social media are raging out loud after the Eze Igbo we named Chuku the Jude. I mean, he addressed himself as the leader of the Igbo community stormed Asante Hima in Beria, right, which is currently happening in the Asante region. I mean, we all know the king of the Asante kingdom, his sister, which happens to be the Asante Hima of the Asante kingdom, passed away a couple of, I think, weeks ago. And so in Beria service is currently ongoing. It's like, I mean, I think a week.
So just to look at that image on your screen right there. So that image on your screen right there. So to the left is a Ghanaian commentator commenting on events, and to the right is the event that is commenting on. So the guy central to the image on the right, that's the guy that has declared himself the king, the Obi of Ghana, the king of Ghana right there, and is then gone and commissioned the crown to put on his head. So there he is right there where my cursor is, and he has now gone with an entourage. So where has he gone with an entourage to? So it's a king and the people behind him, then you can only then assume that that is his court, C-O-U-R-T. So he declares himself a king, and the accoutrements, the entourage, then you can only conclude then that they're his court. So where is the king and his court going to? So now the Ghanaians recently, not that long ago, lost an Ashanti, which is the preeminent king. So the Ashanti is the equivalent of the, let's say, the Sultan of Sokoto or the Oni of the Obi of Onitsha in Ghana, a real senior monarch. So they lost him, and the whole of Ghana is in mourning, and they're doing his funeral rites. So here is now our Igbo brother that has now adorned himself with a crown, declaring himself the king of Ghana, going now to the burial of the Ashanti of Ghana to go and declare himself as a successor.
Also, or full of activities where every single day they have different cultural celebration to mark, I mean, the burial service for the Asante Hima of the Asante Kingdom. And so many personalities are being invited around the globe. People around the world come to this event. And, you know, very, very important personality. Today, being the Wednesday, the third day of the event, I mean, they invite some politicians, some kings, whatsoever. And to everybody's surprise, this man who has been in the center of controversy in the past few weeks, past few months, about him saying that he's a king, allegedly, where it's a...
So what the commentator is describing there is an open day. So they're having a funeral for what essentially is the king of Ghana. And as he is the king of Ghana, they declare an open day for all and everyone to come and pay their last respects to the king. So the self-declared Obi Eze of Ghana, he uses that window of opportunity to stun the event and try and seize the center stage.
Let's say he's trying to build his own kingdom in Ghana, where Ghanaians did a lot of demonstration seeking for his removal. They should send him back and so forth and so back and whatsoever. And since he stormed the Asante kingdom there. as people see him, they're shocked, especially when the video hit social media. People were asking questions, say, how did this man get to the Ashanti soil? But this man will say be king in Ghana when he's from another man's country. So Ghanaians on social media are raging, saying a lot of things. As the video started hitting social media, it started going viral and people are asking questions. Now, this man in an interview with Very Dark Man has made it clear that he's never said he's a king in Ghana. He's not building any kingdom in Ghana whatsoever, as people are pushing that kind of narrative out there. He's only the leader for the Igbo community in Ghana, which is a cultural thing that they do everywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, they have leaders that lead the Igbo community. And so that is exactly who he be, that he represents the Igbo communities in Ghana. And the Igbo people in Ghana. And so if people are saying that he is calling himself as a king whatsoever, that has never been the case. That is not the case. He can't be a king in another man's land. And so he's made that clear. But already, the narrative of him saying he's a king, he's building his own, kingdom in Ghana has already been pushed in the minds of the people. And so when they saw the video of him storming, the Ashanti and burial funeral rites, it shocked a lot of people, because now people are beginning to think, is this man trying to prove a point? As he go there too, he went there with his entourage, and you could tell, Charlie, they came prepared. Obviously, you have to be a very important person to be invited to such occasion. And so because of all those controversies were happening in the past, as he stormed there, as the video hit social media, so many reactions. Somebody is saying, let's focus more on the beauty behind our African culture. The way we are all striving to blend shows that unity is truly our greatest force. This one is saying, so powerful looking. This one just say, love it. Our culture as Africa is extremely beautiful. This one say, oh my God, Ghana. This one say, he's not a king, but rather the leader of the Igbo community in Ghana. This one is say, point of correction, Igbo leader. This one is say, this man gets ura, rough. This one say, he's not a king, he's the leader of the Igbo community in Ghana. I think say the conversation about him saying he's the leader is gradually getting to people, but not everybody, has had the opportunity to listen to that interview where he specifically stated, with fact, he's never called himself as a king. He's just the leader of the Igbo community. Now, people have the notion, say, this man is trying to play with the minds of Ghanaians. This man is alleged, he talks, say, he stayed Ghana for almost 20-something years. He has a Ghanaian wife. He has his kids here. And so somebody who has been in this country for this long with his family, obviously, is already a Ghanaian.
There are two things there. Not only is that guy not the Eze of Ghana, of course he's not. It's not anything. Ghana doesn't recognize any Eze system, and they don't recognize any monarchical system outside of their traditional monarchical system. So not only is that guy not the Eze of Ghana, is not also the leader of the Igbos in Ghana. The Igbos in Ghana never appointed or elected him as their leader. So it's just some 419. Taking advantage of the gullibility and the timidity of the Ghanaians. Of course, we all know that the Ghanaians are notoriously timid people.
Ghanaian, but obviously because of where he's from, and the kind of position they occupy in Ghana in regards to the Igbo community, that is how come he move himself like that. Because if you see, you go think say be king. If you see the chair, they sit for top and you go think say be king. But everybody likes to package and look good in the eyes of people. That way, they go fit tension you, and that is what he did do. So, as you say, the man himself has come out to use you a disclaimer, say he's never said he's a king or he's a king. I think they will allow him to feel free. It's a free movement, free country, and so we'll have to allow this man to feel free. This one.
So now he said you should allow him to feel free. And that speaks to the timidity of the Ghanaians that I was hinting at earlier on. So you have to be a very timid person for somebody to come into your own domain, to come and declare himself as your king, and then you say you should allow him to feel free. So this guy now goes to the burial of the preeminent monarch in Ghana to go and disrespect the occasion. And what is the response of the Ghanaians? We should allow him to feel free. What you're looking at on your screen, by the way, is the actual proper monarch of Ghana. So now I'm going to let the clip play in the background. There's a lot that actually happened on that occasion. So this self-appointed Eze of Ghana. He went to this funeral ceremony for the late Ashanti of Ghana. So in the course of being there, because of course it was an open space, anybody could request to go and they will allow you to come. But there are protocols attached to these sort of festivities. So you are allowed to come as a member of the public, but you cannot approach the king unless you've applied to approach the king and you are of some sort of importance in that society. So what this self-appointed Eze of Ghana did was to align himself to an important person and then tried to approach the king. He then tried to approach the king wearing his made-up crown, and that is when it all fell apart. So that's the festivity. And if anybody wants to come on, by the way, come on. I'm opening it up for the conversation. So that's the festivity celebrating the departure of an Ashanti right there. So that's the cultural whatnot. So I'm going to try and see if we have a clip of the Eze of Ghana, self-appointed, trying to approach the aha. So let's pick it up from here. So here is now the Eze of Ghana trying to storm the self-appointed Igbo guy that declared himself the Eze of Ghana. Here he is now trying to storm the occasion and seize the center stage from the Ghanaians. So there he is right there. So you could see how important a national location that is for Ghana. And look at what this Okrika guy from Abakaliki is doing. You know what would have completed this embarrassing ensemble? What would have completed this embarrassing ensemble was them to have had a placard at the background announcing him as the Eze in Igbo of Ghana. They even went there complete with an organe band. You can hear the organe Igbo music in the background. Trying to see, and this is a very important national occasion for the Ghanaians, by the way. They are celebrating the departure of a monarch, their preeminent monarch, the Ashanti of Ghana. And here is this Igbo man with his silly looking crown that is just sewn together, storming the occasion, trying to seize the center stage from the Ghanaians. All right, there is one more thing that I'm just going to add before I ask if anybody wants to come in. If there is there's one more thing that I just need to add before I open it up. There's a pattern that I've noticed with these Southeasterners. They go to places that are civilized, places that are civilized and gentle living, and then they try to radicalize that space. So what do I mean? They go to Lagos State because the Lagosians are civilized and placid, accommodating people. They go to Lagos State and then they declare themselves the Obi of Lagos because of course they know that the Lagosians, the Yoruba people, they're too civilized and gently living to be too aggressive in their pushback. So they go to Yoruba land and do that. So conversely, I defy the Igbo man born of a woman to go to Sokoto State and declare himself the Obi of Sokoto. I defy the Igbo man born of a woman to go to Kano State and declare himself the Emir of Kano. So let's see that. So this is what they do. They go to civilized places and they see that civility as a timidity, and then they try to override that space to the point that they end up radicalizing that space. You can see how they've started to radicalize Lagos somewhat. In the last cycle of elections, Lagos State voted out, they became indigenous somewhat. Traditionally in Lagos State, in the State House of Assembly, you have a sprinkling of Igbo people and other ethnicity. But now, if you go to the Lagos State Assembly, it's 100% Yoruba. If you go to Lagos State local administration, you have a sprinkling of Igbo and other ethnic nations as local government chairmen, councillors, etc., etc. In the last cycle of elections, it was a full 100% Yoruba. So why is this? It's not because the Yorubas are becoming less accommodating, but it's because their eyes are being opened with all of these Eze of Yoruba land, Obi of Yoruba land. So they are now seeing that these people, they are not conducive to civilized living, and therefore they have to push them out. So this is what you're saying. So they've succeeded in somewhat radicalizing the accommodating nature of Lagos State, but they will never do that in Kano because the Kano people, they wouldn't even give them 2 seconds before they put their heads on a stick. They will not do that in Sokoto State because the people of Sokoto State will not give them a microsecond. You remember what happened to Deborah? So the signal is already there in Sokoto State. So I defy any Igbo man born of a woman to go to Sokoto State and declare himself the Obi of Sokoto State. They will never do that. They only go to civilized places because they see civility and timidity. Let's go to Ghana. You see what they're doing in Ghana now. I defy any Igbo man born of a woman to go to South Africa and go and challenge the Chaka Zulu of Zulu land and claim that is the preeminent in that space. They will put his head on a stick. So this is what we're saying with these people. They go to places that are civilized. They see that civility as timidity. And in the course of their actions, they end up radicalizing that place. That place then savages and ravages them. And then they start to play victim. But that's that. Let me bring people up, see if anybody has any thoughts on that. So we've got Has Valiant joining us. We've got our Rogidigba joining us. Good to have you, gentlemen. Still more spaces. Who wants to kick it off? Let's start it off with you, Has Valiant. I know you have somewhat temperate in your tonality, but these things that is going on now, there is no equivocating it. These people are now a national and an international news.
Hello, one man. How are you doing? Are you guys? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
Well. Somehow, it is surprisingly unsurprising. All of us know that our reputation as a country, has been damaged by our Igbo brothers and the way they have conducted themselves outside of this country. Yeah, You see, while within the country, we may overlook a lot of things about them because we have stayed so long together with them, and we know them very well. The damage that they do outside of Nigeria is so much that it affects the rest of us in geometric, terms. And there seems to be no way to rein them in because there is no understanding with them when it comes to these things. Because usually, I don't like to say things that are, generalizations. These generalizations, they tend to harm a few of them who are, who do not behave that way. But reality is that it is their modus operandi, to exceed their boundaries. Like this, idea in human society of having, being a guest, and then being a visitor, and then you being a host. It's something that it has been embedded in the culture of a lot of hospitable people all over the world. And um, and 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 while and there is an etiquette of how to behave when you are the guest, and there is an etiquette on how to behave if you are, the host. When our brothers go to places, I don't know what is the reason. I cannot claim to know what exactly is happening within the culture that encourages them to exceed the boundaries that usually, social settings, even communities set, and the standard behavior that is expected of, a guest. I don't know where it's coming from. I can only maybe hypothesize, and I may be wrong. I may be wrong, but the usual thing is, hello.
Hassan, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Let me narrow you to the, let me mute you for a moment. I'm getting a back to you. Let me narrow you to the specific incident of this self-appointed Eze of Ghana. So he appointed himself the Eze of Ghana. The Ghanaians were up in arms. The repercussions of that is still being vested upon the average Igbo trader in Ghana, with the Ghanaians inviting them to leave their country and all that. So there's still all that. And then he then has the temerity to then go and storm the funeral ceremony of the Ashanti of Ghana, to go and foist himself upon that occasion and seize the center stage from the Ghanaians. So, I think Hassan has dropped. So what do you think is going on there? Let's bring Aro into the conversation as we wait for Hassan to join us back. Aro, what's going
Hello,
on with
one
this?
man.
Your brothers from the east, are they some sort of, do they need to be put in a cage and people and have security? What's going on? Why are they so savage and barbaric in their ways?
One man. I don't know. I can only speak for the conduct of some individuals. I've never lived in the East. I had interactions with several people from the eastern part of Nigeria. Both very pleasant and some also very unfortunate and very rascally. And but I think I don't know. It's a shame. I doubt that gentleman was invited to that occasion, as you described earlier on. It's kind of an open house. At the end of the day, this is the Ashanti of Ashanti Kingdom, I believe. Is the preeminent ruler of, I believe, his territory would encompass what would be the majority of Ghana. I think he would, I don't know. I think there's
I,
other
I,
things.
I look at it this way. So now, like you said, he's the preeminent king in Ghana. Who doesn't know the Ashanti? The one thing we know about the Ghanaian history is the Ashanti. So he's the preeminent king in Ghana. He's passed away. They're having a national day. And in Ghana now, rather than talking about the passing of the Ashanti and eulogizing about him, they're talking about some rascal from Umahia.
Yeah.
That's all the Ghanaian. They're all over social media. That's why I brought it
I
forward.
think what
Yeah.
it is, I think it's within the culture. I think we've seen within with our brethren from that past that it's part of their culture to be excessive, to garish. What we like myself and
You
yourself
don't
would
want
understand that a garish nature.
You don't want to
Um,
use the word nuisance. They're a nuisance
so I
now.
think garish is the more appropriate word. Yes, a nuisance to the observer, but that is part of the culture of some people, and I think it stems from. Please forgive me for this. The lack of any historical, any strong. No Edo man needs to surround himself in such pomp. Because of the history, the richness of the history. Traditionally as well, you go to the Yoruba, there's this idea that one has to be somewhat.
Bro, I'm not going to interject you a lot, but I want you to stay within that space because this is a thought that I've been trying to put forward as a conversation piece. What you just said there, there's no okay. So you know the history of Queen Amina of Zaria. There's no human being that doesn't know that. You know the history of Usman Danfodio. There's no human being that doesn't know that. You know the history of the Fulani Caliphate. There's no human being that doesn't know that. You know Afonja, you know Bashorunga, you know Yemoja, Efuncheton, Ransom Kuti, Mrs. So you know, but there is no history. I have maybe it's a gap in my education, but I'm not aware that the Southeast has a history. So is it?
There are some history actually. However, even the historians would suggest that they cannot quite. It's rather hard. I can't remember the name of there was a finding. And it was traced back to sometimes in between the as early as even the 9th century BC. I remember the name of the finding there. They found
In CBD, I think it's the in CBD.
not in CBD, no, not in CBD writing.
No, no, no.
Or
We're talking about
Sorry,
the
sorry, Aro. In CBD, it's an Ikwiri thing. It's not an Igbo. It's an South something.
Okay, they seem to have embraced it and claimed it. Okay.
I'm speaking of the Igbo. It was a finding of glassware.
Yes. The
Glassware.
Igbo. Yeah. I remember.
But even the Igbo Uku, the archaeologists and the historians will suggest that there's nothing that they can use to link the present day Igbo people and their cultural tendencies as far back as it has been contact with them. And the artifacts from the Igbo Uku is very divergent because the Igbo Uku artifacts are very similar to the Benin bronzes and the Ife. Oreo local heads, and the glassware, and even everything about the cowrie shells. The individuals they found shells and cowries that seemed to say that suggest coastal populations. However, they were found in a region where is far from the coast. So it's been suggested that the individual that was buried there was actually is a chief, from possibly a Kalabari chief. Some have suggested is actually from towards the north, towards Benue. But they do have history. But I'm just saying, it seems that because I don't know why the gentleman would behave in such a manner. Because what he has tried to do is to show himself as I don't think he was invited because I've actually kept an eye on some of the happenings for the funeral of the Ashanti. I've watched the former president Akufo-Addo and a few notable Ghanaians they visited, and I've also I somewhat familiar with the way the Ghanaians observe the passing of notable individuals. You see, the gentleman has arrived in black, some elements of black and red. But when the Ghanaians are celebrating, you see them, they don't wear much jewelry when they're mourning. They would usually adorn themselves in black robes, both the men and the women. They present themselves in a very simple manner. So it's very odd that that someone that is not from amongst them, that is a visitor to their lands, that has caused them some amount of disquiet in their territory in the recent past, would arrive with a large entourage, all adorned and wearing what seems to be a crown. It's very hard.
Sorry, Aro, what are you making of my assertion that guy went with the deliberate intention to try and seize the center stage of that occasion?
Yes, that's exactly what he did. It is trying to force the issue. It's almost like he's sticking his hand in their eyes to see what they will do. It can't be removed from their territory. I mean, there's nothing.
Let me ask you this, and then we bring Hassan in, and then Asoli joins us as well. Do you believe God give him long life? Do you believe if they were burying the Sultan of Sokoto, either this element or a similar element, we have the temerity to do what he did in Ghana?
God knows they wouldn't. I think they try it with tame individuals.
All of them believe they're in body bags.
No, yeah, of course, yeah. There'll be a riot the next day. We know that for a fact. Not that we're advocating such. There's nothing decent about being riotous and being and resolving to violence. Where anytime there's a disagreement. But we know for a fact that the such wouldn't happen. I think that they try such with tame, supposedly literate populations. It's a shame that he's done such, because it's very garish, very distasteful what he has done. They are mourning. I don't know if you observe how the Ghanaians mourn notable individuals. It's very tame, very there'll be a bit of dancing, but it's dancing to their traditional, but it's very somber. It's very, the Ghanaians, the Ashanti are very cultured, very intentional in how they observe mourning and burial rites. When they're very, I mean, I kept an eye on it. I've seen a few previous ones they've done of other notable individuals in the past. It tends to occur over several days. It tends to be somewhat of an open affair. But at the same time, it tends to be a thing where everybody knows what is proper. Everybody knows what the rights, what is right. Everybody knows the tradition. It tends to be very modest. It's a show of tradition, but in a very modest, very reserved way. The colors are very tame. They usually will be in jet black, really. Men and the women will wrap themselves in jet black with very little to no jewelry. Very simple footwear. So for someone to arrive with a large entourage as though it's some big, it's I don't know. I wish they would change. But then again, this is not the first we've seen. So it's a shame. It's a terrible shame. I don't really want to speak much because many of us have people. I mean, I think I don't know the Igbo people quite as much. I've met several Igbo people. I know them personally. They're wonderful people. The ones that I know, that I associate with. I do not associate with rascals. I would not. But it's a shame when some individuals demonstrate themselves and act in such a manner. It does tarnish the image of a general population of individuals. But it's a shame. It's a terrible shame. Thank you, Onwa. One man. Are you there?
One man, are you there? One man has gone offline, maybe.
Okay.
All right. Let me just continue from where I stopped. You see, when the colonizers came to Nigeria, there's this term that they get, because of how disorganized the Igbo society is in terms of leadership. they were the ones that actually had to choose warrant chiefs. I think it was in that region only that the British used warrant chiefs, and that is telling you something. There are some euphemisms that are used, to cover up
Sorry, I'm back here
some
now.
cultural deficiencies.
Hassan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so sorry, I just stepped to go and get something. Just before you go away from that warrant chief, so when the British came, they came under the Sultanate system, in the north. When they came to the southwest, they came under the Yomi system established in the southwest. But you are not telling us they set up warrant chiefs. So why do you think that works?
Your audio is not that good, one man. It's dipping and coming back, dipping. I don't know whether it's only me that is getting that. Can you repeat the question again?
There's an echo. There's an echo. One man.
Yeah, the echo is coming. Hassan, I'll mute you now. So I was saying that you just described the scenario, then that you just glossed over it, but I think it may well be an important point. You said when the British came to the southeast, they set up warrant chiefs, but when they went to the north, there was an established emirate sultanate system there, so they just keyed into that sultanate system. When they came to the southwest, there's an established Obaship or Yomisi system, so they just keyed into that system. So why did they feel the need to set up warrant chiefs in the southeast?
Yes. Okay. It's only one thing. The British love to have absolute control, and what they do is they need cooperation. Now, if they get cooperation from the leader, that is to submit and then declare fealty to the King of England or whoever is the monarch in that time, over his land and his people, then it makes it easier for them to control all those people who are, who have declared allegiance to that particular leader. Now, they met the Southeasterners so fragmented that it was not reasonably practicable to administer such a region, in the manner in which they did the Southwest, the Midwest region, and the North, and that became that was the.
Sorry, Hassan. I know you are trying to use elegant language, but what you're saying in essence is that there was no established structure in the southeast. So the Europeans then had to craft a new structure which they put under, they described as warrant chiefs. So they had no civilization that the Europeans could tap into. So they had to so with the warrant chief system. Carry on.
Yes. So in essence, that is the implication. Now, there is a glossy language you hear a lot, that the people of the Southeast are Republicans, that they are so democratic that they don't believe in, one person who having leadership or being, say, a sovereign over them. But then that also means that that society, okay, let me just say this as a precursor, so that we'll talk in purely psychological terms, so that I won't be accused of saying things that are harmful to the Igbo people as a general or anything like that. Let me say this: I know a lot of good Igbo people, and I have a lot of them that are friends, my friends, very good friends, and a lot of girlfriends too. That said, let me continue. Okay, this is the reality. The human social structure and history, we have evolved over a lot of thousands, millions of years to be as cohesive as possible. Now, what essentially means, what that essentially means is that the more people you can get under you, as a leader, and then to submit and to give you allegiance, then the more likely that as a culture you are going to develop morally, you are going to develop more common what do I say diplomatic relationship. Hello?
Common values.
Common values. Okay, now good. And the significance of that is that the behavior of the human being is always different at an individual level, and then at a group level, because when you study the individual and then how he behaves is completely different from when they are in groups. So there is individual psychology, and then there is group psychology. So group to group psychology has evolved over millennia, such that cultures know how to interact with other cultures. Like having ambassador of this culture. That I know for a fact that the Edo monarch had an ambassador in Portugal. I think as far back as the 17th or 18th century. And that tells you something. That tells you that there is significant cultural experience on how you interact as a culture. Just like we say today, foreign policy, we have it. And because of the nature of that ethnic group and the deficiency of not having evolved and having that experience, they are naturally, finding it difficult, wherever they go, to adapt, to adapt and behave accordingly, and to behave to the standards and the etiquette of what is expected of, a visitor. And they just cannot tell the difference as a matter of their cultural and socialization. I think this is the fundamental problem. And I want to remind you something too. You remember one man, there is a very popular clip. Yeah?
Can you hear me? Let me
yes,
for a moment.
Okay.
Let me mute you for a moment. I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'll bring Solly in. So you are telling us about the mitigating factors that makes these people the way they are. So yes, there's a lot of sympathy for that mitigation, but what level of tolerance should other cultures have before they weigh down heavily upon these people? So you go to Yoruba land, you sell fake medication, you declare yourself Eze, you insult the indigenous people, and because you are saying oh, they are coming from an uncivilized culture, we have to make allowances for that. You go to Ghana, Ditto, you savage the place, you rubbish the place, you insult their culture, and you are asking them that no, because they are an uncivilized people, that you have to. So how long should the tolerance level hold before people start to weigh down upon these people quite aggressively?
One man, if you remember what Sardona was once asked about the Igbo people, and his answer, I'm paraphrasing now, is something like that the Igbo always wants to dominate. If they go to a village, if they go to an urban center, if they go to a trade union, they always want to dominate everybody. He has received a lot of flag for that, but I think that is some accurate description of his experience as a leader, of how these people have conducted themselves in the north, even like pre-colonial and colonial times. That is to show you that this has not been happening like recently. It's been happening forever, Now, of course, we also know what eventually happened. They were the ones that eventually, killed him, and the rest, that they say, is history. Okay, so there is always a breaking point. Actions have consequences, and as much as we try to claim civilization, we are not actually just a product of this Western civilization. And the fact that you can be a PhD or a professor or whatever, and then you borrow a philosophy that its origin is in some Western Europe. Then there's going to be you are going to have real problems, because you are not from there, and you cannot act the way they do, and because you do not understand this minute dynamics and etiquettes that is expected of how cultures interact, then you do not see the pitfalls, and then you keep falling and falling and falling and falling over it. And the problem is that it's not even that the fact that this keeps happening over and over and over again. It's the fact that the defensive-ness, the lack of accountability, and of course, the accusation of somebody being anti-Igbo for pointing out this reality, and it's just unfortunate. But how I wish there will be some acknowledgement. If there is acknowledgement, then there will be progress. Progress may be slow, but it is possible. But as far as the Nigerian state is now concerned, and our reputation, then there's serious damage that is being done to the Nigerian reputation, and we must point it out where it's coming from, and we have to find a way to mitigate this also. And this is not something that I can say that this is the solution. This will have to be a national dialogue.
Hassan, let me just this little one, and then give a brief answer to it, and then we go on to Solly, who's waiting to speak as well. Do you think a lot of these things is actually down to the individualistic rather than the collectivist mindset and way of being of the Southeasterners? So they are very individualistic rather than being collectivist. So the collectivist society, so the collectivist society come under some sort of a historical monarchical structure with an established way of being. We have that a lot in the north. The Nupes, the Fulanis, the Hausas, they have a structured collectivist society that has a hierarchy and an agreed way of being. But if you go to the southeast, they're very much individualistic. There's no collectivist or overarch over that society. So do you think that that is the underbelly of this lack of compunction that they show in when they go after the
Yes, essentially it is, but it's not the whole story. It's part of it. Now, if you have a paramount leader, then that means that paramount leader, will have to be revered. You'll have to give him a lot of respect, and then you'll have to acknowledge as a culture that respect for someone, and somebody who represents an idea. In fact, in some cultures, the king is seen as almost like a god, but they don't have this. Now the consequences of not having that is for you to see yourself as equal to every other person, every other man, and societies and reality do not work that way. If you see yourself like that, then you are more likely not to respect authority, one, and you are more likely to go into crime, two. You are more likely to deflect and not take accountability, Three, we know the people who push hard drugs. We know the people who do some things that are, and have been causing us a lot of problems, cultism in other people's country, things like that. I recently watched a clip of one Igbo, one good Igbo guy, admonishing other Igbos in China. I think it's in China or something like that, about their conduct in China.
I saw that
Very
clip. I saw that
recently.
clip. I saw that clip as well.
Okay. Oh, you did share it. Okay. This is just the reality. One man. Let me just leave it at that. So I can continue.
So excellently put by Hassan. Hassan is always delicate with the language, but I think everybody can read between the lines. It's essentially what we all know, but we cannot mention. I wonder if Solly would mention it. Solly, you're up next. Solly, Baba.
Yeah, I always go for final solution. I don't have time for hatred squad. But anyway, you said that the Eze of Ghana challenged the Ashanti of Ghana for his ancestral stool. When did he do that?
Well, you can see it playing out on your screen.
Did he say that he's challenging him for the ancestral stool?
He acted it out.
How do we know that that's what he was acting out?
Because we can see it quite patently. He went to
So
the funeral of I think it was actually the Queen Mother, not the Queen, which is a grand national occasion in Ghana. He goes there as an Eze king, which they have told him in Ghana not to do. He approached the stool wearing his made from China crown, which they forced him to take off. And then they invited him to bow to the king, which is their custom, and he just mocked that. So that's a challenge to the stool.
well, I believe that's just your interpretation. You are the same person that was looking at Simon Ekpa and you were calling him a cross-dresser. But now this interpretation is that he's challenging the Ashanti of Ghana for his ancestral stool. Like I said, I've retired from this hate squad. It's just a waste of time. Like I've always said, if you don't like these people, right, why don't you just give them their own country? At least if they give you a problem, you can deport them to their own Biafra land and you write down reasons why you deported them so that next time they are trying to go to another person's country, other people will be warned of their actions. Yeah, a good leader that actually cares about the interest of his people would have come up with a solution since. Either you integrate them or you give them their country so you can be deporting them there. Instead of creating a crowd of people who you are constantly distracting all the time with tribalistic arguments, tribalistic fights. You are using them as a political tool for division because they can't resist themselves from being tribalistic.
Are the Ghanaians, are the Ghanaians tribalistic too? Because the placards that they are carrying in Ghana is not Nigeria out, it's Igbo out. So,
Yes, but
are the Ghanaians and in South Africa as well?
yes,
Kenya,
but
India, everywhere. Are they all tribalistic?
yes, but is it not affecting Nigerians? And I'm speaking of Nigeria in general. If the Ghanaians say they want to deport him, are they not going to deport him to Nigeria? Is it not going to affect every Nigerian? Like I said, final solution. I'm a final solution person. Yes, you can complain all you want, but do what is right. Do the civil thing. Give them their own country and be deporting them to their own country. Now they have the chance to go to Ghana because Nigeria is fighting for
So,
them. But
sorry,
if they have,
sorry,
wait
sorry,
now,
sorry.
please
Oh no,
now.
you still have the flow. Still continue with your flow. But have they indicated that they want their country? And I'm asking that not in the noise that they make online, but in their actions. So every Igbo person is streaming out of Igbo land, clambering over each other to go to Lagos, Ibadan, etc., Kano, Kaduna. So if that land is so appealing and desirable, why are they clambering over each other to escape it like a burning building?
Everybody moves out of their location. I don't think you can give you an example of a tribe or a race that is not doing exactly what.
I can. There's no
Okay,
single Yoruba man moving to it. Do you know a Yoruba man that is
one
clambering over
moment. There are
people?
Yoruba communities in the southeast. There are even
Who
Yoruba
told you? Where
communities in
are
the
they?
southeast.
Who told you that? There's no
You
one
can do
single
you
Yoruba
can do
man
your
in
research on that, and if you know for a fact that I'm wrong, you would have brought out facts already. But there are Yoruba communities almost everywhere. So please, the people that are benefiting from all these Igbo problem. Okay, let's say you don't want to give them their 5 states, their 5 plot of land, because you are generating oil from there. Personally, I'm not benefiting from that oil that's being generated there. I don't think you are. I don't know any Nigerian that is personally benefiting from that oil. It's just a group of elites that are benefiting from that oil from the southeast and allowing them to be forcibly staying in Nigeria. And that, so we are basically suffering. The people complaining about Igbo people, we are all suffering
No,
just because
sorry.
you are
No,
not
no,
you are not going to let oh God.
no, you still have your flow. But where in the southeast is oil being generated? Because I'm not
I
aware
like
that.
I said, even if it is oil, you are generating from there. So because I know they have if we do our research, I think they are generating oil from Imo or whatever. I don't know, at least one of those five southeast states. Now, majority of
Oh,
the
guys,
people
not oil is gas.
gas, whatever, just natural resource, whatever is making you allow them
Not gas, so it's all here. It's all here. Three states in southeast. Three states in southeast. They are
okay,
generating all here. Three states in southeast.
whatever natural resources you are benefiting from them that you are forcing them to stay in Nigeria for. Majority of the people are not benefiting. In fact, we are suffering consequences for that. Now, you have a government that is putting the benefit of the few over the many. We are the ones complaining. We are the ones being troubled about it. We are the, like, why does the government not care about the choices of the majority? You cannot control the actions of the Igbos. You cannot control the way they behave. You cannot control anything about them. Until it is time for election, they now use them as a force of division, distracting the people from picking a good leader. Instead, we pick a leader based on tribe just because we are fighting Igbo people. And we are the ones that still suffer from it because these leaders steal from us. They don't allow us to elevate as fast as we want to, stealing 90% and leaving 10% for us. That's if they are gracious. So all this is nonsense. I'm tired of the hate squad. I'm just looking for final solution. I'm no longer doing all this, oh, we hate one tribe, but this one is causing this problem. Give us solutions. That is why you are the leaders there. That is why you are the leaders there. I cannot be complaining about Fulani headsmen when the government is meant to be protecting us. What if somebody wanted to...
But could the solution not be to civilize and tame these people
Is the
and
government trying to do that? The government has fought war with them for how many decades? The government has not given them an integration program since then.
But integrate, integration into
What
what?
kind of nonsense are you talking about? Sorry,
This-
within 10 years of the civil war, we had a vice president from that place.
Bastard. Don't ever say what do I know you?
Kilo wa fagogo, kilo solid, kilo fagogo nonsense.
So if you don't have anything to say, you just drop and let us
Master
talk.
here now.
Every time you come, you make everywhere scatter.
Stupid guy. Because
Nonsense ò ń ṣe kí ló pẹ̀ náà. Nonsense ò ń ṣe ìbú tó pọ̀ tó yẹ náà.
Sorry. Don't turn it into a
who
fight.
do you think you are talking to?
Wọ́n dẹ̀ yọ ọmọ yọwọ́ sí ẹ wá lọ yàtọ̀.
Mama, remove solid. You don't have anything to say.
There are two
No,
sides
he
to
has something to say now, but it doesn't need to be their shoe like that now.
Don't talk to me
yes,
like I'm your fucking child.
he's not even been
Respect
aggressive with you.
yourself.
Sorry, he's not been aggressive with you. So you don't turn it in.
Oh,
Hold on, don't turn it into a street
Àbọ̀ òkú mi
fight.
lè bu ẹni, ìwọ náà ó dẹ̀ lẹ́nu pé bastard, ṣé o pé mi lè bu ẹni mo máa lẹ́kẹ̀ẹ́.
At your old age, you don't have common sense. Old fool.
He's the same age as you, by the way. So don't assume that he's round about your age bracket. But don't turn it into a street fight now. Sorry.
Orí ẹ̀ dọ́ta náà, sórí ẹ̀ dàgbà ni. My own thought that he just hold in his passport now. Ó kàn dàgbà lórí passport náà. It's
Okay,
common
sorry, what do you drink
sensibilities
this
now.
afternoon?
Solly, settle down. Hold on, Solly. Don't turn it into a street fight. You said something. Okay, abandon that. Let me ask you a question. Just listen to my question and then bring it home, and then we hear from Niger man. So you are saying that the government should try and integrate them into society, but I posit it to you that the most integrated into Nigeria are the Igbo people. There's no corner of Nigeria that they don't have a presence. So what more do you define as integration other than that? There is no office in that country that they've not occupied. We've had 2 Igbo presidents. We've had more Igbo Senate presidents than any other tribe. They've controlled the central bank more than anybody. So Ludo, Elkonjimwela, etc., etc. So what do you mean by how are they not integrated? They tell you that they own all of Lagos, which is not their land. They'll tell you there's about 3 million of them in Kano. So what do you mean integrate them? What does that mean?
What man? Can you believe something I found out recently? That there's only been two northern. Sorry, let me just say this, and then you can take it with you. With in the time, wait now.
Sorry, let's turn it into a fight. Let him just make that point.
Now, I just want to make a point now. So making the point now.
Don't say
Mama, why do you always do this all the year every time?
No, the platform loves.
Wait, are we having a discussion, one man? I thought we're having a discussion now.
Just tired for this moment.
Everybody, hold on. Solly, don't say anything. Solly, don't say anything. Let him just have. He's not even talking to you. He just wants to make a micro point, and then you take the floor back. So I will make that point, and then
let me just make this point about this integration matter that we keep talking about. Okay, I think Nigeria has been rather fair to many, to all of us in Nigeria. Most of us have not been fair to the country. In the history of all of our electoral commissions, there's only been two Northerners, which are the last two Northerners, these most two recent Northerners. There's never been a Yoruba person. It's been dominated by the Southeast and the South-South. I think let's stop misrepresenting fact. Within 10 years of the Civil War, Alex Ekweme was the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Sorry, I don't know that.
If himself and his boss were not removed by a coup, he would have completed 2 terms as the VP. And like you said earlier on, we've had central bank governors. We've had a de facto prime minister in this our fourth republic, who was Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Under the Goodluck Jonathan government, she was a de facto prime minister because she was a minister among ministers. She was the first among equals. We have central bank governors.
We've had more INEC chairmen from the Southeast than anywhere else, than any other ethnic group.
There's not been, we've had more senators from the Southeast, Senate presidents, I meant to say, from the Southeast. Now, unfortunately, it was under a very short period, but we've had there was a quick rotation of different Senate presidents from the Southeast. Okay. We've had the longest serving deputy Senate president, who is now unfortunately in a prison cell in the United Kingdom. So please don't let us misrepresent fact. I think the longer we misrepresent facts, the longer we can't actually devise a solution. One of the things that impressed me with Solly's statement when he first came was he's not involved in all this division stuff. That he wants to prefer a final solution. You can still prefer a final solution. I'm still waiting for it, and I would very much be interested in what the final solution might be. So I would implore you to please let's be civil. I did not intend to insult you, but I take an offense to you saying that I'm a bastard. I really do take an exception to that. So thank you.
Apologies for that, Aro. This is just Solly. He's a hothead. The floor is yours, Solly.
Sorry, sir. I did not mean to disrespect you too, but I don't like people just coming off and just disrespecting me for no reason, just because I'm pushing no hits, and that happens a lot. So I get hot-headed. Sorry, Emma Binusa. But my point with integration is you cannot say Dangote is the richest man in Africa, so that means there are no poor Africans. Imagine if we're staying in these first world countries and they start saying, oh, Dangote is a rich man now. We don't need to let these black people into our country again. We don't need to let these Africans into our country. You know, you cannot be bringing out the few and be using that as a representation of the many. We keep on doing that as a defense for every problem in Nigeria. And that's why Nigeria keeps on getting worse and worse. When I say integration, when people go to jail, they have an integration. The best societies is when people go to jail and you give them integration back into the normal society so that they will not commit crime again. That is integration back into society. Just saying that you give them free land, the ability to go away, and some people made it. Very few, very, very tiny few out of them made it, means that they are integrated. No, you are putting the majority of the society in danger. It's like saying you take Fulani headsmen that has 500 people and you just let them back into the society, and because they did some business and became successful, you now claim that they are integrated. They are not. They still have this murderous intent, and they will probably teach that into their future generation.
So, sorry. Can I ask you?
Sorry. That's a false analogy you are drawing right there, Solly.
How is it?
There's,
One man, it's
no,
not a
hold on.
false analogy. These things that
Let
you
me
are
tell you why it's
complaining.
let me tell you why it's a false
But one man,
analogy.
these things that everybody is complaining about Igbo people, if they had done their integration with them, this thing will not be happening right now. And if it is still happening,
But
then give them
what I'm saying to you, that's because you don't listen, Solly. What I have tried to explain, and I wrote as well, is that the most integrated people in Nigeria are the Igbos in terms of governance, in terms of the integration into the wide expanse of the Nigerian space. The people that have taken advantage of the Nigerian space more than any other human being, any other ethnic stock in Nigeria is the Igbo. So you cannot say they are not integrated when the evidence tells us otherwise.
One man till today, the civil service, apart from the recent incursion of our northern brothers to the civil service, the Igbo still dominate the civil service, the federal civil service, till today. I don't know this integration. Sorry, can I please say to you, I don't know of any place in Nigeria where we can say that the population, the general population, has been integrated according by using this your logic. Because if you go to places in Ayetoro, you go to places as of the time when Goodluck Jonathan was the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in Yenokwa, in part of Yenokwa, they did not have running water. It was under Buhari that some places on the fringes of the South were connected to electricity using solar systems. You go to the North Central, there's places where some people have never seen 10,000 naira cash at the same time. There's people that have never had 100,000 naira in their bank accounts. And there's people that don't even have a bank account. There's places where there's no roads. One of the central problems.
Sorry, Aro, would you believe that there are places in the north that are so off the grid that some of them still believe that Gowon is the president? That's how
what is this? This notion that some people are not integrated is far from that some people are specifically discriminated. It's far from the truth. Many Nigerians across the board are discriminated. Yes, there's have and have nots. Otto Eze is an Igbo man. He has not been discriminated against. The several men in Alaba selling parts and making billions, they've not been discriminated against. Because if they were to be discriminated against, the federal government would have imposed a bill that would spoil their business.
Go to Sabongari in Kano State. You will find 1.2 million Igbo people there, all of them millionaires, richer than any of the indigenous people in that space.
I don't know what you. I don't even.
There's a place in Kano, I think close to the airport. It's called No Man's Land. It's occupied by Igbo. They have their security, they have their chief, everything there. You understand? In Kano. So I don't know what these guys say. Honestly,
I think the solution maybe is to make an Igbo. I think we need an Igbo president for this nonsense to go away. This nonsense.
Let me talk because I'm at work.
No, please.
Yes. Sorry, hold on. Let's do it this way, just to have some order. Let Solly round off. So Solly, bring it to me. I know you've been interjected a lot. Bring it to me in about 3 minutes. We get Niger Man Kenny so that every voice is documented. But the room populates now, so bring it home, Solly, without interjection. Solly, 3 minutes.
I'm not saying this to be offensive, but I've always said this all the time. Giving example of the minority is not how statistics are made. When people make statistics, they focus on the majority. It's a low IQ argument to be arguing about the minority. Every time you are making your argument, majority of the time, you are always arguing about the minority. If you are going to continuously argue about the minority, then there's no point in making the argument. I can just say that Dangote is the richest man in Africa, then therefore nobody is poor in Nigeria. Or I can say that majority of the people that are coming to the Netherlands from Nigeria, they will imagine the Netherlands is civilized society, saying, oh, majority are civilized, so we don't need to worry about the rest coming in again. No first world country is going to follow that pattern that you are saying, that, oh, just because the minority is integrated or civilized, then we should not worry about the rest again. We should just be judging and insulting and be complaining for how many years? You visit first world countries, you live in first world countries, and you are pushing for systems that they would never push for. You are enjoying their country because they are focusing on the majority all the time. They are using statistics. They are using real basis. They are not using it based on hate. Even though their people hate, the government still does not work based on hate majority of the time. And this is why you enjoy these countries, because they are so civilized up to that point. We can't keep on making these minor arguments. You guys are the same one that will complain about them putting Fulani headsmen back into military. So what is the difference? Is it because they are Fulani? If they were Igbo people, I'm sure you people will complain, but you keep quiet on that one. You are not complaining as much as that. And those ones are literally unaliving Nigerian citizens. These ones are just making you uncomfortable. If, like I said, if you don't like them that much and you don't want to hear any excuses and you don't want government to intervene in any way, then give them their own
which Fulani herdsmen were integrated into the military?
They just type.
I did not interject. I stayed quiet. Everybody is interjecting.
No, I just wanted to get a clearer picture of what you are insinuating. Which Fulani herdsmen were integrated into the military? I just want to get. Yes. Even that too. Which of them? Can you prove it?
You know what? In fact, I am lying. No headsmen. No headsmen and no previous terrorists has been identified. Are you happy now?
You are actually lying. You're actually lying because you can't prove it. That is you know, when a lie is repeated so many times, people take it as the truth, but that is a lie. Let me correct that right now and underline it. There has never been a Boko Haram that was integrated back into the Nigerian military. This notion started around was the guys that is in DSS, Nnamdi Kanu. Propaganda. That's where it started. I'm a Borno person. I've lived through the beginning of this crisis up till now, and I'm still here talking to you in Maiduguri right now. And let me just correct you on that. Stop that saying that, because you cannot prove it, and it's a very, very big and it's a slander against the intelligence of the Borno people and even the people who take decisions for our own security. Please, thank you. You can continue.
Whatever. They've been integrated back into the Nigerian society.
You can believe what you want to believe, but I have corrected you. It's a lie.
It doesn't matter how you put it. They've been reintegrated back into the Nigerian society. They've been mixed. People that have been under.
And then there's two different things. Society is different from the military.
You know, if I'm the one that is interjecting,
sorry. Sorry, do you want to address what Asan just put to you now? Because you are saying that these people have been integrated into the Nigerian military, and Hassan, he is born in Borno State, which is the heartland of the Boko Haram something. Is joining us now from Maiduguri, which is the capital city. Is a man in his late 30s, early 40s. So he's lived through all of that experience, and is telling you that is categorically not true. So because and he has the authority to say that because he's talking about his own lived experience. So on what authority are you saying that the Boko Harams, the bandits, have been integrated into the Nigerian army?
I said he may be right. And even if he's right, they are still reintegrated back into the Nigerian society like nothing has ever happened. Nobody is going to go and meet Al-Qaeda members that have caused havoc. And
society is different from military now. Why are you changing your mouth now?
See, I'm going.
Exactly.
Nobody is allowing me to flow. Everybody is being disrespectful.
But because you're not stable.
I showed them, you see. I showed them
from society to military. What kind of thing is that?
Military to society. Whose kind of propaganda be this one now again? You said military. Now you are changing to society. And people should not correct you.
If I insult you now,
No,
Sir,
don't insult anyone. Sorry, but bring it home so that other
because
voices can come
you
in.
are being very disrespectful
When they
because
don't have anything to say, they will say, I will insult you. If you have something to say, clarify yourself, prove yourself.
All right, so Najaman, let him land because you are next, and then Kenny is waiting to speak as well. So land it solely, and then I will move it round.
one man, I've always complained every time. When it is my turn, you allow a lot of nonsense to happen. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. I've complained and complained and complained, but everybody's session is always getting respected. Even if they say nonsense, nobody will disturb them. Nobody will interject. And these are the same people that will still be looking for respect. Why disrespecting me all the time? This same stupid set of people. I'm tired. Get the fuck out, stupid.
One man, can I just say something real quick, sir? If you don't mind.
No, all right, all right, carry on.
I think at this point, I think this internet makes everybody together. I believe everybody know your face. If everybody is showing their face, probably people will put some respect into their conversation. See the way Soli tell the other guy that is mad, is this, is that. Even if it's your age mate or your son, you can't just say it's mad, it's that. So people should put their faces to the to the page, to the platform. Probably there'll be respect. The other day is between Baba and that guy. This one was too much. He was using hope for that man. That's how we shouldn't.
You know,
We
Baba is
should.
nearly 70. Baba is not a child. He is young in spirit and enjoys
I
our
know.
company.
You
But
know, and
Baba
people say,
is a
it's
grandfather,
not because
several times
yeah,
over.
and it's not because people don't see people's faces because it's just because of voice. This only boy is a small boy that is talking to people not anyhow. If you go on TikTok, he behaves the same way. If you are smoking something, you go and get yourself off it. Me, woman, I can show my face at any time. Let people start putting their face on. I don't want to mention the other platform. Nobody is hiding their face on that platform, and the program still go on. Why are you hiding your face? Show your face. Let's respect each other. We're African people. We have culture. We respect elder. Especially Yoruba person. That boy is not Yoruba person. His parents they didn't train him well. Because if your parents train you well, you know disrespect elder. He has insulted me before. I'm over 50. For God's sake, as that woman, I mean, I've never met you before, but I see your face. I will never disrespect you. That is me. But disrespect people because we are on internet, we have to conversation about our country because we love that nation. One small boy will come from where because he smoke weed, you come and insult people, say somebody is mad. It's not nice. If you know you cannot show your face, don't come online. You know, we should respect each other regardless of what affiliation you have. Me, I'm Tinubu for life. That doesn't mean that I would disrespect somebody else because he's an Igbo man or we might be having convention by Igbo, Hausa or Yoruba, but that respect has to be there. We have to share sample to the young one. We got kids. All of us are family man. It's so irritating for me to be online and listen to all this kind of argument all the time. Somebody's calling somebody's mad. If I can't remember your name again. I so much appreciate your gentleness. I appreciate your kindness. If it's me, I'll give back to him. But I respect you and God will bless you for that. Please let's respect this platform and let's respect each other. No matter how anger we have, how energetic we have in regard to the convention we want to have, or maybe because somebody says something you don't like. You need to put respect in it. We are not Onyibo. We are born in Nigeria. We're Africans. We are born with respect. They told us to respect the elder. You understand? We shouldn't continue like this. It's becoming too much. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Well said. Well said, Kenny. And I endorse that. A bit of respect. We can disagree without being disagreeable. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Essentially, what Kenny is saying now. So, Najaman, the floor is yours. We're talking about the self-appointed or Eze Obi of Ghana, who has gone to a preeminent Ghanaian funeral service to try and dominate them there. So when will this excess stop? Is the question, Najaman.
Good afternoon, good morning, and everyone. Please, before I continue with the topic, let me just chip in something. Please, the last guy that spoke now, I think many people, you guys, I don't know, it's not, maybe if you take it, don't take it, it's not my just opinion or contribution. Yeah, because I'm not Yoruba man. You guys should stop all these things. When somebody says something, you begin to tag him, it's not a Yoruba man. The same thing the Igbo do, you talk something that doesn't favorable, it's not an Igbo man. You should stop all this. See the way even one man, one of all these things, they are bullying him everywhere. It's an Igbo man, it's not Yoruba, this and that. What all these things? Surely now go. He said it's not. It's a Yoruba man. It doesn't mean your opinion must go with everybody or with you. You just please. You stop all these things. Somebody's not Yoruba man because he doesn't say what somebody like. Doesn't make any. What kind of an argument is that one?
I think what Kenny was trying to say that he's not conducted himself.
I don't want to argue it.
I think he's just saying he's not conducted himself in a Omobluabi manner rather than.
More Yoruba doesn't think the same now. That's why they are educated.
No,
Anybody that thinks the same, they are not educated.
That's not what I said.
No, everybody must not think the same. Anybody that thinks the same, that means they are not educated.
Hold on, sir. Let me explain myself, sir. I said we Yoruba people, we are born to respect elders. So if you behave otherwise, I will tell you.
But all Yoruba doesn't respect that now. So that is a fallacy now. All Yoruba doesn't respect that.
And then whoever doesn't, then is can be termed likewise. I think it's the basis of
all
it's based on
parents in Yoruba land all parents in Yoruba land doesn't behave like a mother and father. So it's everywhere. So it's the way you taught your parent and the way your child, that's the way we behave. So if the mother and the father doesn't have the
it's embedded in us. Okay.
Bros, I'm not talking from afar. I grow there, I know there. So I'm talking for what I know. So it's not in every way. You want to tell me? Let's forget that one. I just want to put that on, but that is not good for anybody to be saying because somebody says something doesn't. No, are you respecting people? You Kenny? No, I'm not respecting people. You insult people today. You expect on your page. On page today, you expect you talk bitter about other people today. You talk anyhow. Is that Moluabi something? Is that no? Is that Yoruba culture? No. On TikTok today, so let's forget that one. You talk what you are saying today is not what the human being is saying. Don't you see all my comments on the comment section today? Let's forget that one. So we Nigeria, we accuse people of what we do. That is the way we do. That is not
wrongly. If you respect people, if you don't have culture, where you come from, you have to learn how to respect people. Okay? No. I will not tell you you're mad or this. I will talk to you one-on-one. This is my face. Show your face. I'm not a coward. I'm a Yoruba man for that matter.
So if I show my face, you're not going to put money on my table. We are not fighting here now. We are just not giving a contribution. Now, why are you hungry this morning? We are not fighting. I'm just saying. I just want to put my own contribution. It's not fight, guy.
I advise that boy that you behave like a Yoruba person. Okay? That you respect elders. I don't know your age. That's why I show your face so I can give you respect.
What's the meaning of show my face? How does that?
Kenny, let's progress. Let's progress on the conversation.
How does that change the price of PMS in Nigeria or $10 price?
Speak your word. Say what you want to say and leave me alone.
I didn't even talk to you. I was just contributing, but you are the one that want to show us on your
Nigeria man, progress on the conversation now.
Please, thank you. Let me progress. It's okay.
So you've established so to the topic. Our Eze of Accra, soon to be the Ashanti Igbo of Accra.
One man, don't kill me loud this morning. He said he wants to be the Ashanti Igbo of Accra. I think he said of Igbo. He says of Igbo. You don't see. This is a problem we have in this country. We are a problem. Somebody will just leave his own leave his own this thing. But I thought they have been dealing with this thing since then. So the man is still king then. Nothing they didn't do anything. But this Ashanti, I think he went to celebrate with them, the funeral or something, Abi. Because I saw this thing on social media this morning. Complaining this kind of people are fine.
He wasn't invited, Niger man, but
no. He must be invited now.
Niger man, we can bet our bottom dollar he wasn't invited. We can bet that because this is a man that has issues with the government even at present. Do you think he will be invited?
What surprised me? What surprised me, one man. All those bodyguards, all those people he was going with, he don't know sub chief or what? Don't you see all those people that is the crowd, the everyone?
As a king,
they came to show themselves, like, so he wasn't invited, but at the same time, they won't know what to do with them. They can't. It's a public it's a kind of an open thing. What do you do? Do you chase them away? Do you do? I think even the
Well, they
people
didn't
there.
reject him. Like he was not invited, and they didn't reject him then.
How do you reject? How do you reject? It's not just him. It's come with a big party. How do you reject him without it becoming, becoming a bit rowdy and a bit?
So the people accepted it now. So why are we complaining now?
No. Say, sometimes, when you are decent, and you don't want to cause a scene, you might just. I doubt he was invited. Like as a of what benefit will be the invitation? You tell me. This is a man.
The guy is a big businessman. Then he's at this country, but
So
He's a big businessman. Okay, now, okay, so he's a big businessman, and this is a man that's caused this attention.
Let me tell you, they say people talk to people, people understand. Big men dine with big men, poor man dine with poor man. They know their language. This is me now. I cannot go there and even go near there. These are people who are the caliber of people that can still go there. I feel like it's not rejected and nothing happened. There's no sin there. It doesn't cause anything there. No sin was caused there. That means it was really welcome. See, he's seated with his entourage, everything, and it was recognized. Maybe if you watch this clip now, they even grant it to speak. So what else do we talk?
So did they allow him to speak?
No, we didn't see the full video now. We are just seeing some little clip now.
No, sorry, German, let me give you a little bit of backdrop. It's a public event, so there are two stratas of people there. They're the invited dignitaries and then the members of public. Like maybe the queen turns up and everybody gathers, or the king turns up. So there was that sort of an occasion. So he turns up as a public member of the public, not as an invited person. So he then does all this drama that he does, but then of course that still adds to the gaiety. So they didn't pay attention to him, and then he tried to approach the king, and then they told him to take off his crown because they were letting people come and greet the king. They told him to take off that silly little thing he had on his head. He took it off, and then they told him he had to bow, and then he bowed to the king in a mocking manner. The whole of Ghana, if you go on social media now, the whole of Ghana, they are up in arms. So they are just apoplectic with rage over this guy's conduct.
Niger man, and you know the way we behave. Everybody behaves when they meet.
Sorry, Yaro. There is a phrase in the Igbo land that Igbo doesn't bow to anybody. You understand? Maybe you cannot bow. Maybe that is what is portraying there.
They should stay their territory if they want to maintain that.
No, nobody. How can you say you should stay their territory? That's what can never happen. This world now. All of us have to move. Now.
Okay, so wait, Niger man. If an Igbo man comes to Edo State today, it will say he's not going to bow to the Omonoba.
Aro, can I?
I'm not sure which sense to the.
No.
Yeah, but you just said that the Igbo man doesn't bow.
I said they have it. There's a say. They say Igbo man doesn't bow to anybody. You understand? But Ojuku bow to the den of Agbo now. Ojuku bow to the den of Agbo.
So what is that? So that statement is then. That statement is futile.
Nigerman, sorry. I think BT wants to chip in a little thing, and then you take the floor back. BT.
You guys, so in my culture, we don't pay taxes. I'm in America now, so too bad for the American government. I can't pay taxes because it against my culture. That's the logic here, right?
Pay taxes.
No. Your culture, you pay taxes before
but according to his own logic and German, they're saying in my culture that I just made up right now. So therefore, when I come to America, everybody has to abide by what I believe anywhere I go because I'm superior to everybody else. Fuck everybody else's culture. Mine is supreme, so they must do whatever I want. What the bloody like
that's what can never happen anywhere. That's how you bring your culture to
but that is my point. If you go anywhere, you have to obey their own law and their own rules.
Yes, but Babati, you have to look at it this way. Yes, you are right. That normal circumstances, yes. But you have to look at it this way. If I come to your house now, Babati, I eat, you serve me food, and I leave the dining table mess, and I go. You didn't say anything. I come tomorrow, you still serve me. So somebody now will come from the neighbor. He say, Nigeria come to your house, he eat and mess everywhere up. You didn't say anything. No, if you didn't say anything, that means you are the one to control me. You like it.
So you think that the Ghanaians are okay with this?
They are okay. If they are not okay, they will never allow him to be there. And they will never allow him without it, but they walk him out. Like you can't go to, like when the, sorry, but you see, like when during a campaign, like what I was asking, if there's a picture, when Igbo was saying Igbo doesn't bar, they show a video where Ojuku bar to the den of Agbo. You understand?
And by the way,
To the den of Agbo.
sorry, Niger man, it's not just
Yeah.
Hassan that is allowed to super chat. Everybody else can super chat. So all the
Yeah, I
super
cannot
chat.
super chat now. They blocked me already now. You know, I told you. That's why
Not so much you, but everybody
man.
listening as well. So other people can super chat outside of Hassan, you know, who is giving us his hard-earned money from Maiduguri. So I carry on, Niger man.
Okay, so.
Sorry, here's my problem with this. If that's the way they want to behave, it's fine. But it's affecting the other Nigerians. Because when it push comes to shove, nobody will say one tribe is doing it. They'll say all Nigerians. So that's my issue. If you want to be that way, that if that's your nature, too good for you. But you're roping everybody else in into this globally now. I have some Black Americans covering this new story of Africans going, Nigerians going to Ghana to go and dominate over there. They didn't say God. They didn't say the East. They said Nigerians.
Yeah,
that's what I have here.
Solly has given a solution. Give them a country.
Babati, we have to live with it. That's the way. We have to live with it because that is the way you have to be. Because they are not going to differentiate. They are not going to differentiate by tribe in any way out of Nigeria. It's only within the Africa here that can able to differentiate a little bit.
Then give them their
because don't expect a German man to come and be differentiating Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Edo, Kogi, or this Igbira, Tapa. No, it's Nigeria.
Why do I have to pay the price for your own ignorance?
That's why we have to build it at home. We have to change it at home. We have to change it at home. We have to change. Everybody have legislators.
No, but my brother, if you do, you are labeled a tribalist.
No, you're not labeled a tribalist, though, because the way we label the tribalist. Wait, Babati, sorry. The way they say the tribalist, you understand? When you want to make a point, and you really have look at the way you are engaging me now. You understand? You want to engage. You are giving me fact to fact, telling me your own. And I'm giving you, but you are still trying to prove to me. But not that you want to make a fact. You say, Igbo, they behave like that. They don't have respect. They are, no, you're not making, in fact, you're not making any.
But not all Igbos that behave like that.
Sorry, German. Kenny, can you coordinate the space for about 20 minutes or so? I just need to go and do something. Nigerman still has the floor. You are after him. BT after you. So just help me hold it steady. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
No worries.
Okay.
Well, continue, sir.
That is the issue. You understand? So that is the issue. We cannot say because the Igbo now, okay, now, Babati, wait, let's say something. Okay, this is all over Nigeria. You say drug trafficking, prostitution, different thing. Let's say any bad thing. Let's say they name it. Okay, we want to say, okay, now they should start separating it. That this one is Igbo, this one is Yoruba, this one is Edo, this one is Kogi, this one is Fulani, or this one. No. If you go all over the world and they are talking about terrorists, there's terrorists in Nigeria. They will not say they are Fulani is terrorists or Kanu is terrorists or Boko Haram is a Meduguri man or is a Kanuri man. It's Nigeria, they will group it. If they go prostitution, they prostitute Nigeria doing prostitution in Italy. They will not say it's Edo or this one or Esa or Bini. Those will see fight. No, he says it's not Bini. So there's no way nobody outsider is going to look out like that. But we in the internet, we have to rectify ourselves. And portray ourselves good.
So Nigerman, is that not what we are doing here today? Because we here are Nigerians and we are discussing the issues about that have to do with Nigeria and the conduct of our fellow Nigerians. So this internal review that you're speaking of, is that not what we are doing here now? So should we actually not be factual to ourselves? Should we not actually hit the nail on its head? Should we dance around the fire? Should we just not match into it?
That's what we are doing. The more we complain, the more those with authority hear us, the more the legislator they hear us. But look at them there. These people, they can just make us to fight ourselves with that. We cannot do any change. We cannot change anything. The people supposed to change. That doesn't give a F about us.
No. I think one man. Najaman, don't let us put this on the leadership. Okay, this is a societal problem. It's a matter. It's a matter of conduct. Nothing to do with leadership. Nothing. No, nobody. Go on, Kenny. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I just want to ask both of you a question. Yeah. Now, Ninjaman is saying we shouldn't call them for who they are, but in Ghana,
that is not what I'm saying. Kenny, don't misquote me again. That is not what I'm saying. Please.
Okay, what do you say? Repeat yourself there so I can
I
understand.
didn't say you should not call them for what they are. Babati was saying something, maybe the way they are portraying it, that is not affecting the rest of Nigeria. I said, but there is nothing we are going to do about it. Because no matter the people in Ghana or in America, in London, in everywhere they see there, they are not going to differentiate the tribe. We, the internal, are the one that's supposed to deal with it on our own.
But Ghana
that
is
what I'm saying.
What I'm saying, Ghana is doing it. Ghana is differentiating. Ghana is saying Igbo must go. Igbo is causing problem. All over social media, that's what they're saying.
They say that one 2 times. How many is there again? What are they not saying? What are they saying?
Nigeria, to the best of my understanding, in India and especially in Asian countries, they do in their immigration policies and in the way the police and the government officials, especially when it comes to law enforcement, they actually have started to discriminate.
Yeah,
so it would seem that external discrimination it has begun. So we need to address it internally.
Yeah, let him finish in 2 minutes so we can go to Babati. Thank you, sir. Najaman.
Okay.
Yeah,
you see,
2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes.
You see the problem there. All of us here, all of us know who the Igbo are. We know the way they behave. We know the way they talk. You understand? So, for we, and when people say we have to go to regional government, that is even though you go to regional government, are you going to tell people not to come to your region? It will be possible. You cannot live there alone and develop your region alone. You need people. Even the abroad, look at the protests in London last week. You understand? Against the Eastern Bloc that are coming. You understand? They still need people. No matter what, the people are still coming with visa. They are still protesting that no, they don't want a foreigner. But people still come this morning to the UK with visa, immigrants. You understand? There's no way we are going to do. There's no way. We have to find a way to live among ourselves. That is only the solution. There is no way. There is no country in this world that is only one ethnic group. Look at Midwest. Before they create Midwest, Midwest were part of Western region. They have to see what happened. They break away. We don't want to live.
My brother, nobody is saying that they should not live among. But there's a term of agreement and condition that is called a constitution that everybody has to abide with, right? That has stipulations. Part of it is in addresses culture and tradition, what people don't pay attention to. For example, the issue of Obasi or chieftaincy titles is to be addressed or controlled by state and local government councils. That is Nigerian law. So I cannot say because I'm part of Nigeria, I go somewhere and I flounder the law of the land. The Nigerian law says clearly you cannot declare yourself a chief or oba in any part of Nigeria without getting approval from the state government of the where you reside.
Not just that. It's actually law.
Let me tell you something. Just 1 minute.
Let
me just finish. No, I should not forget. Please, 1 minute. Just 1 second. Babati, please. Just let me respond to Babati 1 second. See, Babati, for this kimchi something, unless we don't want to be honest to ourselves, before that thing can be very, very well organized, you have to meet our kings. Because let me put it this way, the fact, if you look at North now, look at the Southwest, look at the Southeast, those the 3 tribes who sell kingship. Like in those states, they cannot give you chieftaincy title. You cannot pay for it. You must merit it.
But they are still within that locality. They are from there.
Yes, but because you said outside man can come to Lagos.
Wait. Let me explain something about this selling of this kingship. It is not what a lot of people think from the outside, though. Okay, there, as far as for example, the Shehu of Borno, which is where I'm from, and I know how and titles are given. how it works is that there are titles, that are reserved and cannot be given to any outsider. But as an empire that has had a history of more than 2,000 years, okay, there are titles that can be given to outsiders. So it's not as if from the outside you think they are giving that outsider the title such that he can exercise some degree of what do I say, a role within that society. But no, that is not actually the case. Just imagine it as getting some kind of a badge of honor. That's just it.
Thank you. So let me add to
A
what
badge of honor is what they said.
Hold on
Okay,
now.
Nendaman.
Let me hold on,
Nendaman.
please. Kenny, hold on, please.
Yeah,
Kenny.
I want to come to you. I want to come to you.
I know. Give me a second. Hold on. In Yoruba land, to the last speaker's point, I can't see his name. There's still minimum requirements, even if you're going to pay. You must be a prince at least from a royal family. You still have to meet the minimum requirements. It's like the highest bidder from the most qualified candidates. You can't be from Sokoto and come to Ijebu and say because you have money and you're from there, you're going to pay your way.
Is that Rufai a prince, Babati?
Eh?
Is that Rufai a prince, Babati?
That is no. In a Yoruba land.
No, I'm asking you, is that Rufai a prince?
Let me respond to you.
No, because he take a chieftaincy in Ijebu, your own town. He take a chieftaincy in your own town.
Can I respond?
Well, Niger man, your take on this is not absurd.
You ask me a question. Hold on. You ask me a question. Let me reply you. In Yoruba land, not all chiefs are the same. You have ceremonial titles that anybody can earn. I can give you Tayeshi of one man land went to Mo of Egba land. Doesn't mean you are a chief per se. It's ceremonial. Doesn't mean
you're not a Shipa now.
Exactly. That's what I was even trying to say.
Hold on, please. You can't equate the title of Erufai to a Balogun of Ijebu. It's not the same. So just because you don't know the culture doesn't mean you must speak on it. If you don't know, just say you don't know. But don't speak on what you don't know, please. Thank you.
All right. Ndema.
No, it's a question I asked. I didn't speak on it. I asked you a question. You clarify it. So, am I wrong by asking a question? I didn't say something I didn't know.
Ndema, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please be going 1 minute, please. 1 minute, so I can go to Babati, and then the rest of them can speak. Thank you.
Okay. So, like the Ghanaian one for me, I don't, because I see this matter have been go far a lot for many months or weeks. So, if the Ghanaian are not well with it, they know what to do. So I don't know their culture, so I don't know how they operate their own culture. So that is only what I can say. So
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission. Please, the rest of you, hold on. Babati, let's hear from you. You know the topic we are talking about. Let's hear your say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me keep it very brief because when Niger man is the star of the show, so we must give the star boy our number 9 the time to speak. So let me keep it brief. I think it's quite unfortunate. It's very sad, very disheartening that this is happening on the global stage. We've always had to address this issue within the Nigerian space, and we've not really addressed it because of fear of being labeled tribalist. But it's now on the global forefront now. From Ghana to Liberia and to other parts of South Africa to Kenya, we are having to deal with this nonsense. And unfortunately, that part of Nigeria doesn't have strong leaders, elders, that they are used to listen to. And that's the reality. They don't listen to their elders. And even their power structure is very weak, culturally, politically, economically. It's a very weak system. So this is what is happening. So it's very hard for someone from other cultures, even though it's within the Nigerian space, to caution them. Because if you don't listen to your elders, how much of influence do I have? Like Afenifere, I can't ask Afenifere or people from the north to caution them when their own leaders would not do that for their own reason, only God knows what. So that's what we're dealing with. Is the conundrum of we are Nigerians. That's the reality we're stuck. But at the same time, when one part of the system refuses to listen to the judgment of other people, doesn't care about how the other Nigerians are perceived, and when they're called out, they're labeled A, B, C, and D. So how do we fix the problem? Because one man brought Nigerian man brought up that because the Ghanaians are not complaining, so therefore who are we to complain? You know, people complain in Lagos. I've seen some videos of Ghanaians talking about how come Lagos can arrest them in Lagos, but we can't do the same in Ghana. I've seen those videos. They put that out there. So that it bothers me that it's getting worse. Aro, at this point, we can't contain it anymore. If you have a very wayward son in your house that you talk to, you put them aside and you discipline them once in a while, but they misbehave again. You can still manage it.
BT, I blame the Nigerian government. I blame the Nigerian society because the Nigerian society in itself does not use justice when it does things, and because there's no universal justice, the Nigerian society cannot deal with matters conclusively.
How do you then fix this? The question is that how do we then fix this when it now become a global impact?
The Nigerian society needs to start dealing with matters justicably and universally. And this is not the only issue we need to deal with. There's so many issues we have a challenge.
You have issue culturally. You even have look at what happened in Finland. They finished that case in 6 months, and you still have this guy there for 7-8 years.
Exactly. Which is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We need to, and all this talk about political solutions and all this stuff needs to stop. When someone does a bad thing, let us call it that. When someone steals, let us call it that. Don't let us hide behind tribe and stuff. Let us address matters justicably, universally. And I think once we start doing that as a society, we will be able to address matters without being labeled as tribalist or being accused of being impartial. I think that is really the real solution.
So to wrap it up, I hope the Nigerian government gets involved and we can address this, damn the consequences, and do the needful. Because we can't continue like this as a society where someone will just go out there, misbehave, and when they're called in order, they start telling you that they have the right to do anything because they're Nigerian. No, that comes with being a Nigerian in a different country comes with responsibility. You are an ambassador of your own country. It comes with a responsibility to your people, to your own country, to your own nation as well, even to yourself. Self-respect as well. It comes from there. And we can't continue that society. And I hope the Tinubu administration comes in and work with the government of Ghana and address the situation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Kenny, please, can you give me 1 second?
Thank you, BT.
Hold on.
Please, just 1 second. Just 1 second, please.
Please, hold on. Allow me.
No, I just want to say something. Just 1 second. Please, I said please now.
Yeah. Continue.
You see, maybe many of you doesn't know. I think 3 or 4 days ago, the Yoruba elite and the Igbo elite, it was televised. Maybe if you can go and find it on the channel Arise. The Yoruba elite and the Igbo elite, they come together. They are finding solution. They are working on the ground. They are finding solution for all this tribal something. All this tribal.
Where was this? I never heard of this. BT, did you hear about this? Who are the individuals that were present?
That is where the target Yoruba elders and the Igbo elders.
Najaman, you're a cultured man. Did you see the Onyofe present? The Alaf Oyo. Did you see the Owa of Obokun? Who are the elites? Because we talk about
there are many there now.
What organization do they represent?
Oh my God! You asked me something now. You said I didn't know.
Can we help him here? You see, if you don't have your back council of elders, that's the best minimum you can go in any issue like this. Anybody else?
Was Olufalaye there?
You cannot.
Was Otunba Daniels there?
In Yoruba culture.
I didn't want to look them. Maybe you know them better than me now. Asking me something that maybe I don't know. I said the name.
Am I there?
We can hear you, Kenny. Mod, there's a way Yorubas resolve issues, and if you don't have some parties involved, nobody will take it serious in Yoruba land. So if you don't hear the names we think we should be hearing, we won't take that so-called religion serious at all. That's the point we're making here. I hope you get where we're coming from.
Okay.
That's the thing. There must be some people in that meeting for me to take it serious. And I've not heard anybody that of importance to make that meeting relevant.
Okay, Babati, yeah. Listen, this question is for you, or I read it by any one of you. Yeah, we are talking about this issue with Igbo people, but we're not talking about the root cause. But we don't know the root cause. I'm not asking you. This problem we're having, is it cultural issue or upbringing?
Kenny, let me first address that by dispelling that there's really no issue with Igbo people. Okay, there are some individuals that have decided to conduct themselves in a most disgraceful manner. I think that is really what the matter is, because sometimes when we talk about Igbo people online, and then I look at my own personal relationship with some people that also are Igbo, and I look the way they conduct themselves. I look at these are people I know their families, I know them personally. These are individuals that can actually say that in the way they conduct themselves, the way they carry themselves, in their actions, in the times I've known them, I can take some things from them, some quality character from them that I can actually say, you know what, I want to take this from this person. I want to try and imbibe it in the way I do things. So when sometimes it is, I was driving the other day and I was thinking to myself, I was watching something, they said there's some people were doing something somewhere. And then I looked back and said, oh, I also know some Igbo people. They are decent in everything. Absolutely decent, absolutely proper, almost without blemish, of which that there's no human being like that. But these are individuals that can really say, you know what, you can be proud anywhere you go and say, I know this person. So it does alarm me sometimes when I see some individuals that are also Igbo that conduct themselves in the most disgraceful, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't understand.
Aro, if you said,
but Kenny, here's my problem. Here's my problem with that behavior. Aro, you can also chime in too. Is when they are so-called intellectuals also pander, knowing if you do that those people are wrong, but they pander without telling the truth. I think
BT, we can strike that down to just the Nigerian conundrum of competition
so you cannot be objective because they are your people. Is that the point? So
I think we've seen that. We've started seeing that publicly. Look at the issue of Stella Odua, the former Minister of Aviation. Remember when she was called before the legislative panel, where the issue with the armored vehicles, it almost became our thief, and so I think it's a Nigerian thing. I think it's a permitted into our own facets of society.
Let me be more direct. This Chimamanda, so-called, she annoys me, honestly. She's a disappointment. You will think that you're a star of the show. Clearly, you have a future as leader of the group, but they've chosen to be, sorry for back like a better word, a clown, where you pander to this kind of radicals amongst your group, and you can't say the truth.
So but even Chinua Achebe, as old as that man was, he caught a very disgraceful character towards the end of his days.
Babati,
Chinua Achebe.
That's why I asked that question. That is a cultural thing or upbringing. You understand? Because it's not just one individual that are doing it. It's most of them, and the elders are not speaking out. So that's why I'm asking that question. That is it a cultural thing?
It's a very good question, because I remember when the issue of Lagos is no man's land came up a few years ago again. It comes to a point where, and they were asking some elders from that part of the country, the Peter Edochie and all these people, the way they reacted.
Peter Edochie is not an elder. The man is just he's not an elder. Don't call him an elder. I think Igbo people should be disgraced.
Not him, the former governor, old Eastern State.
Former governor of Enugu State.
Yeah, the way that guy spoke on Rice, it bothered me.
And that one is bitter now.
But no. But BT, if they say they want to discuss something about the Yoruba people, Adeleke might be the governor of Osun State now, but he's not. You think? Yeah, exactly. So
Babati, you have to read the. But I don't know if you have read this during this Oputa panel, the Igbo findings. I don't know if you have read that book. What the submission of the Igbo, I think the target Igbo finding, the Igbo findings. Maybe you have to read that book or go and watch that clip again. That Oputa panel. That's 6 hours. About 6 hours.
If
You
you
know,
put
he said 2,000 after the Civil War, 2,000 Igbo, 2 million Igbo are psychologically retarded. You understand? And another 2 million are mentally they have mental issue. You understand?
Sorry, are you talking about PTSD, post-war trauma? Or is that what you?
Yeah.
Without a doubt,
So
that
if
would
you
have
go and look
affected.
at this since
Yes.
1970, 4 million like that till today. And there was a doctor I have that is, he said it can be passed to generation. So 4 million
okay, that's
by
fine.
then.
So in that case, is that what Solly was discussing? So maybe Solly was not in that. Maybe he just couldn't situate the argument correctly. So was he talking about when he talks about what is Solly usually on reintegration or whatever he was speaking about? Is that what he was speaking about?
Yeah.
So really, maybe we have a legitimate problem that the country nation has not resolved. That maybe Nigerian man is talking about PTSD.
I don't believe this. Are they the only one? Are they the only one?
No. I think PTSD is a logical thing because I have no doubt that the individuals that witnessed the Civil War would have witnessed the lowest experience of humanity. Let me put it that way.
I did the only time that witness war. You're about witness war. Now,
No. I don't. Kenny, don't let us. I don't want to reduce the. I don't want to reduce the experience of the Civil War. No. It is. There's nothing particularly decent about it.
Here's my thing. German, if you have a link, because I'm reading a book from 1979 now. It's called Politics, Oil, and Direction of Nigerian Politics. Talking about Nigerian Civil War, but it talks about the psychological damage as well to the Nigerian psyche. So if you have a link to that paper from that panel, you can put a link down. I would love to read about it.
So maybe the Nigerian state needs to address that.
I will find the link. But if you can see, but there's still a video clip of it. You understand?
Oh yes, I've seen it. I've seen the challenge that the Arewa Consultative Forum brought before the ORA.
Puta panel. Wait.
Yeah, yes. Yes, it was at the Oputa panel. Yes, this was at the Oputa panel. The
Arewa brought their own. The Igbo. You don't listen to that Igbo part.
Yes.
That is they start after everything, they claim 8 trillion naira. Just listen to all the Oyibo part, what they brought. That everything is there. But they not write it in a book. But in that book, it's right the Igbo findings.
So that is a legitimate. That's a legitimate
people
argument.
That said it died during the Civil War, they are saying 5 million. That book record 500,000. 600,000 were rape. So they now demand for 8 trillion. That is about 4 million who are mentally retarded. 2 million were mentally retarded. That's what is out there.
So can I say something? Nigerian man, there's a gentleman called Mayor in the comments. I think he wants to come to the group to address some things because he's back in the comments there just saying nonsense. I think he needs to come up really.
No, this one was by Igbo by themselves. Now it's not me. Now it's not anybody that writes it.
No, I'm talking about Mayor. Nigerian man. I'm talking about Mayor. He needs to come and speak his piece.
Hello, who is regulating the show? Please, I just want to say something.
Yeah, speak. Let's hear you.
All right. Regarding what you guys are just discussing around PTSD and all that, it is true. There is something known as collective trauma, and not at an individual level. Usually, PTSD happens at an individual level. But a culture can suffer trauma too. You see, for example, what has happened with the Jews is collective trauma over millennia. Now, I think what has happened with the Igbo people, but that is not the reason why they are behaving the way they are behaving, especially in regards to doing things that portray other Nigerians and Nigeria as a whole in bad light. That is not the reason, but they do have trauma, and that trauma is, manifesting in certain ways. After the Civil War, I don't think as a culture, they heal from that trauma, and you see it in the victim mentality, in the hard mentality, and in the way that they never take accountability as a people regarding whatever it is. I think that unresolved trauma of the Civil War has affected them in those terms. However, as regards to misbehaving outside of Nigeria and outside of their shores, that has been going on since time immemorial. So we cannot say that it is because of even though the trauma do exist and it should be, dealt with, because you can pass on trauma from father to children, family to family. It can go on for generations, and I think the Igbo trauma still exists in them, and it manifests in victim mentality. This hard mentality when something goes against them, that whether it is fact, if you say something against them, they don't want to hear what is fact, and they all come after you and all that.
Hold on, please. My question to you, all of you, is: are they the only one that faced the war? They're the only one that facing.
Obviously not. Obviously,
they were the primary individuals.
Yes, they were, and true, and the fact remains that they have not healed. But whose responsibility it is to heal from trauma, especially like that of a war, like a civil war. Whose responsibility it is? Yes, go ahead.
So Kenny, first of all, people respond to trauma differently. So you can't, somebody can say, oh, because we went through the same thing or something similar, or we were better off. No, people respond to trauma differently. So, but to respond to that question directly, it has to start amongst themselves, because it's very difficult for you to come and help if the people there are not willing to at least consider or talk about self-reflection. So the first step, according to my own studies over the years, is you must first look at yourself in the mirror. Hold on, as a people, what did we do wrong? That means that you were not the victim. So that victim thing has to be the first thing you deal with. Look at yourself in the mirror as a people. What did we do wrong? Address that, then bring us in to help you. We can't help you if you don't help yourself as a people first. So the first step, as answer your question, it has to be from them, within them. That's the very first step.
Why are they not having?
Yes, I agree, because you see, before even we got into this post-World War II era, where the United Nations, actually exist, and we have a lot of statutes, conventions, and all those things that usually wars have been going on since time immemorial. There is nobody literally out of us that has not experienced that our ancestors have not experienced war. But here we are living and without that hatred. So the reality is that right now the standard is to do a truth and reconciliation commission, where just like they did in Rwanda with the Tutsis and the Hutus, something like that. I don't think we did anything like that in Nigeria. And you can blame Gawan for that and all that. But as a culture, when people usually African cultures have a way to deal with trauma, which is specific to each culture. I know for some cultures there is a healing period, some it's a fasting period, some they go and do some rituals and things like that.
Azan, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What was their behavior before the war?
Yeah, exactly the same. In regards
so
to,
why are we giving excuse of the war?
No, somebody asked the question about trauma, so I was just acknowledging, yes, that that's true, that the trauma
it's not the war, and the war was not fought in their domain alone. The war was
Go ahead. Kenny had his mic on. So go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
My mic is off.
Who is echoing?
It's Hassan.
It's Hassan.
Hold on. Aslan, if you're not speaking, can you please mute your mic? When you want to speak, everybody will mute for you as well because you are echoing so badly. So
Okay.
I don't think it's Hassan. I think it's Nijaman.
No, it's
No,
Aslan.
it's not me. It's not me.
It's Hassan.
Me, I'm
It's
also
Hassan.
now.
Aslan.
Okay.
Welcome, my brother.
Okay.
Welcome.
Simba, to your earlier point, you say even pre-war. So that pre-war attitude,
The behaviors was before the war and post-war is the same. Then two, if we want to even give the excuse of the war was not fought in their domain alone. The whole Eastern Bloc, which comprises of the Jaws, the other, the Bibio, the Epic, there are so many tribes there. So why are
But
they
that's
not
why many
behaving?
people in that place now they still behave like that. Now even in those states.
Hey, Baba, don't. You are the one that brought this issue. That book is just a fallacy. It's not something. And then when you are talking about trauma, is trauma something that is genetic that you have to be transmitting from one generation to the other?
I wonder
How many of the people that witnessed that war are alive today? The people that are involved in all these things, did they witness the war?
And they pass it to their children. They say they can be passed to their children.
How?
But one doctor said it
Yes,
now.
let me come in. Even though the trauma is not the reason why they are doing why they are misbehaving, there is such a thing as and transmissible social diseases, and it's common in the study of group psychology, in the sense that you can pass this social illnesses from one generation to the other, if you don't treat it. Just imagine the pathogen like being the trauma, and then the host and being the next generation. So if the fathers held on to revenge or hatred in their heart and kept telling their children that they were wronged, and then we are going to lick our wounds now, and then we are going to revenge later, then then that means it is not addressed. Do you get what I mean? So yes.
Sorry, can you mute? Okay, you are saying all this. What you are talking about is not applicable in this case, Azan. It's not applicable at all. You are just looking for reason to justify the earlier assertion that okay, maybe post-war. No. The reason why I'm saying this is this. If you look at them culturally, this thing is something that has to do with their culture. Because one, they don't have the culture of kinship in Igbo culture. They don't have it at all. Two, they have this discrimination among themselves to the extent that they classify themselves. There are some classification that they give to themselves, and the only way they think they can liberate themselves from that outcast thing that they have given to themselves is by struggle, work hard, and get money. And that's why you see that aggressiveness in them. So it's not about, don't let us be giving all these hypotheses or whatever that okay, maybe it's something that is transmissible. It's not. It's just a cultural thing.
One thing that always amazes me about them is how they confuse being rich with royalty. Just because you are rich, you think that somehow you are royalty, and that has caused them a lot of problem.
Aslan, can you hear me?
Let me add to what Simba just said.
Well, now let's hear you, please. I want us to go back to the structure so people can have their own time to speak as well, please. So let's hear you.
Okay, so the thing is this, like Simba said, this thing, I don't think it has to do with the Civil War, to be honest, because like I don't know, I can't figure out how Simba just got my thoughts, and he just said exactly what I was about to say, maybe in a better way. Because the thing is, we can't keep hiding under the Civil War. Before that time, we had a leader that identified the type of the nation. There was no war when the first indigenous speaker that happened to come from the region police said to the owners of Lagos land that Lagos is no man's land. That was unnecessary provocation. What were you thinking? What even pushed you to that point? So there was no civil war when Sadana Oshokoto said, talk about their behavior. So yeah, does that mean I would not necessarily call their behavior bad that time? I would just call it competitive spirit that was badly managed within the Nigerian context, to be honest. You see, if it was not badly managed due to poor leadership, I think their behavior is not necessarily bad. I would call it competitive. But there's something that when you have competitive behavior and you do not channel it properly, then there is a negative side of that competitive behavior. That's what I say. So we can't hide on that civil war. The only thing Nigeria should be doing is this: all this kind of aggression, all this kind of behavior. How can we redirect that behavior to favor us, to favor the country? Not necessarily setting up one panel in the name of reconciliation and we just start wasting money. No. So if we can look at, to me, like it's what I keep saying, I will still attach whatever behavior they have if we can look at it within the human capacity development and redirect them. You understand? How can we pin the leader down to develop their region and let them and let them have their full capacity realized? That's just
Ola, how can you redirect a bad behavior?
yeah, we can always you see one thing is
That means it's not that behavior that so you because the way you are talking,
no,
you are looking at it
no.
from the angle of saying, okay, that behavior you can channel it in a better way to achieve certain things. A bad behavior is a bad behavior. There's no way you can rechannel anything bad. It's either they drop it and drop a good behavior.
Hold on.
Well, Simba, I don't totally agree, sir, because
if you are carrying a gun,
some would also
hold on. I don't
sorry.
give it back. If you are carrying a gun, you can use a gun to defend a country. The same gun some people use to commit a crime.
Okay, just tell us how this behavior can be rechanneled.
Now, all this bad behavior you are saying, what are they trying to gain there? They are going to realize value. But the type of value they are trying to realize that is a negative one now. You understand? You go to Malaysia, you are caught for carrying substance. What are you trying to get? Maybe you are going to get rich quick. But now, if you look at that person, you see some capacity. Okay, what of if you manage to direct the capacity of this guy into manufacturing or producing something that is meaningful? Do you understand that okay, you back in with everything needed, because I know for you to be successful in any environment, you need support. The support will either come from individual, private people, or come from the government. That's why I'm saying that now that they are pushing money to their regions, to their governors, to their leaders, it is time we air those people down to do the right thing. See, every region, Yoruba, Igbo, everybody have their own. Everybody has their own behavior. Bad.
Absolutely, behavior. I agree with that.
So this bad behavior came out just because people could not direct it to something that we give them positive value.
Okay, Ola, let me ask you this.
They can't go the other way.
Let me ask you this. You know, in medicine, you understand, if you don't acknowledge that you have a problem, you understand, there is no way you can be treated. Before, in the first place, you will not even come to the hospital for a doctor to even see you. You understand? In as much as the ownership of this problem did not see it as a problem, I don't think there's anything that any outsider can do.
And
that can redirect.
Sorry, to your point, that's why I addressed Asant's question. I said they must first look in the mirror. That's the first step. We can't come in to help you if you don't help yourself, and you must first address.
Exactly. All these things that you are saying, Ola, is fallacy as far as they are concerned. Because as far as they are concerned, they don't have any issue. It's you, even you that you are saying that they have problem, that you have problem. As far as they are concerned.
You see, where we have to address the problem is from the leadership. Even let me give an example. Lagos is no man's land. It's from their leadership. The problem they were having with the northern region, it was the leadership. That leadership should be targeted. But you see, one thing about their leadership is this: they use that thing as a distraction for them to corner to corner the resources of the people in their region. People with tomorrow think that Ojuku really meant well for that region, but I don't know how to tell the people that Ojuku did not really mean well for you. It was just going to fulfill personal ambition. I don't know how to explain to people and that they will listen. Because if you see everything behind that civil war, it was personal agenda. It was personal self-actualization. Nothing more than that. Not because of the interest of the region. You understand? Because if it was the interest of the region, you will create your boundary. I will not even be trying to annex other people that didn't even want to join you. You know, so the thing is, okay, someone just mentioned Adisha now. Adisha is a person that I just find so funny, the way she carries herself. You will start thinking that, okay, she's supposed to carry herself in a better manner. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I could not even ever imagine that a public figure like that would just go a full length of tribalistic posture to the point that you see, even Ashebe, as well respected as it was, there was a country. Oh my goodness, that man should not have even done that.
A terrible book. That book should be set alight.
Ola, I'm very sorry to say what I want to say. You know what is emboldening them is part of what you are saying. You understand? Because the way let me finish what I want to say now. If they see people, you are not calling them off, you are not letting them, you are still seeing that you are still seeing positivity, you are still seeing some kind of good thing about what they are doing, and you are still saying, oh no, you can rechannel it, it's a good thing, you can remodify it. Let me you know one danger that Ola, let me finish what I'm saying. The danger, let me tell you, is that kind of behavior that they have now, they are already even infecting other tribes. It's spreading like a wildfire in Nigeria now.
Wait, Simba. You look at something. You look at something. When you want to solve problem, you cannot address the masses without going to the leaders. See, today they'll be saying
Ola, do they have leaders? Let me ask you, do they have leaders? These are the people that doesn't even respect leaders now.
Wait, Baba, wait. They don't have leader, but when Nnamdi Kanu, when Kanu came out, they all follow. Let's stop this idea they don't have leader. They still have some people that pander to their agenda. So the thing is this. When Obi came out, they don't have leader. This is Ekwe. So when Obi came out, they follow. And you are saying they don't have leader. When Ojukwu came out, they follow. When Ashebe spoke, they follow. Now, let's forget the idea of they don't have leader. The question is this: who are those leaders they respect? Okay, now we talk of Awolowo even in his death today. Why? If Awolowo had behaved like who should I even talk in Yoruba land? Nobody will be respecting him. But what Awolowo did, to the best of his own knowledge, his capacity, he used the regional resources to develop human capacity. If not because of Awolowo, probably Yoruba, to some extent, we won't be positioned the way we are today. But we have some leaders that came from that place that instead of using the resources to develop their people, to let them understand, they capture the money and let everybody goes on individualistic approach. So that is why they look like an individual.
Ola, what do we do? What do we do?
Just give me 30 seconds. Now, so when you have leaders that is all about cornering the resources of their people to his own advantage, of course, if that leader comes out, they will not listen. But if you have some that they cannot trace anything to, that okay, this guy really is not benefiting from this crisis, and he has used our resources to develop us, they are likely going to listen to that person. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, let me now reply you. You know, when you start mentioning somebody like Kano, you mention Nujuku, why did they call us human being as a social being? It's because we have an organized society. That's why they call us a social being. And in that organized society, is not random people that people will be obeying. You understand? All these people that you mentioned, they are random people. You cannot go to the north and look at the north and say, oh, okay, it's only Emir of Sultan of Sokoto or Emir of Kano or somebody, just single person that you see that the northerners will listen to. You can't come to Yoruba land and say the same, just pick one random person. And because if you look at the characteristics of the people that you have mentioned, they are not even the kind of leader that an organized social society should be listening to. So you can't be using that as, oh, because you call those one leaders. They are not leaders in the real sense of it. They are not.
Yeah, you can't use the word leader for now. They can
Ah,
for the whole tribe.
ah.
Let's be positive.
They are
Is it?
all
No,
rebels.
See, we can have different type of leaders, whether the person is
No, you
toxic
can't use the
or
word leader. Come on now. Come on.
BT, but that is what they've said themselves. They've called
that's
their
leader.
leader. You
Unfortunately,
cannot impose a leader on
I
them. They
know,
will
I
choose.
know, but
Let me tell you
I'm
something.
saying that wait. I'm saying that look from a bird's eye view, it makes
So
sense.
Igboho is a leader in the Southwest also, Abi,
You
because
cannot
of people listening to him.
no, Simba, hold on, please, Simba. What they are saying is that the people themselves have made Nnamdi Kanu their leader, and I'm saying that that is a dumb move. Don't appoint that kind of person as your leader because it's not appealing to your people, the collective, and to others outside.
No,
Yes,
you
that's
are
the
missing
consequence
the
now, Babati. Babati, that is the consequence of not having, a culture that actually, has a history of understanding what leadership actually is. Then that culture is more likely to look at the wrong person and then just foolishly obey.
you see the concept of this leader is don't let us just put it to that. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, look at Ojuku, for example. When he led them into that civil war, they follow. So that means that guy could command respect from his people, for people to follow him into that kind of deadly mission. You understand? Now we can't find someone that can still lead these people today, that can help reorientate them, that can help rechannel their energy. You understand? Because that's the point here. We can't say it's impossible, because let me tell you one thing: if these people do not have leaders, there's no way they will have survived revolution. There's no way they could have been a tribe called Igbo today. It's impossible. No history support that you survive through all those hardships of mankind to have your tribe, and you don't have leadership. It's a lie. You understand? So the thing is this: don't let
Mr.
us just
Ola, can I ask you one question? You're talking about history. Have you ever read any? I don't know of any book that has discussed the. Now, I'm not trying to offend anybody here, but I can't recollect of any book that has documented any pre-colonial history of the Igbo people extensively like that.
Yeah, we can't know everything now. Of course, we can't know everything.
I can't recollect any. I don't know if there's one I'd like to be pointed to one.
You will only know what is of interest to you. You understand? We are talking of leadership generally now. You understand? A tribe don't just
Please, I will share a link with you.
okay. So
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
a tribe don't just emerge. Civilization don't just emerge. I say they don't have a leader, especially in mankind. It's impossible. You understand? It's just like even among the animal. among the animal, you understand? You still have maybe the lion, you still have among the dog, you still have you still have the one that will be alpha, all those stuff. It's impossible. The question is this:
Ola, let me ask you this
what type
question.
of leader? Simba waits. Everything about a tribe cannot always be negative. Yeah, we are seeing the negative, the negative part, but can we find a way to tap into the positive part? That is what I'm about this morning. It's not about yeah.
Mr. Ola, that's what all of us are about now. That's what all of us are
Okay,
about.
we
Don't
are
get me
not
wrong.
all about that. We are trying to correct the anomalies. Everybody, we have the right to. Let me say this. Wait now, Ola. Let me ask you this. When you call somebody a leader, let me ask you: who choose Ojukwu as the leader? Who choose Nnamdi Kanu as a leader? Tell me any society that somebody will just on his own impose himself as a leader. In any organized society that you see somebody will just come and say, hey, he just emerge on his own without the people consent and say, I'm your leader. And that is what they used to have in their region. Because they don't have the culture and a way of choosing leadership.
Okay.
So how can you now? How can you not tap? Let me tell you, that kind of a society can never be organized.
Hold on now. Hold on. Who choose Awolowo as a leader in Yoruba, and who choose Tinubu as a leader in Yoruba?
Mr. Ola, I can explain to you how Awolowo emerged to be the leader of the not even Egbemo Yoruba was formed.
That question is even uncalled for. How can you be asking this kind of question?
Because it was in they actually had a meeting at which they actually appointed Awolowo in, I think, 1948. 1948 was when Awolowo was appointed to be action leadership.
I'm sorry to tell some of you something. This is a topic that I'm very interested in. See, leaders sometimes can step forward, and people will be able to convince people, and people will be able to buy to his idea. That's why we call referent power. Hold on. That's why we have referent power. Because sometimes someone can emerge from nowhere, and just because he's able to appeal to your value, and is able to.
What kind of value does Nnamdi Kanu have that appeals to the culture?
Wait, no, Babati. Let's just even be serious.
I'm asking you, if you are from the East, tell me the objective. What kind of value does he have to your culture?
Let me tell you one thing. For every aspect of life, leadership come, people step forward and bring the idea, and people buy into it. Okay, I ask you, what value was Shekarau bringing that people started doing Boko Haram? Just a question I will ask from you too.
But you cannot say Shekarau is not a leader of an ethnic group.
Wait,
he's just a leader of a group of people.
We are
that
talking of
just
generally. Forget about whether ethnic. See, let's stay on topic.
Ola, don't mix things up now. We know what we are talking about here now.
No. We are not missing anything up. If you don't understand, don't descend to Agidi. What you don't understand.
So, Mr. Ola, okay, let us, Mr. Simba, let us conclude that Shekarau and Kanu, they are both of the terroristic tendency.
That's a false equivalence.
Oh, but that's what Mr. Ola is saying now.
No, Azan, Ola just said that Shekarau is a leader in the north. I can't hear you.
I said while Shekarau is at the extremes of society, Kanu is in mainstream. That's a significant difference.
No, the question I want to ask you is Shekarau a leader? Is a leader? Is he a leader?
He is not a leader. He can never be. He can never claim to be a leader of the region. He is leading a band of killing, thieving, murderous extremists.
Ola,
that's exactly what Kanu too is now.
Ola, seriously, Ola, talk to me.
No. See.
What's going on?
I'm not even joking here. You understand? I'm not joking.
I know, you have your own unique perspective, but what we're saying is
No.
you are off base.
No, I'm not off base. It is sometimes we have to open our mind. We don't just have to go to the extreme of our debate just because you want to get at some people. It doesn't work that way. You have to balance your view. See, when I say people like Nnamdi Kanu is a leader, did I ever tell you that Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of Igbo people? Was that my statement? You know, leadership can just be you gather about 50 people and you are able to convince them and you lead them into whatever value you all believe in. You understand? So when you take something from that minute, you escalate it. What I'm saying is this: for you to say there's no leader, they don't have leader in the East, I said this is not true. The question is this: you look at people that can appeal to the value of these people. You understand? You go to the Southeast, you find a city, you find a state, and you are saying they don't have a leader. Are you saying that they just cluster from somewhere and nobody was coordinating them even before the colonial period and they still exist? Just tell me any civilization that existed, that survived without a leader. Come on. See, because sometimes we sophisticated people, sometimes we just have to be we have to be very careful not to go extreme. Exactly. Extreme part of it.
Ola, here's my response to your position. Hold on.
Do not apply to these people that we're talking about right now. If you go back 120, 30 years, I'm going to share these links to everybody here. Let me just go and get it right now so that you guys can actually see what they actually look like before they were introduced to Catholic teachings and then Western education.
So Ola, to your point, if let's even say they decided to make people like Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu their leader, it will be unfortunately for a group of people to make that kind of individual the leader, because what is the long term? What's the end goal here? What is the end game? That's the question. If I'm going to make you a leader, I must look at you like holistically, like what plans do you have for your people? Where are you leading us to? That's the kind of question I would ask you. But you can't even. No. I see your point where they've made him their leader because he kind of appeals to their sentiment.
They made him. Who are the they that even made him?
That's not the point.
Mr. Ola, can I just say something? Let me say something. I'll just be quick. Can I just say, advice that Mayor and Chok, it's unfortunate that we are discussing the people and we have no Igbo people on the panel. I mean, there's no decent reason why there should be no Igbo person.
I mean, they should come up.
They should come up. I think they should. So they can hear us. I think
if they are not here, are we not going to shut down? Aro, if they are not here,
they are there in the comments. They are there in the comments. No, they are there in the comments. I'm just advocating. I'm trying to encourage them to come up into the panel and actually discuss as well.
Let me just say something. You see, what I'm saying is this: forget about Kanu, forget about Samuel Ekpa. I'm just dealing with this what we call it, all this misconception that the Igbo people, they don't have leaders. You understand? That's my point. That's why I made an example that if Ojukwu could command the people, the question is this: before you can lead to do something, I said Ojukwu led them into a civil war, and people follow. You understand? That's the power of leadership. If they don't have a leader, Ojukwu will be going to say, "Who is this man? Get out!" Everybody will say, "Get out, get out, get out. We are not following you." But these people, they follow. And up till now, despite that carnage, despite all those criminality that Ojukwu led them to, they believe that he was actually going to liberate them. And meanwhile, this guy was just going to self-fulfillment. But any Igbo man can fight through to stand still today. If with this statement I'm making, if I told them that Ojukwu led them into carnage, they will. In fact, if I work at more, if I work at me, say they can stone me for making that statement. So the question is this: how did Ojukwu engineer them into believing him?
Mr. Ola, I don't think the historical facts and around Ojukwu supports this your argument.
Okay,
because Ojukwu, I think
I heard you. That's just not
because
the point.
they had the opportunity to vote for Ojukwu and elect him as a senator, which they did. They chose not to.
We are talking of civil war. Don't let us even expand beyond that. The question is,
but if it was a true leader that they believed in, they would have elected him.
The question we're supposed to ask, Ola, how did he get to that position before he even led them into civil war? Was it by
a bow before? Did people follow him? Is the issue?
Oh God.
Now, if you want to change these people too, you have to look at those people that people will follow. Forget about the technical detail of how he led to that place. When you are saying people,
Ola, you know what you are defending. Even the people that we are talking on their own, they wait now. Ola, you cannot arrogate what they.
Give me the solution.
I'm not even saying anything.
Let us find a solution. But you are giving their behavior. I know. Okay, we agree that they have this behavior. The question, okay, Yahoo boys now. We have Yahoo boys in Yoruba land. How do we solve the problem of Yahoo boys? We start talking of when parents do not take care of.
If you are the first thing to how to solve a problem is to acknowledge the problem. Ola.
Everybody cannot acknowledge the leadership. We have to acknowledge and start educating the people.
The society must acknowledge. Leadership cannot acknowledge. Leadership cannot
acknowledge. What do you do?
Society will acknowledge. Okay, the society would acknowledge. When there was a problem of 1 million boys in Ikorodu, they did not wait for the leadership to acknowledge. The society in Ikorodu acknowledged it.
Let me tell you something. When OPC was becoming an issue for Nigeria, Obasanjo, like him or not, was a leader in Yoruba land. He accepted that this was a problem, and he went ahead and dealt with the issue. With OPC members accept they were a problem that time. No.
And let me tell you, Obasanjo wouldn't have been successful.
Don't call me. Let me just give my own solution. You give your own solution. Don't complain. Give solution. Stop complaining. I just give you as a sample now. Whether you like it or not, Obasanjo is a leader in Yoruba land. He saw OPC as an issue and he dealt with it. You understand?
Okay, let me give you Ola, this is not about it's not about so we win the argument. That example that you just gave now.
You are winning the argument.
Wait now. Let me talk. Just relax. You gave example of OPC. Obasanjo was able to nail that problem on the board because the Yoruba people agree that they are a menace, and that was why he was successful in doing it. Now we have similar problem in the southeast, which the people refuse to acknowledge. Even a leader outside their domain wanted to solve the problem, they see it as they don't have any problem. So if you don't acknowledge your problem, how will you, an outsider, will now say that how you are going to solve the problem that the person that has the problem did not even acknowledge?
When with this marginalization end now, see with the minority here, tomorrow you say one Nigeria.
Let me tell you something. You are a Christian or Muslim today just because, and this thing always starts with a person. A person sell you the idea of Christianity, a person show you the idea of Islam. And before you know, you convince A convince B, C. Before you know, no. It's still on leadership. It's still on leadership. You now have millions of people doing that today. Solving a problem of an ethnic group start with the leadership. The entire southeastern people will not just wake up. How do you expect
sorry, my phone cut off that time. I lost the network. Sorry.
So you don't expect millions of people to just wake up in the morning and say, okay, we have a problem. You understand? That is why when you see, tithe today now, sorry for using the religion because that's what they say. People started believing in tithe, right? Because their pastor told them this is what is right. They were even saying, okay, your life will be tight for you if you don't pay tithe. But now people got that thing over years, millions of people. But now another group of people, maybe the thing started with Daddy Flix when it started mobilizing. Before you know, some other person they cut it, they cut it. Before you know now what is going on now, people started with all this tithe self. We should move away from it. This thing always start from the leadership. Leadership will start the orientation. When leadership starts the orientation, with time you campaign and campaign and campaign, the people start having change of mind. But you won't wake up in the morning and you expect millions of people to say, okay, it is true. You are not behaving very well.
Okay, so what you mean now is that we should target their leaders. So who are the leaders that we have to target? At least so that they will
that's
go.
what we are deliberating on. I'm not. That's what I'm deliberating on. I'm saying the leadership in that south, in that southeastern part, they are getting away with a lot because they want to enrich themselves. Okay, look at Peter Obi now. Look at Peter Obi now. Peter Obi, Peter Obi did not do well in that place. But look at the way he manipulated everybody, and everybody believe that guy did well. He didn't do well. Now, everything that happened, okay, seen in the American issue, you know that man is not complaining. He won't talk. If you talk of ESN, that man will not talk. He will just keep quiet. You understand? He will pander to them because he has no God to even talk about what is happening. That was why I was drawing an example of Obasanjo. You understand? A person like Nnamdi Kanu, a person like Peter Obi, should be a person like him should be the person to speak and start that orientation.
Ola, have we seen any leader in the Southeast that come out boldly to condemn any of their activities?
Those
This
that
is what I'm saying.
Hold on. Those that have tried to, like Soludo, and they've been called Okorausa and all this.
This guy that died recently, this senator, they actually attacked them.
Once you are objective and you tell them the truth, then you are not one of them.
Yeah.
You cannot.
No, Lagata. I'm sorry, Babati. Even Tinubu today, some Yoruba are ready to beat him or whenever this, because some Yoruba people want to mention Tinubu like this.
But I don't question his Yoruba-ness because I disagree with him. That's the difference. I won't say because I don't like Tinubu, then he's not a Yoruba man. Nobody says that. But that's the issue with because you don't like Soludo's politics, then it's not an Igbo man or it's an Igbo. No, you can disagree with the person. Doesn't make it that they're not one of you.
Okay,
that's the difference.
But many of us have said that Obasanjo is not a Yoruba man, right?
Come on now, you know.
Whether you are joking with joking with
silly, you know where that
comes from. The question is this. What I'm still saying is this: if you must change Igbo land, it has to start from the leader, because the leaders were the one that gave
we must now be able to identify the leaders now. So
I think Obi you can say Obi is a leader.
Please hold on, Mongopa, you keep saying I don't get it. I put the link here. Please come here and come and make me get it, because people like you will want you. We want you so that come and make me get it. Please come. So what we are saying is this. So what we are saying, you identify the problem. Then let us solve the problem. But part of solving the problem, you can't just tell me that the people, the over 30 million people or maybe 40 million people of Southeast must accept. It's not going to happen. Someone will have to start changing the orientation. That's what I just said. So find solution. Don't let us stop saying
what we are doing. Don't you think it's part of the solution?
It's not true. Especially from you. Simba.
But people, at least you have to call people out to tell them what they are doing wrong.
Simba, sorry. I want to step away. I'll be back.
I don't consider to be a leader of that part of the country, because if you don't speak on issues pertaining to security, economics of your own people, then I don't consider you a leader. So,
but I think he's aspiring to be leader of Nigeria. So I think that's where his aspiration is.
No. You must first address that. Okay. If I ask you about security or economic, people, okay, somebody decides in your region every Monday I will sit at home, and you can sit in the GDP of your region, and it's impacting the bottom line of the people. People are moving away in droves.
And it's not part of your campaign, no. It's
And you
not
don't
part of your campaign promise.
How are you a leader, Hassan? You tell me.
Yes, you see, there is a consistent inability to consider, the moral reasons why people become leaders, why people are, suitable to become leaders, and that moral and don't forget, morality is imbued in culturally and traditionally in the way leaders are, because even if a king has several sons, usually the prince who is more, who is more in tune with morality and legality, and probably empathy and knows how to manage society better, has a higher chance of becoming the next king. And now for a society that do not have, this history, there is some kind of a blindsidedness in actually, knowing who is what and who is not what, considering what is actually leadership. That's just what I want to say.
Mr. Triumph, we never heard of you from you.
Now they marginalize us though.
No, but you know, not talk anything now. Triumph and Nigeria.
Don't push to enter now.
No, talk now. We Triumph as well. Like we read from Triumph.
Stop being a victim and express yourself, my dear man.
Nigeria man now. We talk something. Talk.
I don't know. Anytime I'm just anytime I'm on platform, you want to come and attack on AB.
I
be your guy right from time. I don't know if don't change
now. You see, he said he didn't let you talk. He was talking all day now.
I just don't know. No, for me, but for me, I don't believe Igbo doesn't have leader. You understand? Because only what I know that they don't have a kingship. Because I think even when the British came, they found them they doesn't have a kingship. That is what I read. That they had to give them warranty. That was 1926. Give them warranty to be able to continue there in a more organized manner. Because they have amazing now. At least what is that? This thing, that is that is the leader. Because he'll always come out. The later one year will only come out to speak for them.
So is one man back now? Is one man back?
No, I don't think so. He's here now. Allah is here. Allah can shut it down. Everybody
That's fine.
So I don't believe they don't have a leader. They have, but depends the way of. I agree with Allah, but depends the leader. You see, a leader come in different form. Some maybe the way Babati is saying it. What is the value you bring? Many people it's not what you want. They want. Like Una the Kanona, no matter what we will say, or Juku or Samuel, but no matter what we say, that they bring good, either good or bad. We are talking of them today. You understand? Their name is written there as people who lead the successionists, you understand, of that country. So that is it. And about that trauma, if we said, let me go back there again, because if we said is the civil war doesn't contribute to the psyche of the Igbo. Because if you see, after the civil war, like the river states doesn't allow the Igbo to come back there again. That they say maybe they take their property today. I don't know how true is that, so I don't get anything referred about that. But if you see like the Southwest, if the Igbo we are behaving,
check your message. Check your private chat, please, Arrow.
If the Igbo we are behaving like this was the way they were behaving before that civil war. I don't think the people in the Southwest will welcome them back and will be agitating for them to come back to Nigeria to integrate. And all their property, money they left, and they will give them back. They should have said no. They don't want these people back. They would have sit on everything.
My brother, don't you hear what Sadana Sokoto said? As far as those years.
No. We are talking about domination. That is different. Now we are talking about the.
It's the same. They've been doing this for years.
Dominating is different. No, they were not behaving like this. Look at what I would say. Look at the headers. Look at people. Also, just look at everybody. Say about 40, 50, 60. Look at the way they behave. Even when we were in school, maybe the realistic sometimes the people will grow with. We don't know anything about all this Igbo. You are this or that. We don't see all these things there when we are young. You understand? But look at what we are seeing today. That is why when I have talked with a doctor, he told me that this thing, exactly what Hassan said, he said it can be passed on. Because if you see somebody that they take over the property, maybe when we are 2 years or 3 years, you know, they take over by a father, a mother, and the family take over every of the property, and they now grow. Maybe from 10 years, start hearing, people start telling him, you don't see that person will only grow brutal. He will only grow brutal because that thing must be in him. That psychology must be in him, you know, to revenge. That is the way you see people. No matter what you told them, no matter what you told them, no matter what the argument you have with them, if they are here, no matter who is who, even those who are more educated, look at the Chief Mamman, all of them. Anybody who have wrote book about that civil war, Biafra war, you see the way they behave. If you go to where you read this guy that is showing history every 3 times a week, go and see them there. Go and see the way they twist everything. That's why I didn't even listen.
My brother, let me tell you something. There's no need for us to be finding a way of excuse for them for their bad behaviors. You understand?
No, not bad behavior. That is what is contributing it. You have to see why can everybody be behaving like this.
Listen,
that is what is contributing to it, my brother. Let me be realistic.
Hold on now. Hold on. You know, I said before, I did the only one that faced the war. Other tribe too faced the war now. What can we do?
Okay, now I'll give you an example when Mr. Asiba was talking. Look at audio, look at data, look at audio South. Edo State. Do you know some people now even the way in Edo State more than all those people who are insulting that they say they are from Edo State, that are insulting the palace, that we none of real Edo EDG can do. Those people they are not full Bini blood. They're in Edo State there. They're not full Bini blood. People what with majority my grandfather cannot look, they cannot say, they say it. And when you try to engage them, you see the way they talk, you understand? Well, that's why we'll tag this is hip-hop sympathize, this is hip-hop. You don't see some, maybe their mother is Igbo or their father is Igbo. You understand? Go to Delta. You see this one, go to Port Harcourt. Some are telling no, they are Igbo. Some will tell you they are Igbo. Some will say they are Ikwere. Some will say, you see confusion everywhere in all those south to all the south to the southeast. So that is because that is the place the war was fought. So those people, they are still suffering the same thing. The father will tell you I'm Igbo, the mother will tell you I'm not Igbo, the child will tell you I'm Igbo. What kind of confusion family is that? Somebody you know maybe is Neto State. You know, so you have to see all these things there. That place, there's a big problem with that south to that southeast. There's a big problem there. Big problem there. That problem is the one spreading all over to the southwest, spreading all over to top part of
And yeah, man. Back to the original, you said, like, do you think that the federal government should get involved with this Ghana thing before it gets out of control?
For me, I said it before. There's not the short me that they should not bring the government to it. I believe federal government have to involve. Federal government have to involve because this thing is getting bad. Okay, look at Babachi. Sorry to deviate. Look at what is going on Earth now. They are now clamoring for Nepal. The Southeast, so maybe that with the hip-hop week. They are not clamoring for Nepal they want to do for Nepal to happen in Nigeria. But they don't target protest, which we know that what happened in Nepal is not protest. That is riot. You see, and they are now brainwashing the people from the southwest to come and join them, the youth there. That they want to protest. And people are buying it from the southwest. Because I see where some Yoruba came out, they were all fighting on Twitter. No, they are not going to be part of it. Their citizens will not be part of it. But they are doing this thing on ground. You understand? So look at people who just believe anything must be anarchy. So you are telling me this is normal? This is not normal. Let's be realistic. If these people were like this, we'll go back. Let's be realistic. Yoruba will never accept these people to come back to South after the civil war. Do you think Victor Banjo I think they'll go and fight with the Igbo? Then all of them will go and fight with the Igbo. Go and fight for them. Wale Soyinka, the old Nobel laureate will not risk his life to go and be in jail.
But one of them was killed and the other one was disgraced.
You understand? So,
Najaman, Victor, you are talking about
their life to Igbo.
Yeah, no, but we are talking about Banjo and Ademule Konwewe. But one of them was killed and the other one was disgraced. One of them was betrayed.
No, that is what I'm saying.
One of them was killed under very flimsy excuses by Ojuku, and the other one was disgraced.
That is military.
But both of them, neither of them came out of that with a good experience. Both of them were betrayed by the individuals they went to support.
But that's military now. So look at Wole Soyinka. Okay, Wole Soyinka was a hero to the Igbo then. When he supported, they used the pen to make the war to know what is happening.
But he has been betrayed as well.
Today, Wole Soyinka is the most abusive person that these children of nowadays from the
South. So they betrayed him too. They betrayed him too. So I think it's a tendency that they will ultimately betray the people that support them.
No, nobody betrays Gowon. I say because he went there.
But did they not betray the Soyinka by insulting him in 2020 in the present day?
Arrow, here's my point, Arrow. Is the shabby way and the conniving way Obi responded to that Wole Soyinka backlash, where in the morning you align with your minions and in the evening you're going back door to go meet these people and to apologize behind the scenes. Why can't you call the people out on Twitter on the same space that they call these people out? When they abuse kings, then you show up in Ife. What are you trying to do? What is the end game here? So that's not a sign of a hallmark of a leader.
No, Obi is not a leader. If I not call Obi a leader, Obi is not a leader now.
You can't be afraid of the people that
Obi is not a leader because you go and look Obi. You have to go and look. I don't know. Maybe people doesn't know. You go and look Obi when there was a government.
My brother, do you know Obi is in Ghana right now?
They will go for your festival now.
No, Obi is hanging out with Dede Momodu. I saw his post yesterday.
Okay.
So why not address this thing in Ghana? What's going on? Step up to the plate. Address this.
We don't want to lose votes now.
Hassan is hanging out with the.
Is it that he doesn't want to lose votes or he supports it?
Don't want to lose votes now. That is
No.
politics.
No. If you say he doesn't want to lose votes, it might be a matter of indifference. But is it a matter that he actually encourages it, he supports it, he believes in it, he sees nothing wrong in it?
Okay, let me ask you, Aru. Why? Okay,
I don't know. I'm just posing the question. I don't know.
Okay, just look at this question. Why not Igbo? Don't say hip hop now. Why Igbo doesn't like people to talk about the atrocity? Have you ever asked yourself? Let's start discussing Fulani here now. You will see all Igbo will come to this platform. Let's castigate it. Then when you bring them out, they don't want you to talk about it. So you have to do what is true. There's something is wrong, man. Something is wrong. Look at Dr. Dame. They are there saying some kind of thing. You will wonder, is it these people are really on this earth? And nobody counter them. If you want to counter them, they label you, Sabo, this and that people. Even most of their intellectual, we are coming there before to even counter them. Those ones who really grow there. But they have the different name. Sabo, all of them.
Nigerian, is that a vocal minority, or is that the norm? Is that the majority?
My brother, for me, I would say the majority because I cannot say even the minority, they are vocal are more okay.
An issue. I think let me just say this real quick, very important. Few months ago, if you remember, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is an Igbo man, sponsored a bill trying to remove what was it called again? This land and indigenship. If you remember, guys. Yeah. And that got shut down. So when you start seeing things from the political angle, and also people complaining about economic sabotage, and you also look at the cultural sabotage of some areas, it started to appeal to me. I'm putting out there, is this some kind of joint effort behind the scenes from all angles, or is just some kind of random? I mean, because it's like some kind of joint launch attack against other people. Because if you want to economically sabotage them, take away their rights on their own land, and you shop yourself above them across the country, then I'm trying to look at it from a different perspective, Arrow. I'm thinking 1960s all over again, of your economic dominance of other people, and you have this bigger agenda in this so-called one Nigeria. So that's the way I'm looking at it, because people didn't really pay attention to that bill. I took my time at Ogidigba. I was very nosy. I had to go look at the bill. When you have time at Ogidigba, go look at what they were proposing in that bill.
Oh, I am aware of what they were proposing. There was actually a Yoruba group that actually went against this.
It pretty much wipes away your Obas.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. The bill wipes away local authority. It cancels the House of Chiefs, the laws that govern the House of Chiefs. It proposes what? I think 5 years.
how
5 years. After 5 years, you are entitled to all the rights
my
of the
brother,
indigent.
from the failure,
Agbo Europe
how
wanted
is
to
he
start
still
transferring chief then. All the
how
whole about now.
how is he still the Speaker of the House after being exposed?
I think in the interest of what we practice in Nigeria, which is
What the hell do we practice?
if you remove him now, do you know that already we have a situation where nominally they believe that someone from the southeast should be Senate president, but obviously the South they're using their political sagacity. They've managed to outmaneuver them.
So
If you then remove that, if you then remove Kalu, you then render them politically.
I'm sorry, I'm saying politically.
The noise is very loud enough. There's no need to impeach him.
But nobody. That was a dangerous. Do you know how dangerous that was?
You know one thing I noticed about that law, although it was being proposed by someone from the southeast, it wasn't the southeast were not the only primary beneficiaries, because that bill will benefit individuals, for
That was
instance, in
Rugai
Plateau
again
State.
now, Aro. That was Rugai again now.
That will benefit individuals in Pen Plateau who have been struggling with the indigents. That will benefit individuals in Southern Kaduna. That will benefit so to be frank, there was a lot of people that were silent about it. They weren't pushing it. They were silent about it because they could see the bigger picture. I think Kalu, I wouldn't try to say Kalu was being mischievous. I think it just did not reach. It didn't.
I prefer that bill. That bill is good though. Maybe by 4 years time, could have been the governor of Ogun State. Governor Baba.
I don't think it's actually the governorship. No, because you can actually become the governor of any state in Nigeria.
Nobody's
you can become the governor of any state in Nigeria without being an indigent. There, you can contest any electoral office.
They do never be governor of Lagos.
You have the right. You have the right to buy property. You have the right to own property. You have the right to transact and trade. In fact, there's actually not the one thing about the indigenship that's peculiar about indigenship in Nigeria has to do with tribe, and it has to do with with kingship.
Arrow, you're missing the point. It has to do with there are opportunities that are given to people.
Oh yes, but even BT, look at somewhere like Lagos State. Lagos State, when they are doing their civil service employment, when they are employing people in civil service or anything that has to be, they don't just restrict it. They employ Lagos State employs thousands and thousands of Igbo people anytime they are doing their civil service. Unlike in the southeast, where even an Anambra person cannot become PAMSEC in Enugu. Lagos State are very, very open. To a smaller extent in Oyo State as well, because I live in Oyo State.
But that will affect. Look at the Igbo people in Lagos; they are marginalized. Let's be honest. If you pass this bill, they are done for. So what happens to them? You just overwhelm them with numbers, and that's it.
Thank God the bill didn't move, because if that bill has come into effect, number one, it would have abolished the kingship, because it essentially. A governor can come in tomorrow and it can appoint Ndigbo and make him a first-class Oba in the state. Not saying that they can't at the moment. They can. They technically can. They technically can, but it has to go to legislative process.
No, but that will be of Lagos that they are arrested.
So
you have confessed.
No.
I think it was just a fraudster. Really.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Let's say GRV was the governor, then he would just make Obi of Lagos official because he has.
But actually, no. But about BT, there's nothing stopping. BT, there's nothing stopping him with the current laws that we have from doing that.
But at that rate, if you then have anything that works, then it just becomes anybody can become.
Because BT, at this point in time, with the laws we have in Nigeria, if the people in the legislature in Lagos State, they can pass a bill that would make the Ndigbo of Ikeja, a first-class monarch.
No, but you can.
So if GRB becomes governor, it can reduce the Oba of Lagos to a second-class monarch and
it goes beyond that, because now if you're a king, you must have.
And that's not just Lagos; that's anywhere in the country.
You must have a domain, right, as a king.
No, the governor can make you a domain. The governor can impose a domain and create a domain for you out of thin air.
So what happened?
Technically, not the governor, but the state house.
Hold on.
The state legislature.
Hold on. So what happened to the Oba or Bale of that domain that you were?
The governor can decide to reduce him, increase him, anything. Now the Bale can then go to court and contest that he has a right to ancestral land.
He has
right to ancestral land, but then you have to then take into consideration the Olusegun Obasanjo's Land Use Act. A lot of things have really gone poorly awry in Nigeria. Obasanjo's Land Use Act is a blessing and a curse at the same time, because he actually removed the right to ancestral land for a lot of people. And until today, you look at the way that we talk about land, it's the land ownership is still a major issue in Nigeria.
That issue has not been addressed.
It's not been addressed, and that is why a lot of people cannot actually take advantage and see the financial benefit of land that they call their father's land. It's their father's land for all intents and purposes, but it's vested within the state government. The other day, the Niger state government said they was giving some people 20,000 hectares of land or whatever. 20,000 hectares of land is a lot of land. And even though the state owns land, I don't see how any state can give away 20,000 hectares of land without offending some family's land.
We don't talk about it, but the Obas and LG councils also have control over the lands.
Exactly.
But we always say it is the state, which is not necessarily true. The Obas have control of lots of lands, community lands. That even the state governor would not dare even interfere. You just leave them alone.
Yes.
So, but we don't. So it's not. You can't say the governor actually controls these lands. They can collaborate with all this. Look at what happened with Dangote now. That was community land. It wasn't state government land now. It was community land that they forced to sell to them. So
yes,
but we never address that. It's never on paper that who owns what. You start having issue or money led this. My grandfather was that.
Look at this Osapa London we speak of. You know that that land issue was in court for more than 40 years until it was resolved. Sometimes in the mid 2000s to around 2000. That same Osapa London. Look at Ikate. The vast majority of Ikate, and even look at till today. Look at this place. What's that? They know that place. Festac town. Look at the Magodo. The list goes on of places where the government has used imposition to seize what is essentially private land.
It's sorry, that the Makoko area. I heard they want to bring it down this year.
Yeah, they want to bring it down. They've already started demolitions and evictions.
Why wait? That place has over half a million people. Why they wait for that long for that thing to expand close to the bridge? That's why do you always have to? Why can't you be proactive? Why are we always reacting?
Because if you see, state governments have to be very careful. They have a lot of things going on. Lagos State cannot be evicting people in Morocco at the same time sending people away from lands and allocating it to Dangote. At the same time, demolishing houses in Orchid. At the same time, you do too much. You buy too much, and you don't.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Marco thing has been going on for over 40, 50 years. It's like it's just new.
To be frank, they've been doing that. They have like small.
But it wasn't that big now. When we were young, there were maybe like 5,000 people there. It wasn't a big community, but now it's just like 100. I'm like,
but BT, all these people that take the night bus and come to Lagos, where do you think they start off?
So that is your entry point now. That's the entry. So there's type
So
of
where do you start? You come to Lagos, you have no family, you have no friends, you know nobody.
don't have people under tension wire now. They are building on that tension wire. They have expanded beyond
I
their
know,
limits now.
I know. They were already damaging the bridge now, the footing of the bridge.
And somebody is now feeling close to the bridge. Now.
Yes, but the thing about it is not only are they sand filling, they're actually taking sand, okay, from near the footing of the bridge, and then using it to sand fill other
Yeah,
areas.
you're removing the support of the bridge then.
Yeah, and the bridge is the way the way the footing is it's not it's not power driven very deep down. It's essentially just been
Compact
supported by it's been supported by just compacted sand.
So one day that big magnetic collapse and people just die.
Oh
One
wow!
day.
Did you see they actually had divers go down, and I think you might went there, and even the whole bridge is really to be frank, I don't know how that thing is still holding up, and it's not really started really
And if you say
collapse.
if you say build a new bridge, you say is it Lagos only until people die.
It
I
will
say,
be
oh
it
my
be
god.
impossible. It will be impossible to even build a new bridge. I don't think we'd have to probably have to dedicate like 10 years of our budgets to build a bridge like that.
The expense, huh? It's very
You look
expensive.
at Fort Mainland Bridge. They've been talking about Fort Mainland Bridge for decades.
And they are looking for a PPP for that one because government said willing to cough out $2 billion.
BT. Nobody's gonna do a PPP for Fort Mainland Bridge unless they're gonna put two toll bridges on it.
Yes, no. They no. I've seen the design. It's going to be told. It's going to have also a rail track, train stuff. I've seen the design.
You're gonna have to toll it, and it's gonna be expensive.
Yeah, no, it's going to be told because it's going towards the new. I think they got some companies to do it. Why they did not pass is because they didn't trust the growth in that area was not fast enough. There was supposed to be airports in that area now, So they like, if we're going to put money here, we are not seeing that people are building houses, but in terms of how the demand is not high enough for us to go out put a foot to build another bridge there.
Yeah. They don't need a Fort Mainland Bridge. If they do the monorail system, the green line, and there's even the purple line. If they put all those down, I think that would address the transport and transit issues they have in Lagos State. And they might not really need a bridge as such.
Yeah,
for now anyway.
Yeah, they might not need it, but Lagos.
But that's just Lagos. Lagos is just bottom state in Nigeria. There's other places. I'm happy to see the Niger State governor doing a lot. That fellow is taking responsibility for all these ones they shout about that Abia State in the nuisance. I mean, they claim he's doing a lot. But the real star of the show, for me, is the Niger State governor. He seems to really be making progress. In all the different sectors. Agriculture, is building roads, functional roads that go somewhere. He's doing a lot. Schools, education, everything. He's really quite a fellow. That Niger State governor, Bago.
I think the guy is trying to, in my own opinion, I think he wants that presidency the way it's been moving.
But, okay, look at another thing that he's done. You remember when El Rufai tried to introduce a bill to regulate religious teachings? You know that Bago has passed the bill? You can't just say you're a cleric and just go to on Friday and just start preaching in the mosque. No. You cannot preach anything in a mosque or in a church. It really religious teachers and clerics are regulated in Niger State right now. Did you know that?
So what is the specifics like? What did they?
Well, you can't just say you're a cleric and just start teaching nonsense on the street.
Okay, they
or in the mosque
or something.
You are regulated and what you teach. The government they want to see that what you teach it does not disrupt the society.
Or they don't want like the radical extremists.
They don't want any form of radical extremism. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how to feel. Honestly,
you can say it's gagging free speech, but at the same time,
that free speech thing, I think people tend to exploit it for they go too far. So it doesn't mean you can just say anything. You can't just say because
there's never been speech without consequence. I think when I hear people say free speech these days, what I really see them saying is I want to say what I want to say without consequence. Really, no, but I don't think anybody that claims they advocates for free speech, they don't believe in free speech. They believe in freedom from consequence. That's really what it is. Anyone that really believes in free speech will say what he wants to say and then suffer the consequence. For me, when I look at speech and action, I always refer to MLK's letter from the Alabama jail. Yes, I can choose to disobey what I believe to be an unjust law, but when I'm choosing to disobey an unjust law, I understand the consequence of the disobedience, and I will be willing to suffer the consequence of the disobedience because I believe in my conviction that the law is unjust in itself. So that's the way I see it. If I feel so strongly about it that the law, the thing is unjust, and I want to speak about it, or I want to act against it, well, I'll be ready to suffer the consequence as well.
Yeah, but to your statement, and like people don't want the blowback, and they're surprised that people even respond to them, or they advocate for something and they don't want any response, and you have to agree with them. And that's this kind of world we live. It's like a TikTok world now. I sort of like Missy, where you just say something and nobody should respond to what you have to say. So I think that's the world we live in. But what do you think about this Dangote thing, though? The Dangote war with the union thing that they're trying to force him to join. I mean, his members.
Oh, so Dangote. Well, Dangote. I saw that. I was watching that his press conference yesterday. I don't know what to think of him. Dangote pretends that he doesn't believe and he doesn't advocate and he doesn't promote the monopoly. But he must know that nobody is stupid enough.
I mean, he's a businessman now.
He's a businessman, and I think it's just a tendency in all businesses that yes, if your competition is doing badly, you're not going to cry about it. Dangote said something yesterday. He said he knows about 3 or 4 people. He will not mention names that are richer than him in cash in Nigeria. I have no doubt about that.
He said it before. He said some of them. There was one he said during the party. And he said one man that keeps all his money in Dubai can for Nigerian electricity, and he's not the richest, but he mentioned he didn't say the name.
He said it again yesterday. He said so. I like his courage because, to be frank, he does invest in Nigeria. When you look at the logic of it, it's like, oh boy, you're just you're risking too much. Like you said, he can easily go and keep his money in Switzerland and just make the profit from it. I don't know what to think. I think the office of the public defender, not the public, sorry, the office of the consumer protection should step up and start regulating and protecting the consumer, and not leave it to unions, essentially. There's no reason. I mean, the PIB bill allows Dangote to do what he wants to do. Nothing stops him from look, because at the end of the day, it also doesn't want to be held to ransom by the Tankers Association. You get what I mean? It can be producing 600,000 barrels, whatever it says it can produce in the refinery every day. But if the Tankers Association strike and they decide they're not going to lift from his place, and he doesn't have any tankers to lift himself for his product, he's held at ransom to them. Look at Bua, which is this is what happened to her. Remember when Bua said he slashed the cost of cement to 2,500 per bag?
Mm-hmm.
Bua slashed the cost of cement to 2,500 per bag at the depots, at his own depots. When the middlemen and the big distributors, when they go to the Bua depots to load cement, it was 2,500. But when it came to the customer, it did not reflect that. The customers The general public did not see the big savings.
So that the question is, where was the Consumer Protection Board then?
Exactly, which is why I'm talking about. The Consumer Protection Board has to be active. And you see, and this happens right across Nigeria. Look at also even onions, tomatoes, even food crops, which is what led Tinubu to have to go back on his import ban on rice and other grains.
To that point,
The middlemen and the big distributors, they do a lot of warehousing, and they do a lot of manipulation. Ordering and stuff like that.
Arrow, to that point, I've been following the AFCTA page for a while on Twitter, and I've been listening to some seminars, and it's actually like a $4.5 billion space. So, but what the paper they came up with, if I can find a link, I can put it down there. They're saying that the reason why we don't grow, or because they say we barely have our it's about $40 billion a year. That's our total for every year, right?
Playing from desktop.
So they're saying that the Nigerian business model is not export driven. Like the way we have our economy is geared towards local consumption. It's not export driven. So that's the reason why they are even having issues with this Dangote and all those guys. Is Dangote is breaking away from that norm. His own mindset is export driven. So the investment is very capital intensive because he has to be competitive with everybody outside. He's not competing with local players. He has a mindset. But the issue that in other aspect of the Nigerian even though you are doing well locally, globally you're not competitive. So the bar is low, the entry is so low in Nigeria. That's the issue. But because his own standard is very high, they find it very strange.
Yes. Dangote he is leading, and like you said, I don't think there's other people that have the liquid cash. I think Bua is doing very well. A number of other individuals they seem to be following as well. But it looks like a lot of them are not willing to put their money where their mouth is. And Dangote is. I mean, for instance, I think I was reading that is the new cement factories is doing in somewhere around Ogun State. That is all export. That is all for export. The new cement factory is not to satisfy any local demand. It's all for export. Most of the products that come out of that will be to the export. I believe he's trying to capture most of the African markets. So the man is willing to put his money where his mouth is.
It cannot capture it cannot capture the African market if you don't sign that AFCTA deal. That is what changes Nigeria. You see, that is what actually takes Nigeria out of poverty. I've done the numbers. Trust me.
I think also I think some of the manufacturers they are saying that the bill could also lead us to be in a dumping ground.
No, it will not.
And allow other nations to be transit, because you already see. I think someone was telling us. I read something. Was it one man that was speaking about the fact that the port in is it Togo or one of these neighboring countries?
They have a deeper sea than we do.
No, not that they have a deeper seaport. That they're actually literally almost all of the stuff that comes through there is bound for Nigeria.
No, but the AFCT bill, it does not make you dumping ground. What it does is it opens up market. So I can still say, okay, you're bringing A from Benin. In exchange for me giving you this, you will still make trade deals among yourself. It just makes it easy to move stuff around. Like the whole passport issue, for example. If I'm driving my lorry from Nigeria to, let's say, Kenya, I have 10 lorries to drive around. I must cross about 4 countries, right, to get to you. It makes it easier to get across. Doesn't mean you start dumping everything. Doesn't mean you will shipping to go and drive it into Nigeria. That will stop, because I can still determine what comes in or not. It's not a free flow.
But how do you stop it? We already know we don't have efficient customs.
Because you're still going to make trade deals of what you would not take or what you would take.
Oh,
So
well, in that case, they need that needs to be on the table as well before we sign anything. That needs to be on the table.
They're making it like they want to make Africa like the first right of refusal for anything that you produce. So before you consider Europe or Asia or anything, do you have any takers on the African continent? Then you make a deal with them and you pay in your own currency. So then the assets will go. But the issue that Nigeria is having in that new AFC is that our own companies don't think export is local. That the way they operate their business is not geared towards export. Because if I'm thinking export, I will increase my production will go up. It will go crazy because I must meet demand. And globally, they have standards that you must meet for those products, right? If you're going to export anything. So their fear of not meeting up to those regulations, and they can easily bypass the ones locally. This is why we're not growing. They are fucking lazy. That's the point. But if you sign the deal, and Nigeria says, okay, it's the same thing that Tinubu did with the whole cream thing. What's it called? That cream that they use globally that Nigeria produces the highest. Shea butter. Yeah. So if you say, okay, Nigeria is number one, we make it locally. That if you ban export now, then that forces the local manufacturers to then increase their quality and packaging to meet global standard. Because guy, you are demand now. You must up your game. You force it.
BT, what happened to the produce boards?
But they said they were going to come up with it. It's 2 years. I think it's almost 2 years.
Because we used to have the produce boards back in the 60s and the 50s.
But they said
they did well.
No, but
you mean commodity board or produce
commodity? Yeah, well, the commodity produce boards, the cocoa, all these cocoa boards, and they had a lot of those, and they were very effective because it meant.
BT, what's your fear of saying, okay, by the time they gave them an advantage that they are not competing with the internationally produced goods, that they are going to compromise standards? That one can be dealt with locally if you are serious now.
No.
But there's no country that will not there's no country that will not protect its own industry.
No. There are reasons for that, for not being competitive, because for some, the local market is big enough for what they do. So to them, they don't see the reason to
export
or compete. I'm making my money. But I'm saying that if you Simba, what you're producing right now, do you know we now have market? Forget America or London that you might be paying more for export. We can get your stuff to Kenya in 2 days for you. We can get it to Tanzania. These are new markets to you, but they're still Africa. So if you can make it within Africa, you want to produce more because it's easier for you to get it there than waiting to ship to China or ship to America. So that's the plan now. If we open up that deal, Simba will be willing to do more because he can get his money fast from a neighboring country as opposed to waiting.
But the companies that have been doing it, how have they been doing it?
No, because it's expensive to do right now. Because there's no deal. Africa does not have any deal amongst themselves to make it cheaper to move around.
Yeah, I agree with that because we don't even trade among ourselves.
That's the problem. So if you can open that up, if I'm in Nigeria now,
so what has been the reason for us not to do that?
Because number one, based on my own research, you have colonialism, the colonial deal that people still have. People sign deals with different countries. So the Republic signs deals with China for when it comes to cement for cement now. But they will not deal with Dangote that is in Songota about 10 minutes away because they have
but that one is not colonial now.
No. That one is more banking is the colonial one. The issue, but that's a different issue. But
I think maybe because they have the financial wherewithal, maybe by the time they attach that condition to loan.
What AFCT is now saying is that instead of Benin going to China to go and make a deal, so the whole of Africa will now say, okay, we want to buy, let's say, cashew from China. We will now buy it together. So instead of you going to that table by yourself with your poor self with no money, Africa
but
continent have.
and BT, if we don't have the financial wherewithal among ourselves to actually loan ourselves, why can't we look at it from the angle of what we produce that this foreign country that give us loan doesn't have?
No, you can't. No, because you must first look at what you have within Africa that the different African countries want, because you need to raise funds to even leverage that to even make deals. So if let's say I'm in Nigeria now, you're in Kenya, and I have cassava, and you have let's say cashew, and we are trading that. Okay, we need to add this chemical to this thing to make it a product that they have in China. We now say, oh, AFT Nigeria and AFT Kenya, we are going to China to go and make a deal together. You have more leverage on the table when bargaining with China as opposed to going by yourself. So you can then say, okay, Nigeria,
So
Kenya, Zambia.
okay, if you see the advantage, then why is our leaders that are more in more position to even see it more than you do are not doing it?
I have all the files with me here. If you follow me on Twitter, I am an AFTC advocate. I have the document, I have the numbers,
No, you know what I'm trying to let you. Well, I know you might be looking at it, but there might be some impediment that they are having in not achieving that. You can't tell me that you don't know the advantage of this thing now. But maybe they have some, when you are not in a position to implement certain things, you can only look at it as okay. You can do it like you can do that. But it's when you are not there and then you now see the issues that are attached to it. Because I can't it's very difficult to believe that they cannot see what you are seeing.
Okay, so why is Dangote telling them that it's easy to sign? We can sign it tomorrow. Here, you should listen to Dangote talk about it. It's not as difficult to sign. That's what I'm saying. Even Dangote is an advocate.
So why are they not signing it?
The usual Nigerian, the usual factor, politics.
Signing what to
So let me just tell you what that deal covers. People think it's just trade. Basically the summary is it makes it easier for humans and products to move around Africa. That's what it is. That way, because to me, I find it very annoying that one guy can travel from France to Kenya for cheap with no visa, but I have to wait 3 months to get visa to go to Burundi.
Are you BT? Don't you think that when they divided us among themselves, that was when they have put that restrictions among us?
That's the reason why I brought up colonialism earlier. That people, there's also the language barrier. There are people, there's the French speaking side.
You can even see the kind of hostility that we have to ourselves, even living within ourselves, is more than the kind of look at the South Africa. They don't have any problem with the Caucasians. They have problem with the blacks. See what is happening in Ghana, see what happened in Kenya, and so on and so forth.
Let me give you why I looked it up, Simba, for you. Why Nigeria did not sign it in 2019. The Nigerian Labor Union opposed it. That's Nigerian Labor Union resistance.
That all these labor union in Nigeria, they are just bunch of nonsense. They are not actually after the progress of that country. To me, they are just tools used by the politician, and they are always.
Those labor guys are just enriching their own pockets now. They don't do anything for the team. Even for the union members, they don't do anything for them now.
Because
they just enrich their own pockets.
The AFCT thing comes with condition. If when you sign it, then they must review your labor laws in terms of increasing. That means you must have skills training and you must improve your game pretty much. And I think the NSC they didn't want that. Like, leave us alone, we are okay. That was the issue in 19. So they kind of blocked it in the House of Rep and blocked that bill. So blame your own people again. Or back to your point, it's our own people, not government, man.
But then again, BT, I know you live in America where there are labor unions, but the way labor unions operate in America is quite different to how labor unions operate in the European context, for instance. Even at that, um, I think the labor unions in Nigeria, for instance, they have vested interest. Okay, look at all this new peng and all this. Most of the labor unions in Nigeria, they support members that are not particularly very efficient. You see, look at subsidy removal.
Aro, Nigeria signed it a year later, but labor union is frustrating the implementation. Sorry, I have to look it up again. So the government a year,
BT, is there anything good for Nigerians that labor union
only
doesn't
I
go
don't know
against?
what they are. Oh, if I can't
So
implement it,
okay, look at BT, look at subsidy removal. You know that Buhari already removed subsidy. He didn't actually have a budget for subsidy in 2023 budget. Remember? And labor union said they were going to shut the country down. He went to quickly go and ask for supplementary budget because the labor are going to shut the country down. So the labor union, you know, a lot of
No,
governments
Aro,
have struggled
let
with
me
them.
ask you. Do you think that if Tinubu did not pronounce that in first day and he waited maybe some few months
how
before, do
was
you
it
think
done?
they were?
Afterwards,
Do you, do, you-
No,
do you
not
think they
no,
will allow
no
him?
chance.
You see what Tinubu did in that place, and people still blame him tomorrow. That is what a leader should do. He knew that once he left that place, that all these subsidy merchants, they will come to him and pay him homage. So he was just sending the signal, say, hey, make una look, don't even come to me, subsidy is gone. Meanwhile, the same man said before the election, say, I'm Agbewale, right? If of us said that, right? But I think he now later realized that, okay, this thing we have to go because, this is a man that want to perform. And this is a man that wherever you find this man, he want to leave his footprint. So that was why he went at that. And how will this man leave his footprint? He will need revenue to do a lot of things. Because by the time Tinubu will finish his a 2-term, Nigeria will have changed a lot, in a positive way. So he knew that day that if he didn't say that thing, that there will be a lot of pressure to let him reverse. Look at some of the pronouncements he made that he channeled to the committee. How many of them have you seen today? But that singular pronouncement that he made that time, that thing has come to stay now.
Ola, he wouldn't have come and say it again because they will have to even pass it through the house. And if anything going through that house is not going to be possible.
Exactly. So the man did a lot of things, but I know that because people, they like talking politics, they are not really seeing, because it's unfortunate that many Nigerians, they are not even seeing something positive in that.
Ola, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, sir.
What has the the ADC proposed so far that you can say, okay, they say they want to rescue Nigeria. So what are they proposing that is different from what Tinubu is doing? Have you heard any policy?
They don't have any proposal. They just remove Tinubu. Tinubu is the cause of their poverty. So remove him. That's it. End of story.
Babati, you see the problem. The problem is not ADC trying to rescue us. The problem is ADC trying to bamboozle Nigerians that have natural hatred for Tinubu. You understand? So anything goes. When you hear people that, let the military come and take over now. You understand? That's the type of people we have. So that just
maybe you should get my point that I'm trying to make.
I got your point.
No, I'm saying even if you don't have any plan,
have not said anything.
No, Ola, I'm saying even if you don't have any plan, historically, at least you will lie. Just say something.
BT, I watched an interview granted by one of them. I've forgotten the name of the man. When they ask him that, okay, what are you going to do differently? Okay, are you going to now restore the subsidy? He said, no, We are not going to restore the subsidy, but we are going to manage the money better. The proceed they are going to manage the proceed better.
Then ask them the word better, just like Obi. I will have done it in an organized manner. Okay, what is organized manner?
You know,
Capacity of supply.
our media houses, they are all not also helping the country. When they have the opposition with them, they don't grill the opposition. You understand? They are too lenient. They are too friendly with them. They just like a tick tack this thing. They just like friends discussing. That's what they do with them. It's only when they
That's
see.
when annoying me. No follow-up question.
No, but there's no advantage in grilling the opposition now. There's no
a lot
when
of advantage.
No. There is advantage. Let me tell you. Why are you saying this, Daru?
About from their position now for the media.
No.
Which of the people on
Let me
WhatsApp?
tell you, if you are really for the country, you know how our history, you know what we have passed through. Some people have come and give us false hope and give us campaign and give us some excuses. Now you now have some people. Now you have to ask them, what are they going to do differently and how are you going to do it? Why you now say that they shouldn't grill them? They should just say anything they like and go away with it.
Arogidigba, there is an advantage in grilling the opposition. But the question is this: when I talk or we talk about human capacity development, sometimes we think that it's just we think it's a simple thing. You know, this thing is all about competence and all about the way you see things. Because normally you bring an opposition. All the opposition is just saying, Tinubu is a thief, he's a drug addict, he didn't graduate. That's all you just need to do things. But you are not taking those opposition to policy. Okay, you say you are going to give free education. Okay, you should ask how. How are you going to raise the money? Because like when I challenge the like of Eshowore today, I will increase worker salary to 100K. The first question anybody should ask Eshowore that time is this: what's the population of government workers in Nigeria, and how much does
Is it going
Nigeria
to
make
cost
in
you?
revenue in a year?
And how
You
much is
understand?
going to cost you to do that?
Nali, it's a simple question, but sometimes they don't even know how to do all those things. But the word 100,000 is what some people want to hear. Hey, 100,000. You understand? How possible? You are making $30 million in revenue in a year. You were using $20 billion to subsidize. You were paying 18 billion to subsidize Forex too. So your expenditure of subsidy alone, not fertilizer, not all those things, you understand, is even 38 billion. And you are making 30 billion. And someone is telling you that
You are borrowing to subsidize now.
Exactly. And you are not saying you are going to increase worker salary. And people, before you know, people will start.
Ola, they are even making need to look as if Nigeria government has an unlimited resources. That's the impression that they are giving the masses.
What people don't know in that country is this now. When we are talking of even the oil producing company, we're all producing country. We are one of those people.
Look at our budget, barely 40 billion. That is pathetic.
Now, that's what I'm saying. That's the budget. That's the budget of
No,
about 2 or 3 places in America.
That is not. We cannot finance 50% of it. Too. We are still going to borrow. It's not our money. That 40 billion is not what we realize. Though.
We should be doing almost 200 billion at this point. I'm serious as a country.
Let me tell you, Ghana can even label themselves as oil producing country more than Nigeria. With their 200,000 capacity, if you divide it among their population, they are better off with their oil than Nigerian oil.
We don't pay taxes. Now they want to start taxing it. And we don't want to pay. See, but I know people that are online, they don't even pay with all the money they make from all this YouTube. They don't even pay taxes in Nigeria. They don't pay taxes.
No, if you look at our tax to revenue
It's
or
low
our tax
now.
to GDP, is like 5% now or less than that, sir.
That is too low. I know. Okay.
You know
It's
that
only
tax you are
people
talking. You know that tax you are talking about is what some people are now using as a
campaign.
weapon now to manipulate people.
So basically, no, if they win, there will be no tax. That's their own political campaign.
No, that's not even the issue. You understand? Like
No,
this
they said they want
gentleman
to use
said.
it to impoverize Nigerians more.
Exactly. You see, they are using that thing as weapon just to deceive people. Now look at it this way.
Ola. You have a building. You must insure your building. How is that impoverishing people?
I say you are not even getting it. The people they are trying to protect, they are even the one that are helping, the one that are misinforming them now to propagate that falsehood. Okay, look at it this way now. Someone is earning 1 million naira in a year, and currently they are taxing the entire 1 million, right? Now, when they now introduce, they are now saying, okay, the new tax bill, the new tax act, we first of all take 800,000 out of your money, non-taxable, so that they will not tax your first 800. They put it aside for you. So even if they are going to tax the remaining 200, they will have to look a lot of things. Probably on your 1 million in a year, maybe you won't even pay more than 10,000 tax.
He will not
Maybe
pay anything,
before,
Ola. He will not
I'm
pay
coming.
anything.
Exactly. Maybe before,
He will not pay
you were
anything because
paying.
by the time you
No.
remove,
Remember, Simba, hold on. You know they say that even that 1 million, they will still you can still remove 200K for rent too.
Exactly. That's
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
talking.
saying. Now
That's
that's why I
exactly
say he
where
will
I'm
not
going
pay
to.
anything. That's why I say he will not pay any tax.
You understand? So at the end of the day, you that you are earning 1 to 1.2 million, you might end up paying nothing.
Nothing.
Now, maybe as of now, you are paying like 200,000 in a year. But you see, the person that is earning that 1.2 million, they are even the one you are seeing jumping up and down everywhere. They want to tax the poor people. They want to tax this thing. The question is this:
Ola, sorry. Exactly. The civil servant, they are the ones that are supposed to even be jubilating. Because as far as I'm
exactly what I'm
concerned,
saying.
it is tantamount to increment in salary for them.
Exactly. You are talking. That is exactly what we are saying. Now, not because these people, they tax the poor people. Now, you see someone that has no motorcycle, it be jumping up and down, talking of subsidy. How much they are selling liter, all this. You don't even know what you are fighting for. Meanwhile, the like of Dino Melaye, Dino Melaye is my good example. That with all his cars, we'll be telling you that he's paying like 120,000. Right? The new bill will be making that guy, for example, be paying 10 million in a year. So when people like that, when they go to the media and blow different grammar, you start hailing them just because you don't like Tinubu. You don't like Tinubu to the extent that you don't even know when you are injuring yourself. So you don't even know when you are talking against yourself just because of a single hatred that you cannot explain. The new tax bill is actually making many civil servants become richer. It is said that you have more income to you, but it's making your bosses that will be oppressing you with holiday in America, going to this. So it's making them now to be more responsible to pay tax they are not paying before. So that at the end of the day, by the time they pay normal tax, everybody, the guy will be a little bit close. You close the gap, and you can redirect the money to social infrastructure like
Mr.
road.
Ola, even that new tax bill is not even as progressive as people try to make it out as. It's not particularly very progressive. It is nothing.
No, when you let the poor breathe, that's the definition of the new tax act. But unfortunately, people is more of when you play the story of alphabet to them, all they want to know is Lagos is making 100 billion a month, and Tinubu alone is
it is that Lagos. If they are so fixated on Lagos, I'm like, look at your own state. Like I've asked people about all these things. Okay, what about your own governor? They keep quiet. Like you just want to talk about Abuja and Lagos. Like what about your own state?
That's exactly
What is their
what we're
tax
saying.
policy over there? Any tax about
BT, that was a time they posted one terrible road in Ogun State. And I look at them, I said, so there's no road like this in your own state. Why are you not focusing on your own problem? Those are the people that
you know what?
Ola say we should be identify their.
Do you know what? Do you know what?
Simba, don't come here.
We in Ogun thank them for doing that. Because guess what happens, Simba? Governor is actually facing the road now. So at least we put pressure on our government to do something. What about them? That's my point. But that pressure came from the people from his own state. Is my point, Arrow.
Generally, let me tell you this. Generally, I don't think there's any governor that has any excuse not to perform in this dispensation.
They are getting almost 4 times or what they're getting before. They're getting more money now than ever before in the history of Nigeria. Okay, what was the excuse now?
You know, one thing is this: eventually, they will be forced to perform. Because how do I mean that they be forced to perform is this? I expect, except those people that are handling Tinubu are very dumb. And I believe they are not dumb, to be honest. I believe that most of Tinubu achievements they are keeping in for now. You see, by the time it comes to that time of campaign, some of these things will go against those people that are not performing. Yayi now, for example, Yayi has exposed a lot of people like Dino Belaye and all those people, Amino, all those people that served in the National Assembly before. You understand? Including David Mark.
I'm like,
including David Mark of
to do all these things. Like, I don't know where it's getting the funding from, but
I have one Benue guy here. He's listening to you.
I don't even care if I need to get that money. Because if a leader like that could lobby to the extent that thing, I was just know, is this audio? I started investigating. I was like, You know, I didn't even know when I started shouting, Senator, how? You understand? But then,
you know that there was one senator. Is it Niger State or Kaduna State that gave scholarship for students to go abroad? Not even all these Eastern Europe countries. I think to UK, to all these Western world, to go and study engineering, medicine, and all those things now.
And all these things that they're building in Ogun West, all these Songo Taro, Doju, is going to benefit Yagi now.
You know, when I look at that and I started evaluating Dino Meledin, honestly, if I have my way, the next time Dino Melaye enter America, if I have my way, I'm just saying though, if I had my way, he'll be having issue with money laundering because he has to explain his sweat. There are some words you have to explain in that country.
He made the money from McDonald's.
Which McDonald's?
McDonald's franchise. You should name the state. You should name the state where it's franchising, so we can go and we can.
When I did my MBA, we were looking at getting. Some guys were looking at getting McDonald's franchise or Tim Hortons or Starbucks. You understand? But you know when you are doing all those things like that, now you just have to look at, okay, we look at this, are these people really making that money? We discover that they don't really make that money because you start when you want to do something in your business, they start telling you, hey, listen, this is our business. You go that franchise, but the owner of the franchise will be telling you cannot do this, you cannot do that. It's our business.
And they will tell you where to upgrade your shop. So if your shop is getting old, they will tell you have to go and borrow money from the bank to go and do update.
There are no money in all those businesses like some people are telling us. They are liars. They are liars because if there are monies, ask yourself, why will you own a Timothy now? You now run it. You have a Starbucks shop. You run it for like 5 years. When you are in a hurry to sell the franchise to another person, you look at your lifestyle. They look at where you are living. You are not really making much. You understand? So the thing is, it's just like when people were telling me that Uber used to make money. I enter Uber. Oh my goodness! I ran Uber for good 1 year. I regretted entering it because, and someone was still telling my wife that last year I made 70,000. I quickly ran to my friend, and that my friend say, Baba, someone said he made 70,000. That guy was now mocking me, saying, you met me in this business. I ran my car into, I ran my uses van. I ran my van into over 300,000. And you came and you were even using the analytics. You were even telling me where to position myself in this city. He said, the guy now mocked me, said, if someone is still telling you this story, then, Baba, you are not serious. That's what he told me. So the thing is this, from outside, you look at lies. People tell lies about business. You understand? But when you enter into that business, oh boy, like someone telling me that the person was working in the warehouse, so he told me that in and a brother bought 2 houses, 800,000 cash. You understand? I was almost becoming stupid to believe that person until one guy say, he said, guy, don't tell me you believe that guy. He said, no, be this work we did for this warehouse. How much in the end? How early? When you go get that thing? He said, no, be this guy where they cry when they don't give him a shift during the Christmas. So the thing is, the like of Dino Benaye, that franchise.
We have seen a lot of that now from people abroad that they will go after 2 years, they will be posting video that come and see the house that we bought, to come and see the motor.
Now stealing that they do, because me, I run my own business. I run my own business, and I have additional 2 trade name under my business. So the thing is this: it is easier for someone to come here and make mouth. You understand? Yeah, some people are making that money, but when you see some people net worth, it's negative because it is very easy. As I'm here today, I can write a document and present to the government and accept 500,000 within the next 2 months. The question is this: when I start driving the latest BMW, everything, by the time you do my net worth, maybe I'm like minus $700,000, for example. What does that tell you? That means that if they want to take over my assets, liquidate everything, that I'm left with nothing but debt of 700,000. So when you see how people behave, and when people come out to lie for validation, you understand? Yeah, some people are making it. We have doctors, we have data engineers, we have some people that are making money. But I can tell you categorically, people that are making it, they are not up to 20, they are not up to 30%. But those people that are out to cry for validation, they are more than those people making it. Even those people that are making it, they won't come out and tell you. They will not come out and tell you. But those that are not making it, they are the loudest. They are louder than everybody. So the like of Dino Melaye actually need to explain how it makes money. And America, where Donald Trump is, they are culprit. They are the one that kind of guy. A person like Dino Melaye is a person that they are supposed to bring to Nigeria.
But all those cars in his yard, they will they will just be there, and because car is not even an asset now. Because I'm very sure that most of them are outdated now. Because you will have new.
Simba, me, I like cars, and I understand the exotic cars and understand the values
The
for
beauty
exotic
of a
cars.
car is you can be,
But
if you have like one or two, you change it, you change.
we don't have the car culture in Nigeria to support the cars he owns. No, there's no resale value in a lot of cars, a lot of high-end cars in Nigeria. Because most Nigerians want to buy a high-end car new. If I'm wealthy, I want to buy a high-end car new. I don't want to buy someone else's used Lamborghini. No, I want to buy my own brand new Lamborghini new, so that I can say that I went to buy my Lamborghini from dealership or Shara, brand new, terrible. The resale value for high-end cars is not that much. And look at Europe, this part of the world, you lose 30%. Those cars lose 30% in the first 5 years on average. You buy a brand new Cullinan these days, what, $300,000, $400,000. In 3-4 years, it's lost about a quarter of its value. You give me €50,000 now. You give me £50,000. I'll go out there and I can buy you a Rolls Royce Phantom. I can buy a Rolls Royce Phantom, maybe what, 2010, 2011, £50,000. Brand new off of Rolls Royce there when it came out. You're looking at a $250,000. I'll buy you a 2014 Reg Mulsanne for what, 60,000 pounds. Likewise, you're looking brand new, looking at what, 200,000 pounds. We don't have a resale value. So, well, at the end of the day, the way he made his money is, I don't know how he's made his money, because he's not the only senator. But I don't know if other senators that saw that. Well, then again, I
Okay,
don't know.
Arrow, the bigger point of misinformation, because this Taiwo Oyedele has been on every platform explaining these things. You see that they don't make use of the local radios or speak to Nigeria in language that they really understand, like using the local radio or other avenues to get to them. Because this guy has done everything to explain this tax bill to the average Nigerian, and for some reason, it's like it's not getting through. We get it, but they don't. So I don't know
They
how
got
else.
Aro, I mean, I said Aro, sorry, BT. They know what they are doing. All those videos that you are seeing online, it's a deliberate thing. They are just using it for campaign purpose. Forget about it. There is nothing. What is not there? What is there for them not to understand? There's nothing there now. They just do. They just want to be misleading Nigerians and average gullible Nigerians about the whole situation, and that's what they want to achieve.
I will tell you something, Babati. You see, some people they are skilled in manipulation. So I have one old school guys. This guy will be telling you the guy is an activist. The guy will be telling you, I'm not tribalistic, I'm neutral, I don't support any political party. Okay. You know, when someone paint that picture for a very long time, you tend to believe him. But when these guys start saying everything, by the time you pick 1 + 2 + 3, it's not mentioning Obi directly. You will know that he is speaking for Obi. And before you know, people will be panning towards Obi. So when he tried that kind of thing with me, I put him on logic table. I said, look, you are not talking to a machine, all intelligent machine. You are talking to a human being. Even if you are not saying something explicitly, I know what you are doing implicitly. So you are doing social engineering on me. You are engineering my mind. So by the time the thing will land, I will know where you are going to. Like Simba said, this thing that you see, those people that go online, some of them are sponsored agents. Some of them, they be tamper with them socially. That the thing is this, they are more emotional. And fortunately, they are good talkers. So by the time they come, they carry a lot of people along. And they have this weapon of blackmailing you. By the time you tell them, okay, what these guys are doing is at macro level, they'll be telling you that one we want shop. What are we benefiting? You just be talking of macro. It got to a stage. I said, okay, I know that you are very smart, but you think you can manipulate me, and I will tell you how you are benefiting. Unfortunately, those people benefiting, they are not coming out. Student loan. As a student loan, if about 500 people take student loan, 500 people are not the one that are impacted. If we go by the policy of 4 children in a family in Nigeria, so that means that every family will be 6 in Nigeria, 6 members. I said, do you know the implication? Now multiply 500 by 6. That student loan, 400 people, about 500 people collected it too. But in the real sense, when you look at average family, use that logic, that's 300 million people impacted. Where is that money coming from? The money collected from all those people that the money recovered, and part of the money from subsidy. Now, probably those people will have dropped out of school. You mess up their future. But those people now, they are getting that in their schooling now. And people are saying, what impact? So you can as well give those people rice and beans and let them eat rice and beans today, and let them be ruined in the future, because everything is rice and beans. And you think by the time you are talking to me that Abin power I think you will now blackmail me emotionally. I say I'll be shaking so that if I talk now, people will now say this guy is insensitive. I said, no, I've managed, I've grown up to the extent that I can decipher, I can sense emotional blackmail. That's why I will stand with them there and say, look, I'm not one of your victims. Go to your victim and talk to them. The question is this: explain to me if 3 million people are not feeling the impact of student loan. Let's start with. I don't want to talk of those people that are working on Lagos Calabar. I don't want to talk to people that are working on airport projects and some of those ongoing projects in the country. If you don't know, I don't want to talk about people that are working directly with Dangote refinery and those people that are indirectly working with Dangote refinery. So when you look at some impact in that country that you say you are not feeling impact, you are feeling it. But your problem is you want to go and buy Congo of rice for 10 naira. That is the everything you understand about economy. And your Congo of rice is you'll be talking about, since you've been eating that your Congo of rice for 10 naira, the life expectancy in Nigeria is say about between 52 and 54. What's responsible for that? You don't have good health care, no hospital. Because of what? The money that is meant for subsidy, you are giving it to the elite, all those forest merchants and these people. So where will they build hospital for you? So if you cannot sense that, you want good road, the money you are supposed to reserve for good road is going to individual as subsidy. I said the elites are looting, but you think just because someone is coming to you with a cheap statement that it being power, and you go to them and you do not sit down and think about this thing. In your family, you are 6, only one person is working. Why are others not working? Just because of this your subsidy you are talking about. Because there's no money to build something, to build infrastructure for someone to invest in the economy. So everybody, including extended family, maybe extended family of let's say 30, they are depending on one person. What do you think is responsible? It's part of this mismanagement. So if the economy is all about rice and beans, how is that different when you have only one person working and about 30 people depending on that person? How is that one different from a food system that we are saying we want to fight against? You understand? Only one person is making it, and about 30 people they will kill just because you must pay subsidy, and you are not looking at what that subsidy is taking away from you. So those people they know, but just because they have to serve their paymaster, and these people we are talking about, they are good communicator. So because they are good communicator, if you don't have those people that can fight them back, they will win a lot of so. That is why that when you see people countering some people, they turn into agidi, they start fighting you immediately. Once you can match once you can match the explanation with a better and reasonable explanation, they just turn to agidi. You understand? People are telling you no, but you can't see the benefit of subsidy. Yeah, you may not see the full benefit. Go to your governor, but student loan today is one of the benefits. So to me, yeah, it's not as if they don't know, but people will only listen to whatever they want to listen to. That's just the point there.
I think it's also I think the last elections were the nature of the last elections. It reminds me of the Brexit conversation. There was people abandoned logic, and because people abandoned logic, and because of the nature of how the current incumbent won the elections against the run of play, against the machinations of so many different political interests, they wouldn't let go of that.
I will tell you of a scenario, and you see those people that get themselves involved in all this high caliber manipulation. That election we are talking about. There's this professor of law. There's this professor of law, a well-known person, and they call him a constitutional lawyer. If you see what he was talking about, that 2/3 of that 25% of Abuja, that was saying it like this is a professor of law. You know when it's a professor
I know the person you are speaking about.
You know the danger. You know the danger now. This is a person
that's meant to be informed.
That teaches students.
Yes.
That we are going to produce a lot of lawyers. And we see all these people self-made activists on social media, on Twitter, as they will be justifying. Supreme Court, no, one appeal court, if I remember, in 2025, said Abuja should be treated as the 37th state. And the Supreme Court upheld that Abuja has no special status. So when you are considering the state the state the number of states in Nigeria, when Abuja needs to, you have to make that Abuja 27th of it, 37th. So if someone meets to third of the entire, you meet it, but a lawyer and a son trying to make Abuja a super state that can override a professor of law. Then,
in fact, if I want to win any election, the only thing I have to do is to secure Abuja now. I can even just not even campaign in all the other 36 states. Just go and campaign in Abuja using that logic.
Exactly. Now, not only that 2005, and there are about 3 or 4 judgments after that they reference the same thing, but just 2023 that. So we have to change that law now, just because Abuja we have to be. And you see what we're saying. So those are the caliber of people. You're a professor of law and an elite that will speak and will mislead people. This is a reputable lawyer. He has
I know the person you're speaking about.
So
he's a senior advocate.
I asked ChatGPT to give me an estimate of how many jobs will be created by this new tax law, and it said half a million jobs from tax filing and everything. Companies that will be created. So you just have 500,000 people preparing taxes every year.
Even I'm an accountant and I have my accounting certificates and whatnot. I'll go and register. I'll go and start an accountancy firm.
I told Patoski something. You understand, and it's slowing down. Maybe if I see someone that we work with, maybe I will do. You know, immediately this taxation come, I say, okay. I say, now this is an opportunity for anybody that knows how to develop solution, to develop bookkeeping software and accounting software. If you get that in certified, it's very good. That means that it's just a matter of time. Maybe in the next 20,
everybody can do their tax returns at the end of the year using that platform. Yes,
exactly. You start filing your tax. Because to me, I'm seeing opportunity, because I told my classmates, you understand, my undergrad classmates, say, okay, look, when people sit down here and you start criticizing government, you know what I will rather do? I will look for, okay, who know APC? Okay, you know APC. Joe, do you know Tinubu? I will start looking for opportunities rather than just sit down and call myself a graduate and I criticize everything. The only thing I can criticize is security. And you will know I'll be consistent with this thing. During Buhari period, it's only security and economy I criticize. Nothing more than that. Any other thing than politics, that's not my business. So the thing is, there are opportunities, but it's unfortunate that people cannot see. When you see tax, you know, even 500,000 that Babati mentioned is talking of something direct, because you are assuming that, okay, you will have many tax accountants that will be dealing with people. That's what you are looking at. Maybe some people will produce the software. Some people will help you produce hardware now.
Ola, you make a very good point, because I looked at the breakdown to consider. You must then have payroll experts, that's where software engineering, educators, trainers, auditors, help desk, and corporate taxes will be different from. I mean, this is a huge industry that you just created.
I'm telling you. So people are not looking at all those things. They focus on criticism alone. Like, okay,
BT, are you aware of the new insurance law as well?
Yeah, for the housing thing, are we?
No, insurance. There's a national insurance law now.
That you must
all that third party fire and theft. No, comprehensive. If you have a company, if you have a business, you have to have full insurance cover. All that one, you be running restaurant, you don't have insurance.
Thank God.
they can start telling them to go and build bathroom now.
House insurance is now mandatory. Car insurance is now mandatory from 2026.
And that is job creation right there. Opportunity that is creating now. You know what?
See,
this reminds me of. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of what happened when MTFS came out. When we started building all those small shops. You know those kiosks that people started having.
Those kiosks.
You're gonna have tons of this around the place. You're gonna have this.
You see, when this guy said he was going to make Nigeria $1 trillion economy. To be honest, in fairness, most of us, myself, I was confused. I was thinking, how will he just rebase the undeclared sector, maybe informal sector, all those stuff? But now I now realize, most of the things they do here that they don't do in Nigeria are the thing keeping us backward. Now, how did Nigeria banking industry develop to start with? You just capitalize. See, the capitalization goes beyond the banking itself. What happened? They started buying ATM. They started buying POS. Oh, we are supposed to be supporting this offsite with GPRS, all those stuff. They started having. So the thing just created, it escalated. Software developers, hardware developers, those people that want to create this data center, a lot of escalations.
Even the fintech you have these days, even not for the capitalization, all this fintech will not come up.
Now, many people that are speaking grammar today, if not because of those policies, some of them will not even get job to even come to the internet. People cannot really comprehend all this thing, but just because I'm fortunate now that I got a job now, I start speaking grammar. Many of us cannot even comprehend how did that job even come about before we got the job. That's what people are not getting. So when you see, because this is the first person, and one thing that Tinubu is doing is so focused on rejigging that economy to the extent that anybody that behaves like Tinubu is telling you that I don't even care about the second term. But he doesn't care about that second term. It's a potent one because you are concentrating on the economy. Because by the time that second time is coming, by the time they roll out that achievement, only those people that are deceiving themselves that they want to believe we still not want to believe. Just like Fashola then. When Fashola was brutal, creating clean up Lagos, everybody say, this man is not coming back. Those people that said Fashola was not coming back, they were the one even at that police station say, we go Tatan here, we want to, we like to see that.
Allah, do you know what's funny? I'm looking to Twitter. People are already advertising tax preparation training. They already. They are very proactive. They know, they've already seen what we're seeing. They know where this is going.
No. The problem of those people is this: they are silent people that they don't talk. They just allow these people that are running mouth to run. People like us, what we are just doing is we are just correcting the wrong message spreading around. I can tell you there are some people that try to engage me and engineer me on our school platform. But when they know that, I did stubborn now, I did student, I do student, listen when I did school. So, I did stubborn small. You understand? When they push and push, I told that one guy, I said, look, will I look like a kid to you? You are using social engineering skill just to capture my mind ahead. I said, it's not going to work. So don't waste your time. So the thing is this, those people, the people that are benefiting, that know this economy is working, they don't talk. They don't talk. They'll be making their money quietly. But when it's come to that time of election, oh boy, they will come out. They don't have energy to do all this thing we are doing, though. They will wait for the net, like 6 months of that time. You will start seeing stories. You will start seeing a lot of things. You will start seeing testimony. That's who they are. So to me, I told people, airport rebuilding is an opportunity. Lagos Sokoto superhighway, opportunity. I have a friend before this Ambody scatter everything. This Lagos direct labor, what they call it. The guy bought 2 tippers for them. This guy, now the same electrical he did. The guy bought them 2 tipper, and the guy survived through those tipper. And before you know, the guy graduated into doing some kind of electrical installations along. You know, from tipper, when he was comfortable, bought a very good car, looking nice, and started presenting himself, doing electrical installation for banks, where the government house comes into it, we do everything. Those guys, they will not come here and talk. They won't come here and talk. But when you engage them, we tell you, say, look, I'm not stupid. I know what I know how my economy was during Buhari. I know how it was during Obasanjo, and I know how what my economy is now during Tinubu. I have an in-law that is into mining. Oh my goodness! Within the last 2 months, within the last 2 years, bàbá ẹ̀ ti lówó dànù because in-law mi ló jù mí lọ, but àbúrò mi ló fẹ́. Ó ti ní owó dànù. Ilé tó fà lẹ́nu ọdún méjì lásán, just because he was able to get license. A license that he could not get before. Now, when they talk of Tinubu, we say, brother, you just have time. I keep telling him it's not because I have time, because I don't want what happened to Jonathan that brought Buhari to happen. He said, brother, why are you worrying yourself?
So
Tinubu will do second time.
Is it our duty to then get in touch with people that we know back home to key into these things early? Any shape will, because some people, like you said, they are going to see this opportunity early and keep into on the complaint. They're gonna do the needful. But others will just complain. Like people will come in and tell you, oh, the loan is lamba, it's fake. But people are getting the student loans, and because you don't pay attention, you miss the opportunities.
Let me tell you one funny story. Even this one it's not as if it's not learned. This one is even has master's degree in law, and that happened to be my cousin. And I keep saying something funny here. You understand? I will be saying, I want to see that my member of extended family that we vote for Obi. You understand? It's not a threat, because if we have some explanation to do, just because this is just the logic. I would say during Obasanjo, for example, my economy was okay and everything went smoothly. But when Yar'Adua came, the economy was still okay, but things was about shaky. Now, maybe if I was in Nigeria during Buhari period, maybe my economy would have just collapsed. I won't be able to respond to anybody.
Why did you jump Jonathan?
Jonathan. And because I believe that Buhari was the worst of it, because I believe that middle class crashed under Buhari. But the point is this. Now, maybe under Buhari now, I was unable to support members of the family. This is just an hypothetical situation. So, you saw progress. I was able to support you during all those regimes. And now a regime came, and I crashed my means of supporting you. Now, you are doing well under Tinubu now. Why do you want to jump into uncertainty when you know that Tinubu era just actually help your economy to grow? So why do you want to jump into uncertainty? That's the basis. Because when you look at it this way, the guy, a lawyer, master degree, he has master degree. So there's no way you will say a lawyer is not enlightened. But let me tell you one thing. It is not about academics sometimes. It's all about information. And it's about mindset. When I keep telling people, say, all this mindset of one cool be very careful. They may be saying that thing may be true, but forget about it. Sometimes it can be manipulative. One cool to you will be a cool. I say it just because you are not you are not smart. That's why you think will be a cool. You have a share in the company. You have family members there. Maybe your family members, you have about 20 family members that bought stock. I say, okay, you say now you are now quitting your own this thing. But your family is still there. You now carry the state money and you put in that company. And the share of that company grow. If a member of your family, if the value of that share before was like 2 million, and the share now grow by another, let's say 200%. Your family member quickly sold like 1 million. You understand? Cashing out 6 million. At least your member of family, the money is within your family. But when you code, yeah, you save the money. Oh my goodness. The money that was supposed to develop infrastructure. But the only thing that guy didn't do is he didn't dip money and pick the money immediately and put in his own pocket. But he used the money to manipulate his stock so that his family member could
You
make money.
know, Ola, where did you even see any government saying they are saving money?
In the developing economy,
Even in the developed economy, all of them they have debts. They
I'm
rather
just
borrow
telling
than
you.
to save.
No.
So basically, Ola, the man was collecting interest on state funds.
The guy made money. People are just deceiving themselves.
And BT, let me tell you, Ola, sorry, let me tell you what people used to do. I remember I will not mention the state because if I mention it, people can link it. They can link it to me. You know, we have this guy who happened to be the younger brother to the first lady of that state, and he was working in one of the commercial bank in Nigeria. Do you know that by virtue of his position as the younger brother of the first lady, they moved the account of the state to that bank? Do you know what it means? Not to even invest the money in that bank. Do you know what it means for the account of the whole state to be in the bank?
The monthly interest is no longer gone.
We are talking about billions that will be entering that bank every month. Billions.
Exactly. So when people start giving all this kind of a fine story of how these guys save money, this thing is logical now. Okay, people want to accuse Tinubu today. Like I keep saying, I'm not a champion of someone is clean. Even if you want to say Tinubu is taking money, the question today is that you've not even been able to prosecute and sentence this guy. Now you are talking of Alpha Beta. Whether it's making money from that place, but the question is this: you cannot get the record of where this guy dipped and into that purse. That is exactly what Obi did. Obi did not necessarily take any money from the state government. So if you send EFCC from now to tomorrow, you won't get anything because Obi is not as stupid as Ibori. Ibori was learning, but you use the resources of the state to manipulate the stock of your company. You use that thing to support your family business. And you are here, sir, I didn't do anything wrong. I saved money. Of course.
Do you know people go to jail in America for that? Do you know people go to jail in America for that?
Of course, yes.
You do that in America, go to jail straight.
Timmy and lady that Obiano mentioned, you understand? It's even enough to even go to jail. But
and you know, Ola, on this like a forum, Obi actually bragged that there was nothing wrong in investing state funds in private business. I could not believe what I was hearing, and he was saying it like on a forum that yes, he invested the money in state business. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because he knows that the Nigerian laws and the regulator are not strong enough to come after him. Yeah, he knows it's criminal, but he knows the regulators are not strong enough to come after him. That's why.
But it was,
I think he also knows that because the political nature of Nigeria, that the regulators, even if they had all the facts, wouldn't come after him because of the political outlook.
You see what Obi did. You understand? That guy is not dumb. You understand? That guy is not dumb, but he may not have capacity to manage his state. I believe he's being overrated. Because why I say it's not dumb is this: for you to even when people are saying Buhari, he was honest, all those kind of story. I once said it because maybe the guy doesn't even have that mental capacity to start with. Because for you to be a crook, to even steal money from the government, you have to have that mental capacity. just like an hacker now. If an hacker does not know anything about the system, you don't just go and hack into that system. You understand? That means a good person that will not hack into a system is also as brilliant as someone that can hack into a system too. So for Tinubu for Buhari not to steal money, it could be a mental issue, mental capacity issue, not necessarily being honest. So Obi managed to do a lot of shady things, and people are clapping for him, and people are promoting him. You understand? Maybe I may not have problem with the like of Aisha, Yesufu, and co, because they are looking for backdoor to get into power. That is understandable. They will do everything. I may not have serious issue with the like of this guy in Arise. You understand? This animal anatomy or animal science guy in this thing, Rufai. Those guys may be looking at their own way of getting into politics, and they just have to look at, okay, going with Obi might be some kind of a low entry barrier, because if you are joining APC, it might be difficult for you. So those guys,
Ola is seeing the kind of life Abati is living now. So you think he's dumb? He doesn't want same kind of life.
you understand?
So if Peter Obi wins, you think they're going to pick Rufai Oseni to be a spokesperson?
Well, yeah, you go same way like Reno and Adeyanju now. You get a nice presidency appointment. Without a doubt, I have no doubt about that.
Let me tell you something, Babati. If I want to join politics today, now, if I really want to eat it, let me be honest with you. If I was in Nigeria as I speak, I would probably join either APC or PDP. But now that I've been out of Nigeria for a very long time, if I want to join, I will go and join maybe like Prince Adewole's party, like Shore party, where I can make noise that they will easily see me shouting. But the motive, you are seeing me as someone that will be coming to liberate you. But my motive is all about how I'm going to survive. You understand? That is why you see the like of Yesufu. Now, look at what they are doing. When you go to their X account, these people, they have at least 1 million followers. Do you know what that 1 million followers give them every month? If they pander to all those opposition, the accounts are likely to stay there because they look at them that, okay, these people are speaking, they are supporting. But if you belong to the major party, people may start writing to be flagging you, all those stuff. So ask me, did I see the like of Aisha Yesufu as someone that has something to offer positively to everyone? No, I'm seeing her as a businesswoman. All those obedient that you see that they are telling stories, do I see them as someone that, no, they are business people. But it is a complex situation for people to actually look at. But when you look at how they position themselves, you start looking, okay, they're talking of Kanu now. For example, Asai Yesufu spoke about Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? As people be spoken about Nnamdi Kanu. And look at this guy that called that YouTuber, that one in Great Britain. You will see everything because he knows that if he supports Tinubu, he might not. If he goes towards Tinubu, he might not even get money again. So he has to go towards where his income is coming from. Just like when we are doing Yoruba Nation now, many people jump into Yoruba Nation not just because they wanted Yoruba Nation, because they saw that as an opportunity to make money. That is why you find out that the little contribution, they started fighting. They started calling themselves out. That already will tell you about the intention. If you want to know the intention among disobedient today now, just give them little cash. Give them little cash, and you see drama. So to me, I keep telling people that forget about this story about I will fight corruption. Nothing like you can't fight corruption in Nigeria. Sorry. When I say you can't fight corruption, I mean that you send police after people or do stuff. And no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. But the way to fight corruption is this. What's the source of that corruption? Take it away. Okay. Fuel subsidy is the reason that our local refinery was not developing. We are importing gasoline, everything. Now, what do? You take it away. But take that subsidy away, what happened? Dangote call me. Bua is going there. Maybe before we know, about 4 or 5 others will join. Maybe we have 8 people playing there. You understand? There'll be no need for subsidy again because those people that were supposed to be collecting subsidy, they are already making their money in a better way. They have infrastructure to protect. So the job you exported overseas before is coming back home. On petroleum products alone, there are more than 100 byproducts you can get there. From there, you have something for plastic. From there, you have something for foam. From there, you have fertilizer. For them, you have bitumen. You have a lot of things. You understand? To get from that place. But what were we getting from it before? Only gasoline and diesel. And ask people a simple question. They've removed subsidy from diesel for how many years? Nobody heard anything. Nobody protested. You understand? But when it comes to gasoline, why? They have to fight. So to me, anybody that really wants to analyze Tinubu policy, that is sincere with himself, we look at it from that macro. If you pick it one after the other, then we start telling you how people are benefiting. But unfortunately, people that are benefiting, they are not coming out to talk. They are silent. I mean, how many people with student loan have come out to say, look, I've taken all those things? And from the fact and figure from, ask anybody you know in those public universities, they will tell you.
Did you know, years back, there were reports that there were deliberate attempts that even universities in the East were not registering their students for the loans. You remember that report that came out that they had literally sabotaged their own students against.
I heard about that. Yes, I
That,
don't know if it was
that is
deliberate, but
terrible.
I heard that the universities weren't complying with what they needed to get their students
So you
to
can't
make it
hate,
possible for their students to apply.
but you can't. How can you hate Tinubu to the detriment of your own people, of your own students? That's a new level right there. I wrote that. We never really talked about it, but I
I
saw
heard
that.
of that report as well. Yeah, the East was so largely like compared to the other. I think North Central, Northwest, Northeast, Southwest. They're drawn down tens of millions, hundreds of millions of naira, and the Southeast was very far behind. Like at the stage, none of the Southeast institutions had done what they needed. They had to do some things, some regulatory stuff, so that they could actually be able to, so the students could actually apply for the loans, and the universities failed to do that. Yeah.
Anyways, Aro, I'm glad you're here because I have to ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
You know, so this ordering Alaafin to shift seat key chief Gbenadian Lejoko here. You did the video here.
I've not seen it, but I saw the alarm being
Oh
set.
my!
I saw that I saw that it went to the Grenadians. I think about 80th birthday, was it? It'd be
Oh
about
my
80 or 90.
God! Can
So,
we?
but I saw a picture of him sitting on a big throne. Is
No,
that it?
no. They were. I think they were in church or something. They sat
Okay?
down, and apparently, because of the entourage of the Grenadian thing and his gown, right? They can't just walk past. So the not even the king, not even the Grenadian, his boy just told the life to shift Komoko or something. And he stood up and like they made him look. He looked small.
He is
He,
small.
he didn't look royal or anything at all.
He's a nobody.
But there's a way of your boy should have gone before you, prepared the seat for you, make sure that everything was okay.
But you see, the problem with him is he was just
He
some
wants to be on
engineer.
it so bad. He just
Yeah, but the guy was just some engineer working in Canada, just struggling like you and I. His face and his wife too is just doing anyhow. So he's not refined. He knows nothing about royalty. He knows nothing about
He's struggling.
refinements.
He needs somebody to help him. He's struggling.
And then you have the people like Al Maruf in wherever he is in America. Your friend Al Maruf is telling him what to do. So I mean, what do you expect?
That was embarrassing. Like
he is an embarrassment.
He was just sick. And even
don't worry, or your state Ladoja by next week or the week after, Ladoja will come the governor.
But he's not comfortable in his skin. Maybe just me. He's nervous or just it's not like relaxed like a king. It's like uncomfortable somehow in a public setting. Does not have the aura of a king. If you know what I'm saying.
Oh, I get absolutely what you're saying, and I agree with you.
Like I don't know, it's just something off.
He doesn't know what he's doing. Leave him alone. Guys, he's a non-entity.
I won't use the word non-entity. Just out of place, and he needs to stop doing me and my wife thing. That needs to stop.
They said his wife has installed a statue of Jesus Christ in front of the palace.
Oh God, yes. Now Naomi 2.12. You know that one ended.
Oh God, man, what a fellow! Well, there it is. But I know Ladoja will show him Pepe. Ladoja will become.
How old is that man now? 89.
I know Ladoja is only about 80. Ladoja can be more than 80.
You know that Ibadan system, and it's a very very.
But Ladoja is a very refined man. He's a gentleman.
Aren't you tired of every 3-4 years you gotta do this again? Like,
by God's grace, Ladoja would live long. So, but I know that they are planning to show the Oyo people. They are planning to show them.
So they have their own wahala too, have you?
No, because I think what has happened is that the Ibadan sees that the Olaf is misbehaving, and I think the Ibadan and the Ogbomoso are planning to show them Pepe. They're already saying that the Olaf cannot be the permanent chairman of the Oyo State Council of Obas. They want to be doing rotation. And Ladoja already told them that Ibadan has 16 House of State House members that they can just pass a law. So they can force a law through because 16 of the 32.
As the Alaf, these are things you have to you have gone behind the scenes and
the Alaf is messing up. He's messing up big time. And the problem he has now is the Olubadan that is going to Ladoja is a very influential person.
The former governor now, he's not like one regular guy now.
Yeah, when the Alaf became Alaf, they just sent someone to go and represent the president. The president will be at the installation of Ladoja in person.
Until announced pé Rashidi jẹ Olubadan. Everybody showed up. Who showed up for that?
Aregbe has been there the other day. Mimiko, who has not been there? Peter Obi has been there. Everybody has been there.
But nobody of significance apart from Alafin showed up.
Because the Alafin was a nobody. He was a nobody from nobody. They just brought him from Canada somewhere and they imposed him on the
even the conscience looks some. I don't know what.
And he's even when he's walking, he's a young man.
Just I don't know. Alonki Alakenle. Me and my wife. We don't do that here. They have to be showing protocol. This is the way we do things.
And now your wife comes. Let her go and sit with your Lord. Let her go and meet with your Lord wherever the Lord is. Don't tell you you have chiefs now. What do you have chiefs for? That's what you have chiefs for now. You have several chiefs in
no, even though Shango is your thing, you don't do the red. Why are your boys wearing red up and down? Say fellow Jaguni.
And the Shango that they are doing self is not the original Shango. It's just someone that
that is not the Shango thing is not meant for occasions now. You don't have your boss wearing red gown outside now. That's not.
No, you're not allowed. No, you know, only two has his own people that wear white that be
Yeah,
shouting
but
up
you
and
don't
down.
do that on Tobaja Day now.
Ọ̀ní náà ṣe ìtọ́ni náà ṣe púpọ̀ jù. Wọ́n máa pariwo bí wọ́n máa pariwo kìíní kan káàkiri. All of them are cut from the same cloth, Joe. They're all useless. I know Simba will start accusing me of being Kiloquent now.
At least one mugbo. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ fún yẹn.
Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Wẹ́mọ̀ Omugbo, Ọba Onígbó, Ọba Emir of Iwo. If not that Adeleke is useless, should that fellow still be on the throne? But you know, Adeleke are both useless.
No, Kiloveshi.
Go to Jordan, go
you know why you can't do that now.
Because Adeleke is useless. There's no know why he can't do that. Adeleke is useless. That's why.
So
he's a useless person. He's a useless governor.
And he be praise kan ló governor nísìnyí alẹ́nu àti ẹnu àkáwà.
So ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́mi lọ jẹ governor then kó tó dàrọ́ ọ̀la màtí Jordan.
I'm not kidding you. To buy the one of that for that is a prince.
Yeah, no, he's a prince.
Mo mọ̀. Orí pé ọ̀dọ́pọ̀ fẹ́ jẹ kíní jẹ̀bù yẹn orí pé kò kì í ṣe orí pé ó ti padùn ẹ̀ pé tí n bá gbọ́ páún when I want they want to make it an issue. Ó ti padùn ẹ̀ ó gbọ́ nǹkan mọ́ nísìnyí.
Ṣe bí Wàsíù lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ fi jọba.
Wàsíù no. But
BT, I will put my money on it. Wàsíù lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ fi jọba.
Ní Ìgbòho lẹ́nu ń bẹ̀ ni mò ń sọ sẹ́ culturally.
Kò fẹ́ bí Wàsíù jọba ọgbọ́n tẹ́ máa fi bí Wàsíù jọba lẹ̀ ń wá.
Lẹ́yìn plain issue yẹn ti ìpele sí yẹn mọ̀.
Ọgbọ́n tẹ́ máa fi bí Wàsíù jọba lẹ̀ ń wá. I know people.
Wàsíù ṣe ọmọ bá ní Wàsíù ni. Is it royal?
Ìjẹ́bú òun lè fi jẹ kí lóko lórí ọba akilẹ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú.
Yeah, but one need that post where you don't have to be a royal to be that. That's what I heard.
You don't have to be a royal to be olórí ọba akilẹ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú.
That's what I heard.
Ẹ̀yà ará Ìjẹ̀bú yẹn lé gan.
Okay, I'm half Ìjẹ̀bú, but that's surprising me now. I've never known him to be like royal or whatever. But my point is, Dàpọ̀ paná wàhálà Ìjẹ̀bú ọ̀ṣun Ìjẹ̀bú yẹn. He didn't make it.
So are you people going to strike off their daytoners from the royal lineage?
I know. Are you saying Wasiu is not from a royal family in Ìjẹ̀bú?
No, like royal family. Wow, royal family too. Wow. Only pele. I don't think
because I know from Ilupeju Ekiti, Wasiu mother was a princess. So from the father side too,
so it's
I think from Ekiti, Wasiu mother was a princess. Even from Ijebu too, Wasiu as royal blood too. So from both patana and matana.
But say mọ̀lẹ́bí wọn ló kàn ní. I don't know how the system is in Ijebu. Honestly, I don't know their system.
Shebi was this old man that was what's his name? Balogun. Was he not the former Olori Obo Akile Ijebu? Ṣùbọ́mi Balogun.
So you don't have to be prince to be that now.
Yeah, but does that mean that Ṣùbọ́mi wasn't a prince?
Ṣùbọ́mi is not a prince now.
Okay.
So their system must work in here 2 or 3 times. So you don't have to be a prince to be Olori Kini. So but me or Momboya.
It's like saying someone that's not a prince can become so cool in Ife.
No, yeah, they have that. But they announce anybody, no.
Wàsíù lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ fi jọba ẹ kàn dúró kó die down ni tó bá ti die down after 6 months ṣe máa.
Bóyá àwọn náà lọ ṣògo fún kó lọ ṣiṣẹ́ lórí airport fún ọmọ àjọba.
Rárá àwọn kan lọ ṣògo fún ẹ kàn dúró 6 months for you to calm down so you can announce Wàsíù as your new king. Ọba Fuji Ọba Ìjẹ̀bú. Chai, God of mercy.
Okay, so the next ruling house is Funṣegbuwa.
According
to the Funṣegbuwa is the next ruling house. The last. So they have they have 8 ruling houses. God damn. Okay, for them, okay, no. Funshek Bua, the family name that. Oh no, they have ruling house Funshek Bua, but near that Funshek Bua, they have eight. Under that banner, they have eight.
Under that banner, wọ́n máa compete pẹ̀lú ara wọn. God
Eh,
ọ̀nà. Kọ́ tó jọba, wọ́n máa kúkú gbé wọn lọ court.
owó nìyẹn máa jẹ tó bá owó àti influence nìyẹn tó bá lówó jù ní. Kí ni last name wà sí ìnà? Kí ni last name?
Kí ló máa pè dà yẹn náà? A ní fowó ṣe.
Òṣìnúgà Adékẹ́
Ó tún máa pè rẹ̀ lórúkọ kan, a ní fowó ṣe. Ó tún ní family name kan tó máa pè rẹ̀. I don't know, ló mọ ibi tó ti jáde.
Òṣìnúgà Kẹnu. I don't see that. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, ṣé àwọn ọ̀ṣunnáwọ̀ náà ń jẹ oyè?
Ṣẹ́nọ́wọ́ tún wà ṣe Olúfàdì Ẹkúndẹ̀wọ̀ Òṣìnúgà.
Olúfàdì àbí Olúfàdé?
Olúfàdì.
Okay.
Òṣìnúgà Adékẹ́nù Adébíyì àti Adébẹ̀rù àwọn ni.
Àwọn ló kàn nísìnyí.
Ló máa nọra àwọn lóògùn bẹ́ẹ̀.
One of those families, I know one of the family names that you mentioned, I won't say which.
Yeah. So they have their own.
So you are not there now, Ebiti. You two can go and contest.
No. I won't say Nike. Ọmọ obìnrin ní tiwa ní àlẹ́nu yẹn. Yàrá fi wọ́n lẹ́kùn máa ṣe tọ́fẹ́ṣe.
Come and say tọ́fẹ́ṣe, it is well. It is well. Nigeria, my country, it's quite a peculiar place. But let's see what happens in 2027. It's getting close.
People are there. All these political.
Kini Obi in Ghana right now.
I suspect that Dele Momodu invited them so that they can show up for this. So they can show up for this thing that's going on, and show and just. I guess I don't blame them. They just want to be active. They want to be. They want to be in the news. They want to be.
But why was he referring to him as a former Labour Party man? What's going on? Is it that Obi has left the party?
Know that they are trying to deceive him to leave Labour Party. I think he has already. I think they have an understanding between them at a personal level.
Arrow.
So I think the crew learning what you understanding. But
do you know? I knew once GRV said last week that he got approval from Obi to join ADC. Money okay? What's the crew here?
You know that's normal now. Before it happens all the time. Before the leader leaves, you first send these people ahead. So yes, Otikuro to Los ADC. So that is it. But I don't think he has, because the leader still has to rationalize it to his followers. Because at the end of the day, this same Obi, he called these same individuals is going to sit down with in ADC. Not to his followers.
But to back join ADC, so if you mean what you back command, VP by
what do
you mean? Once you
they've already settled him that the only path to success for all of them is for them to join together. So all of them, I think all of them already have that understanding. I won't make a come against for Tinubu unless that about shit. So that's the thing. I think all of them have that understanding. So much he agree. The only way to have one people anything money we can watch against Tinubu. So that is it. So but now he has to rationalize it to his followers. How does he rationalize it to his followers? How does a man that's already called these people a den of thieves and this and that? How would he rationalize the fact that he's still going to go and sit down with this bunch of individuals? Don't he denigrate?
That's a very good question, and that's what I really want to. I want to say the response of the obedient, not.
Well, there are some obedience that would excuse it. They'll make excuses for it. They will say this and that. But there's also people.
Not the ones from the east. The ones that are non-Easterners that have thrown Tinubu under the bus, under the disguise of being neutralized. I want to hear their own perspective when it goes to the ADC.
Well, some of them would still not, because some of them would have to see BT. You know what people do at the polling stations on election day and what they do and say online, it's different, because some people are trying to impress their friends as well. Some people are trying to impress their friends that they are obedient, whereas they are indifferent.
That's the real big deal you just mentioned, Arugidiba. Because the problem is all these political correctness people, it's all about impression, so that they will see me as being okay, being right. It's all about validation, so that they will see them as someone that is is reasonable, neutral, all those stuff.
So you think the delay is reasonable and rational?
No, let me tell you, to one extreme I went to when someone tried to manipulate me that way. I said I'm sorry to say I didn't really mean this thing to denigrate anybody or whatever. I said now political correctness, Bola Ige do, we affect him more. That political correctness. Now that political correctness AD do, that PDP capture the Southwest, except Lagos. That political correctness. So I kept telling people that the danger of this or political correctness, all those things, when they engineer you finish and you come the panda, they don't capture you. You don't do that. So it's only someone that lacks self-ego, that you cannot stand on your own. You start looking for validation. Why don't you stand for what is right, even if in the entire world is against you? You still know that no matter how, you are still protected by the system. Stand at home. Stop just because you want to make someone happy and you go against the real principle. That's someone say, yes, Southwest have done this thing is south of the east. Is that the problem we have in Nigeria? I'm not saying if I was an Igbo guy, maybe I'd be talking the same way. But the reality is, after what Buhari did, we need someone to set the country straight. And if you people are not happy.
But Ola, here's my point. If I'm wrong, you and I can correct me. I believe strongly that at the beginning of the Obi campaign, it was actually up to something. But at some point, the Apobians hijacked that movement and they turned it. I believe that Obi could have done something special. Not that it was going to win.
Yeah, well, he did something special. He got 6 million votes against the run of play.
No. I mean, in terms of building a movement that will last beyond his own time. That would be like a new Nigeria. You know, remember?
But Obi doesn't have any intentions to do a movement that doesn't benefit him.
It's like he got picked for the wrong cause. Like he just fell into it. Like it wasn't like.
I mean, he came on and he benefited from the structure that you were already established.
But I don't think he understands what is at stake, what they want him to be, and he does not want to be that thing.
Because he wants to be president. He doesn't want to be a leader.
So you can't sacrifice your own ambition for the greater good. That's the point.
Evidently, he doesn't intend to.
Because if I have if I garner 6, for 8 months to 1 year, I joined a new political party, and I was able to get 6 million votes. Came third. There's no way I'm joining anybody else. I have the momentum, I have the leverage, I have the people, I have the youth.
But he wants to be president, and he believes he's been sold the idea by the ANC people, like the Lile Momodu and co. They sold him sweet lies.
Ticket. They're not telling him. Nobody is telling him in the 80s that to come and become president. They know.
But they are telling him that after Atiku does one term, that he will become president, and he doesn't see any other avenue through which he can become president.
Atiku is not going to do one term. We both.
Yeah, me and you know that, but Obi doesn't seem to understand that. And you are not in the meetings when they are convincing him that Atiku is only going to do one term. Me and you understand it from a distance. He's a desperate politician. We are not desperate politicians.
And he's going to find.
We are rational. He's not rational because he's only seen what he wants.
He's going to convince 6 million people to come out again. So let me get this. They are thinking they're going to combine their O3 numbers and they will still be there, and that's what they are thinking.
Well, evidently that's what they're thinking.
Then they are done.
Well,
They are
according
really
to you,
okay.
according to you, they are done. According to themselves, they are absolutely right. They are on the number. They are on the ball.
So they will not get 30 million votes. That's the logic.
Well, that is what they think. That's what they believe.
Okay, that's
It's
not
stupid. I know. Yes, me and you can agree that it's stupid, but that's what they think.
Didn't they run together before in 1900?
Oh, wow, they ran against Buhari, and they gave Buhari a good run for his money.
By losing. Okay, I get it.
Their conclusion is that Tinubu's numbers have decreased. That Tinubu's numbers is 8 million has decreased.
And
that he has not gained anything. And their conclusion is...
And what happened to theirs? It just
well, they believe that if they combine theirs, even with any decrease and whatnot, on average, they will still be able to get more than the 8 million.
So he didn't think that. Wait a minute.
It's a simplistic thinking, but that's what they believe.
I'm just like, if I'm like a advisor, so you're not going to win Lagos again, obviously. It's not gonna happen.
Well, according to you, nobody knows.
All the governors in the South, they are now PDP. One just came out from suspension that is kind of be toothless right now.
I want to see what happens the next 2 days to Fubara.
Yeah,
let's see.
I know. I already report this morning that Fubara canceled it was supposed to have a one-on-one interview with Arise TV. He canceled that.
He has cancelled every day. He's not doing anything with anybody.
Smart back. Now I
want state house to resume now. The more to resume then Nina. I want my impeachment impeachment straight. Look away.
Well, no. So my point is, they have Tinubu has the middle belt is going to vote for Tinubu, obviously. So I don't know exact. And I've been hearing this report. I can't confirm that it might drop Shetima for Conquest. So I've been hearing that for weeks now.
I don't know why anybody is deceiving Tinubu. He should stick with Shetima. You started with him, just finish off and just leave it at that.
I don't know.
I mean, be decent now. Don't be known to be someone that is not that is Kiloko now.
Because I think they only won one or two states in the
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The man is loyal enough to you. Stick with him.
Although that loyalty, I think that can be contested though, because when this issue of
Zulum and that idiot, that senator from that.
But that's Zulum now. You can't put it to Shetima now.
No. This is what I'm saying. The governor from your state is going after the administration, and the other guy that always wear white in the Senate. What's his name?
Ndume.
So you as a VP, it looks bad on you now. You can't control your guys.
I know, but still, I think it's something that the president can call him up and talk to him about, not have these minions going about saying that they're not.
That's not the point, Arugiriba. So if you are having that opposition, does that mean you can win? So if you are not sure that those people the vice president can secure that region for you, then you want to go for someone that can secure. It's not about loyalty now.
Yeah, but Tinubu doesn't need to dump Shetima to be able to guarantee the support from Kwankwanso. I don't think he needs to.
No, never take. See, let me tell you one thing. If Northeast was his base to get this thing before, and if that Northeast is sleeping, you go and look for where you can get your votes. You understand? You want to compensate those people that can actually get to that vote. You don't want because of loyalty, and you are not looking at the numbers. You look at the numbers. So if those two people can be a problem to your numbers there, then you want to pick someone that can give you the number.
So I'm reading that from Adela, you can come up, or you can send Adela invite. He's saying
He won't come now.
I have forced him up once. He's a very interesting guy. I forced him up here once. He's saying that apparently Shetima is opposed to the state police thing. There's no one to just control. That's why they're having their issues. Doesn't want to.
Shetima doesn't want resource control.
Doesn't want that state police is supposed to.
Really?
Yeah, that's what Delight is saying.
But all the northern governors seem to be shouting they in support of that. To the best of my knowledge, most of the northern governors want state police.
On record, I mean, but behind the scenes, only God knows what they are saying. So I think that's a good point by Delight. So I mean, which is concerning. Delight come up or come and save us. So it's coming. Okay, so it's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like it. I mean, I keep hearing about Shetima is not and this and that, but I still don't see it. So he's going to represent the president in one or two functions, and the way he speaks, it doesn't speak like someone that is, he's still locking. He's locking. I mean, he's seems to be following through with the government's policy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a Tinubu Shetima administration.
But that's where is the smoke, there's fire, right? I mean, because we keep hearing this. I mean, we've been hearing this for how many months now?
But they're being beaten, Nigeria. Sometimes they just manufacture stuff just to
Oh,
to disrupt.
I remember that comment though. You remember when he said when they asked him about that word, and he said my foot. He said that.
Yeah, my foot. Yeah, he said state police, my foot.
So, and
I know it's not restructuring my foot.
Restructuring my foot, yeah.
And
it doesn't mean that I doesn't believe in restructuring.
If you can just off your camera before you bring it up.
I too don't believe in restructuring in the same way that some people just speak about restructuring. I like restructuring. I want people to talk about restructuring.
Oh yeah, come on. You anti Shetima camp. Deola, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice talking to you guys today.
Same here, man.
Good evening, doctor. I don't know. I know you are in the United States. Oga Ola, Ekrole, sir. Yes, sir. I think Tinubu must have seen something in Shetima. That's why he's doing what he's currently doing. Because he was on record. He said restructuring my foot. So
yes.
Tinubu knows these guys, and sometimes when Tinubu is not talking or not saying anything, that guy is very smart. He knows that Shetima, after he finishes his tenure, Shetima is not to be trusted somehow. I don't know. I can't really say.
Can you speculate to what the reason might be? Do you think it's just politics to get those? Because
I think it's the politics of 2020.
The only name we have heard so far is the guy from Kano. So is the name that is coming up.
Yes. I think Baba wants to get someone that will be very strong for his second term, and it's very key for that person that will become the vice president might want to run for the presidency in 2031. So it's a very good position for any of the strong northerners. So I don't know if Kwankwaso might be able to get that position. It would be very nice if Tinubu can talk to Kwankwaso and get that position. Although Tinubu might lose some votes in the northeastern part of Nigeria due to that Shetima Wahala. So I don't know how he's going to do that because it's going to be very tough.
Okay. So if the premise is that the reason Tinubu and Shetima are not quite in agreement is because of Shetima's disposition to restructuring. There's nothing in Kwankwaso's history that shows that he's predisposed to the notion of restructuring. I don't know. Can you enlighten me?
I don't know. I don't know too. I can't. I'm just speculating. It's just speculation on my own.
I understand the Kwankwaso speculation because if you look at the way the APC have managed the party in recent months, moving Ganduje out of the way, we have some of Kwankwaso's lieutenants that have moved around in APC. And even in fact, I've heard one or two analysts say that all this Kwankwaso's posturing that is not exactly in tune with the federal government, the way the federal government are running the economy and whatnot, that's just a smoke screen.
Yeah.
He has been to visit the president more than 3 times, and they've had personal discussions, private conversations. They've moved Ganduje out of the way. The current, I believe, given Kwankwaso and the current Kano State governor, they are not absolutely on perfect terms. The current Kano State governor seems to be, moving a bit towards APC at the federal level. So yes, I can understand all this stuff, but still, I still don't see the advantage of dumping
So
Shetima.
is it more of a policy thing or just a politics thing with Kwankwaso even being in the mix?
I think it's much more politics. I mean, Kwankwaso, I think, is good for 1.5 or 1.7 million votes. And 1.5 or 1.7 million votes is something. And Kwankwaso is not particularly very divisive and he's not like an El Rufai that can lose you votes.
Because
I mean,
if you pick him, then you need Shetima to be a good sport and just
just be quiet and be a good boy.
Because if he goes nuclear, then then you defeat the purpose of picking
Exactly.
him.
It goes nuclear, it's going to take what, the 1.5 million votes of Borno State and go and give it to Atiku.
Then it will form, then so he has to be like, okay, for the good of Nigeria, blah, the usual BS now. Just make it look like it's something like that.
And if it's a situation that Tinubu does not want him to be strong enough to contest in 2031, I think we have the likes of the NSA and other individuals that would give him a good run for his money. He's not going to have a clear uncontested shot in 2031 if that's what Tinubu wants. So you don't have to dump him. You can keep him there. And you can still have Kwankwaso on side and still have Shetima on side, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Aro, I have a question for you. What is stopping Tinubu from doing restructuring? Because that's my problem now. I want that restructuring.
Okay, so me, I don't. When people say restructuring, I always want to wonder. So define restructuring? Define the elements of restructuring. Let us break it down. Let us break down the elements of our constitution that needs to be restructured.
Okay, from my own perspective, restructuring is, I believe, to be able to control your own resources.
Resource control, okay.
Yes, then you can control your police. We can do it in such a way that it will be regional. Like maybe the Western region will have a Western region police.
Okay.
Then we can have a Western region army that will contribute into the national military.
Okay.
So I think that's restructuring on my own part. Nobody will be blaming anybody. If you want, we can do train from Lagos to Kwara State. We can do anything we want within our space. We take 70% of the money generated within our space, then we just give 30% to the center. That's restructuring. Nobody will be fighting. Some people know all these issue of marginalization and
Mr. Okay, so in the last several months, we have restructured we're not even restructured. There's been an enforcement of the local government autonomy. We have seen an improvement in the enforcement of the judicial autonomy.
Yeah.
We've had the restructuring of our tax code, although we are going to see the yield of it come 2026. We already have the state police bill is in second reading. I think it's at the committee level now, and I think next would be the public, the opportunity for the general public and interest groups to contribute. So we already have some form of economic restructuring, some fiscal restructuring. I think the next thing that we can see, I think there's the Minister for Minerals, Solid Minerals, is planning to introduce a bill that would reform the extraction of solid minerals in the country, and that would also encompass security, because some of the issues around solid minerals would have to do with a lot of this banditry and a lot of the insecurity we see in some parts of the country. The experts have actually tied this to solid minerals and mining operations. So in essence, and then look at the PIB bill. The PIB bill as well is a form of restructuring.
Arrow, you have to get to the heart of this question. He is a very core conservative. He wants a 70-30 split.
Okay,
So
a 70-30 split. Yeah, well, that is we don't need to
no, because
tear up.
it was very specific. It's like he wants regional policing and he wants resource control full. It doesn't want so everything that you are saying could come.
Also, resource control. Okay, so when we say resource control, at what stage? Is it states? Is it local government?
Yeah, I think states.
States. Okay.
Yes.
So you want resource control at the state. So why if it's at the state, why can it not be at the federal government level? Because for me, if you want resource control, it's either at the local government level or nothing.
Yeah, it's going to. I think they have to do it in such a way that it will cascade from.
Because even if you have it at the
government.
states, if you have it at the states, it is still going to be open to the reality of marginalization.
Yeah,
and equity is not guaranteed. Because I think you say it as a Yoruba man.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Yoruba people forget very quickly
because that would be very Arrow. Sorry to butt you. So if you say by state, so if I'm a Yoruba person from Ibadan that comes to Lagos, how do you distinguish between that Yoruba and the other one? You're gonna have problems there. So
it's not even that. It's not even that BT. Look at the parts of the North Central. Look at other parts of the South. Look at other parts of everywhere except for the Southwest and the Southeast, where you have an homogeneous people. Even in the states that you are talking about, even look at Elisha. It was yesterday that I discovered that Elisha North and Elisha South, and that they are very vehement about it.
No, sorry, but when did I have not South in Elisha? I thought it was Elisha.
Look at Ife over there. They have Ife North or whatever, Northeast or whatever they did. And the Modakeke and Ife, they literally, do you know that Ife Modakeke dispute started over the local government creation, the creation of local government?
So, sir,
so when you talk about states, don't think that moving it from the federal government to the states would eliminate the issue of feeling marginalized. No.
Yeah, but it's
equitable distribution.
No, Arrow.
So
he wants the money first. The way
they discovered in Abeokuta South local government now.
Okay.
The people of Abeokuta South will take the lion's share. Then maybe it will be like 50-50. 50 will be taken by the local government in Abeokuta South. 50 will be remitted to the state government. So then the rest of the money will now go to the center. I don't know how they have to do it. But
well, the rest of the money, you see, for me, there's no reason for them to transfer the control of what I believe to be national assets, and more as we look at the nature of the global tendencies. A lot of the resources, these mineral resources that we have, they are. I think they are best in the control of a federal government that can manage it, and they can manage this, as national assets to the betterment. However, I believe that yes, there should be a greater distribution to the localities where the resources have been extracted. So I do not disagree with your 70-30. I don't even disagree with the 80-20. I don't even disagree with the 90-10. Let's go federal government take 10% or 50%. Let the local government where the resource is being extracted and the state where the resource is being extracted, let them benefit the lion's share of the benefits that come from the extraction, because they also suffer the consequence of the activity, of the economic activity there. I don't disagree with that, but I think looking at the tendency of we've really not seen state governors and local government chairmen manage resources effectively.
Can I also say one thing? Here's the problem. You see, I hope you were around when the issue of VAT came up, and you saw the fight that what happened.
Yeah,
it's practically impossible for Tinubu, because Tinubu cannot do that by himself. He still needs the House and to pass that law, and they're not going to pass anything that will reduce funding to their own states. So let's cross that one out. I think what is achievable is that in the part of security. Now, anybody like was talking about earlier, you have general consensus amongst the governors to pass some form of security reform. I think that is something that can be achieved during his term, but it cannot go nuclear with that 70-30 split. That is practically impossible for now. So just my own.
We're not even, BT, we're not even managing our resources very well. How much is a barrel of petrol, of crude in the
it's not
market?
person that.
Wait, look at it. BT, even look at this argument. How much is a barrel of crude on the market? What, these days, what, $80 maybe? 100 max? How much is a kilo of gold?
3,300.
And literally planes are landing in Zamfara every single day and shipping hundreds of kilograms of gold, taking it to Dubai. And the federal government and the states and the people are not benefiting from it. There's not a single state in this country that doesn't have something of great value. We have lithium in Nasarawa.
So, sir, there's no
to be frank, don't let anybody. All this resource control is because the idea that our oil, our this, our that. There's not a single place where they don't have our something. If the federal government, and I always say this, if there's justice, universal justice, and the federal government can be equitable and they can do things properly and they can be transparent, and like you said, yes, there should be a greater portion of the benefits of any item that's extracted from any local government going to that particular local government and going to that particular state. The distribution should be very clear, it's very transparent, and individuals should be able to understand it and they should feel the impact of it economically in their locality. The people that live in that locality should benefit from employment. They should benefit from a better life. They should see the benefits of whatever is being extracted, mineral resources or otherwise, agricultural output. They should see the benefits in their lives, in their existence. So there should be a redistribution of wealth. We are conflicting a redistribution of wealth with resource control. Yes, I do understand that. I think the federal government need to diversify and divest themselves from some of there's too many things in the exclusive list.
But
it goes beyond the redistribution, because you see, when we say resource control, it goes beyond minerals only. You understand? The police that was mentioned the other time is critical. And why is it that police is critical? Is like we've seen the misuse of the police and the security architecture by the federal. You know, when I was saying the other time that when they said OPC was becoming a menace, you understand, OBJ crushed it, but crushed the activities. But what happened when it came to Buhari, when his people were terrorizing everybody to the point of declaring people from his ethnic group as the fourth deadliest terrorist group? What did he do? He didn't do anything. So even as at that time, when some of those guys were arrested, taken to the police station, they were set free just because everybody was afraid of Abuja. So if you control your police, that's a form of resource control. So it's beyond. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Lam, we already have a police. We already have a state police bill.
But nobody knows the structure. What are they going to be? What would be their role in police? Like between the first?
Can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you, Remy.
Okay.
So you will still have the federal police in place. So nobody knows what they really plan. I
think the contentious issue is control. They are trying to find a way so that the state governor will not have absolute control over the state police. Because Nigeria.
So what's the proposal to prevent that?
So the proposal in front of them is that the state governor will nominate 3 police officers from the present federal structure police from his state, and then through the state police commission, and with the what do you call it, with the state attorney general and with the governor. The governor will now pick one. After this one, the state assembly will have to pass it to say accepted, and then the person will not be the state commissioner of police. But there are some kickback against that. They don't want any police officer from the federal structure we have now. They want the state. I think most of the state gonna want. They want to choose who's going to be the state commissioner by themselves with the state assembly. So that is the contentious issue
because
here.
they feel like that person will still be loyal to the federal government because they can
exactly. So that
but how is that possible? How can you have a commissioner of police that you want to choose yourself, which would mean that the individual doesn't have vast experience? People don't just become a commissioner of police by chance. They don't become a commissioner of police the day after they.
You can bring in a Nigerian from your state, from America, England, and the rest.
But that's it. But then again, you're bringing a Nigerian from America. He doesn't know the localities. He's been in America for the last 20 years. He's not familiar with anything.
So that is the contentious issue we have that they are trying to deal with now.
But that's still the governors trying to control the narrative.
Can I ask me a question?
Go ahead.
For the state police, are they also barring? Do they also bar anybody that if you've worked in the federal civil police service, can you also apply for the state job, or they don't?
No. According to that bill, at present now, the federal government wants to keep their own police.
Oh, they will still have that intact. You just
they don't want their police to even go to any state. So it's only that when you want to choose your state commissioner, then they want you to now choose a senior member of the federal police in your state. Pick three from the governor will pick three, and in conjunction with the state police commission, they will not give a pass to one of them, and the state assembly will not confirm that person. This also tells you, like Aroguda said, it's just an indirect way. See that those police will still be loyal to the federal government, one way or the other. So that is the contention.
They might not, because if I understand what you are saying, now you have the state police recruited by the state, right? Then you have the governor in charge, but the state assembly is confirming.
Yes.
So it simply means that if that police officer refuses to perform very well, the state can remove him. If it is
but no, the state governor can only remove the state commissioner of police through the say yes from the police service commission, and also two-thirds majority of the state assembly must also say yes.
So would the police service commission, would each state have its own police service commission, or would they still have a federal police service, or would they have a regional?
The state, not regional now. Let me tell you, they are not going to succumb to that regional. Because if you want the regional, I'm sorry, it's just a way for Nigeria to break. Because if you give all the region, the police, everything like you said before, that is you are breaking the country. But I think they are accepting to state police and maybe
Chief Reverend. So don't you because even in most countries, you will still have some form of regional collaboration amongst those police force. So you will still have some form of regional policing amongst the states for effective, because they must have laws for.
So that is why I said that the federal police will still remain.
Just to limit that. Okay, I see your point now. Okay.
So if the structure still remain, so they control the region. You just control your own state. You have the governor have a power to control to some certain extent the state commissioner of police. But at the same time, like I said, the contention is still there. How will the governor will not be using all the state commissioner of police to do their own bidding? And you know how Nigerians play their politics. So even they are going to use it, it's not going to be so dear that or maybe glaring that they are using against their opponent. But whatever the case might be, I think we really need it because a population of 200 million people and with less than 1 million police officers, it's not enough. It's not enough at all. We need it.
The way I see it, I think that sounds good to me because now what happened? Okay, now this is the power now. if you deploy federal police now to manage the state police, so the question is this: with that head of that state police will be taking order from Inspector General of Police or the state government?
No. I think what they are trying to do is just to do it a little bit way, maybe copy American system and put Nigeria whatever into it. When it comes to matter of some crime, I think probably the jurisdiction might be the regional police. I mean, the regional head will take over that one. I don't know about how they want to say this particular crime. It's the state police that can handle it. But when it goes to this, like maybe act of terrorism, or maybe some what do you call it, some crime that is so grave, maybe it's going to be the federal police that will handle it.
So Remy, since you are the spokesperson for the state now, so let's ask you more questions.
I'm not the spokesperson of the police.
Let me ask you, Remy, can you want Gary? So
okay,
for let's say two fighting now, it's going to be a state crime. It can't be federal. So
that is state, of course. That is state.
Okay. But for you to then implement those laws, you must have your own state prisons.
Yes.
And so where is the space for state prison creation then?
I don't know. I think maybe private.
I'm saying
private prison.
Is there any state? Is there any state? Sorry, BT. Is there any state that doesn't have a prison? No, I'm not talking owned by the state. Wait, or if they allow the state to be managing, the federal government can leave all the prison in each state to them.
No, because if you pass a law, if you say okay, for example, no lodging after 7 o'clock in the morning somewhere, somebody violates that law that you pass in your own state, you can't dump them in the federal prison now.
I think they are also thinking with revenue sharing formula.
So you must change the law, is my point. They are allowed to.
They are going to change that law that the state and the local government, they are thinking about maybe both of them get 52% shares and 40% now to the federal government.
For what?
They want to tinker with the sharing formula so that they will have more revenue to go to the state and to the local government. Because if you are giving them state police, the more has the resources. So you should understand to pay their police officer and recruit.
Nigeria. Simba, at this point, let's just collapse the LG councils. I begin I'm bad in the LG council because they pretty much run by the state anyways. So at this point, but
no, I don't think they should collapse them.
Yeah, but okay, are they really functioning right now? They've been collapsed into the state governor. They're not really doing work. I don't think Igbo wants to do all this autonomy.
Yeah, you have a very good point. But when you look at example of Lagos State, that all their SCD are really performing very well. But when you go to other states in Nigeria, it's just an eyesore. I don't know why they are not even. I don't know. As a governor of a state, is it not good for you, for your local government chairmen and the rest?
It's not good for his pocket.
You get the glory. You get the glory at the end of the day. If not because our people are.
Remy, if you glory, people will take me.
You want a governor to surrender the control of the state and the finances, so that the opposition can come and take control of the local government chairmen, bribe them, take control of them, and then they'll kick you out.
It's not in Nigeria. It's the ruling party. There is no way opposition can take over from nowhere. How much?
Because they don't let.
Go ahead.
Because it's not a fair contest. That's the point I'm making. So it's.
Do you know that just a few days ago, the total NIN registration in Nigeria reached about 123 million people, both Nigerians living abroad and also in Nigeria. So that says that population is really, really over 200 million people. I'm also thinking that maybe if you're at the age of 14 or 15, you should have an NIN.
But what total did you speak of? I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Remy. The total
I said it's about 123 million people registered on NIN now.
Oh, really?
Yes, both Nigerians abroad and within Nigeria.
123 million.
123 million people.
So that means that 200 million is actually might be legitimate too.
Yes, it's quite legitimate because they are not factoring those under 18 years old.
People know that. Even the people outside Nigeria. Me have any now. Most people that I know have any in these days.
Including you, all of us that have any abroad or within Nigeria, we are 123 million people, and they have not factored in under 18 years old in Nigeria.
Under 18 years old in Nigeria, which is the vast majority.
And they say, so let's extrapolate that. So if you're going to do 65%, so we are by about 240 million buying.
Oh, possible.
That would be the yes. Yeah.
Man, that's a strength, man.
And you're still doing your $40 million budget for 240 million people.
It's not because of I don't understand them. The budget, how much is it? 53 trillion. Not even in university.
It's not even now. It's not even around to be enough to go around. If you just look at how much per citizen, nothing now.
The problem we are having is that the federal government cannot do everything alone. Some of our majority of our problem are in the state. Only
but Remy, they cannot do anything. They are struggling. So why are they holding on to power then? To that. So if I'm struggling in some areas and it's obvious, and they can do a better job at the state level, then why am I holding on to that?
They can't do a better job at the state level, though.
The people in the state are too docile. They don't talk. They are just, they're so, I'm sorry.
They don't want that responsibility now. They don't want more work. So they like
I'm talking about the citizen of the state itself, the citizen of every state.
Oh, okay.
They don't talk. They don't even push. They don't know they have the power. They just like, I don't know how to say it. Your government
hello guys.
Yeah.
Hassan, welcome back.
I mean, how are you? Yes. Yeah. All right. I chose this exact moment to come back because finally Remy is saying something that is based on facts. And now Remy has been one of the people who peddles that the people in the north that they are not as plenty as they say they are. So much propaganda, things like that. Now suddenly you are realizing that it may be actually correct. I will tell you this: by the time that the census is done, all of you people that think the North is just exaggerating and their numbers will actually find out that they've been actually undercounted. Because we've just been doing estimates, and people don't live that long here. It's only children, young adults, and then people maybe in their 30s that are in the majority. And man, I can tell you that they are so much plenty. I think we are going to have a really good understanding of what the true Nigeria really looks like. Because I see that a lot of people from the South just think that and people from the North have been manipulating the numbers because they've been in the presidency for quite a while and things like that. But that's not actually the case. I think we've been even underreporting the actual numbers. So let me just keep quiet and leave it at that.
So first, Hassan, I think we are not talking along that line. What you just said, and I am not here. I've not been propagating about it. What I said is this, because
not today. Severally
Maybe I have not been talking about what I know about the North. To me is this that always worried me is this: you guys have state governors, and you have a lot of out of school children. You cannot take it away. They use religion. Your elite over there, they use religion to propagate their own selfish interest. How come, for God's sake, this is 2025? How come we are still fighting Boko Haram for over 20 years? And the leaders of the Northern Part, especially in the Northeast and the Northwest, they cannot put on their thinking cap that there must be a stop to this thing. Because if you want something to stop, the majority of the people living in that area should come forth and say, we must put a stop to this. But if you are the one, I'm not saying you, I said some people, still using it as a political power or whatever they are using it for, whatever. So when that is what I said is this, that Because of that, the northern part of the country, especially the northwest and northeast, they are drawing back Nigeria as a whole to progress. And I'm right to say that because the money we're supposed to use for development, we are using it to put it on security for over 20-something years now. And you know, Nigerian factor, corruption is also there. And for God's sake, this is 2025. What else do you want us to do? What do you want an average Saturday to think about? I want to move on with my life. But today, they keep sitting there, they keep people there. They do. It's not good for a country. That's what I've said. That one is truthful. So
Yeah,
the other
and
one
and,
is
and and you are quite in your rights to say it. However, there are a lot of fallacies in the beliefs that you carry, and let me just point them out. The the talk about that elites are using religion to manipulate their the poor. That is true. That is very, very true. And I think that is quite universal if you look at it. Actually, it's just that some other elites do not use that. Some use taxation, some use other systems, but wherever it is, there is some form of exploitation by the elites on their poor. That said, regarding us drawing you back, and then the money the federal government is spending and on what did you say, on security, that is not the right way to look at it. If you look at it that way, then you do not understand how security even works. Because okay, if your neighbor's house is on fire, what do? You stay at a standby, and if you are not careful, you too, your house too will get on fire. So the best approach to security is
sorry,
gradual
Azad.
division.
Sorry,
No,
sorry.
let me
Just
finish.
take this along. Take this
Let me
along.
finish, please.
Okay.
Let me just finish. The best approach to security is usually prevention. Now, worst case scenario, we were not able to prevent this extremism and all that, and then it resulted into real violence that displaced, killed a lot of people. And now we are talking about a recovery. We're in a stage of recovery where we believe that we have defeated Boko Haram, and up to 95% of them are probably dead or have abandoned the ideology totally. And you have to understand something. When you are dealing with rebellion like this, you're not just it's not just kinetic. It's not bullets that win this kind of wars. It's an ideological war. You have to provide a superior argument. And who told you that people who become extremists? No. And who told you that people who become extremists are just because they did not go to Western education?
I totally understand you, but what I'm trying to say, you do not really catch me very well. You make an analysis about fire in your neighbor, but if I know that Mr. C deliberately put fire in my neighbor, why can't I come out and tell the people, you, Mr. C, you are the one doing it every time? Because we are living together in a community. That's what I'm trying to say. These people are living together with you guys over there. And some of you guys deliberately shielded them from the federal government. Sometimes they go and tell them the federal government soldiers are coming. What I'm trying to say, let me finish. I know everything is not by bullet, but at the same time, now look at this. You have millions of out-of-school children. What are the leaders in those places? What are they doing to put these kids to school? Because when they go to school and they can read and write very well, they will not be they will not be so easy to cajole them to join these extremists or to join banditry or the rest. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of work from your leaders to be done, but they're not doing that. You are just fixated on unnecessary things.
I cannot speak for all the states, but I can speak for Borno State, where I come from, and where our peculiar situation. Now, I know for a fact that the governor is doing what is humanly possible. as much as he could, because the way the Nigerian structure is that if you are governor, you do not have control of the military or the police or anybody that fights, that does the kinetic part of the fighting. You are just maybe say a stakeholder, and then you sit in meetings, but then you do not have the final say. However, you can have influence, and that is just where you stop. The reason why I so much believe in state police myself is because of the Borno situation. Now, that said, that apart, what I want you to understand is that there is no how did you even put it, that we know them and then we don't point them out. That is that is like a 14 year old back problem. There is no place for terrorists in Borno State. They hide literally in game reserves. That Sambisa that you hear is a game reserve, like a wildlife game. Just where you hear about this Tanzanian Serengeti and Yankari, and all. That's what that Sambisa is actually. So they are hiding now in bushes and in the Mandara Mountains. The Mandara Mountains are a natural structure. They are mountains. It's a mountain range now that separates Nigeria and Cameroon. In some places, the mountains are so steep; they're very, 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 very. It is a difficult terrain to operate. So our army has done their best, and let me tell you something. The way we kicked Boko Haram out of Maiduguri, it has never been done anywhere else in the world, where the civilian population actually took matters into their own hands. They actually gifted and blew the cover of Boko Haram, pointed them out, and then handed them over to military authorities. That is why you see there is so much synergy and there is so much understanding. This concept of civilian JTF, it started in Maiduguri. If you had been following news, say go back to 2013-14, that was when all that happened. Correct. So if you are going to accuse anybody of harboring criminals, I know the people of Borno are not part of it. I cannot talk of the people in the northwest because I do not live there. However, generally, the Fulani terrorists that kidnap people and kill them and maim them and do robberies, they do not stay inside urban centers. They find hideouts deep in the bushes where they carry their victims along and all that. So there is this distant misunderstanding of the actual reality on ground. And if you are going to accuse anybody, it's probably fitting to accuse the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, rather than just aiming it at governors
other people can also contribute. I quite understand you, and what I say from you is that people that have been battered for over 10 years, 15 years by the Boko Haram, they now discover that it's the right time to fight back, and you guys fought back, which is quite good. And that is why we seek some kind of improvement when there is a synergy between the JTF and the military forces and the people over there. And that is why we see that things have gone down. I know that your government is trying in terms of infrastructure, education, and health. It's one of the shining examples over there. But Borno State is not the only state in the northeast or northwest. But what I'm trying to say is that unless you are not saying the truth, we know we have millions of children, out of school children.
I acknowledge that fact. I acknowledge the fact that we have millions of out of school children. I acknowledge that fact. Yes, that's very true.
Every region in Nigeria have their own problem. Even in the southwest, we have a lot of wahala, a lot of problem too, because our youth, they are not even. We cannot say they are majority of them. I don't know what's wrong with them. We have a lot of issues. So Every region have their own problem. And
Yes,
unfortunately for Nigeria, this is
one
not a
thing I want to
military
also say,
government.
Remy, about this is just generally so that people who are listening will kind of
No,
really
no, even if
understand
you don't say
the
anything,
dynamics.
we also know that the terrorists have abated in Bornu a lot. And I
Good.
think that there is relative peace over there now. We cannot say total peace, but there's a relative
Yeah.
peace. The security situation have
and,
improved.
and,
But
and this is
unfortunately,
a Nigerian army won victory. Like you guys do not understand the kind of sacrifice that our army are doing. These guys are wonderful. They like these guys. I don't know even what kind of compliments to use. Our army are really trying. I know they have a bad name in Nigeria because of this, putting people to do frog jump, flogging them, and all that. But I am so proud that we have an army like the one we have, because I have seen them in theater. I have seen I have seen what it takes like to win in the battlefield, and then how good intelligence works, and then now it's the ideological war, and even at that we are winning. We have effectively just won the war against Boko Haram. We don't know what will come in the future, but as it is right now, inshallah, the remaining ones, they will not last long, inshallah. So we've seen progress, and we've seen, but now that 23 million out of school children, since 2009 that this crisis started, people have been moving up and down. Now you can imagine when for say 10, 14 years, you are having a war in an area, because usually Boko Haram operated in the base states, Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. And you have to also understand that Borno alone has 3 borders with Niger, Chad, and Cameroon. We have a water border, because our border with Chad is like, it's a lake. It's the Lake Chad. Okay, so that means the naval warfare, and then we have that of the Mandra Mountains. That is our border with Cameroon, and then we have with Niger. That is Yusufari. Now this complicates the fight a lot, and there's a whole lot of movement of displaced population from here and there. So that also actually contributed to the number of out of school children, because for more than a decade that this thing has been happening, you can imagine if your family is unfortunate to be caught within these cycles, how it can affect you. So a lot of things contributed, and proliferation of these arms, as assault rifles, there's so much available in the Sahel, to the point that it's just so accessible to the terrorists, and then there's another aspect of it too, that is climate change. If you look at it, and corruption too, by the previous government, for not investing enough in the people, and education and infrastructure and things like that. So it's not black and white. That's just what I want some people to understand. Thank you.
That's a fair analysis, Hassan. That's a very fair analysis. So, I mean, kudos to you. Well done. BT,
Why,
are you still
why is
there?
everybody quiet?
No, I think we're all listening to Hassan. I mean, his analysis of the complexities, I think it's fair. Not everybody would agree with it, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think that's the reality sometimes,
Maybe we should ask Hassan about the state police. How does he want it to be run? And does he think that most of the governors in the northern part of the country keying into these particulars? He said it along, but I just want to hear his own voice. How does he want it to be run? In control by the state, or partially controlled by the state governor? What do you think, Hassan?
I want the state governor to actually have some degree of control, but it has to be done in such a way that it can violate federal law, if unlawful orders are given and are carried out, because that is just the fear of giving unlawful orders by the governor to the police and then carrying it out. That's the problem. However, I will tell you this: there has been situations where, like, the governor's hands, are tied. Where there is intelligence of movement of terrorists and all that from here to there, where they could be ambushed, captured, killed, but then he says he advises, and they say they can't go. They didn't get any order from Abuja. He can't force them. Like, he has nothing to do. And then when something happens, and then they go on and maybe kill 30 people in a village, there's nothing you can do about it. You just come out on the press, put it clear. He's not going to say anything bad against the president. He's going to try as much as possible to be diplomatic and all that. But hands are tight. We need all the help we can get. We cannot have enough security people, and the police is important. For me, for somebody who is my kind of police that I would want is the SWAT kind of police, the ones we see in American movies. That's how we are going to train our own, because they will be operating in quite a different kind of environment than the other ones, and so I can't wait. I can't wait to have them, because that gives the governor more control, over some aspects of security, especially preventive. Because the federal government does not necessarily want to act on intelligence most of the time. They ignore some things, even though it is apparent, even though it's about to happen. They ignore it, citing technical difficulties or something like that. Especially if what it involves requires, spending a lot of resources, or maybe a lot of things go into these decisions that the governor's hands are very, very tight. In regards to his own internal security. So we needed this like 10 years ago. That's just my view.
Who is sleeping though? Who is sleeping? Wait, who is sleeping?
Someone don't sleep.
I don't catch the person.
We are not sleeping. You should also talk now. You have been quiet, Ola.
Me, I've not been quiet. I've just been.
Or maybe Simba and Mr. Triumph, both of them have been quiet.
Triumph is back. He's not said anything all day.
He has not said anything because we have not mentioned money now.
Okay. Maybe Simba is busy.
But the thing is, this state police. I wish this guy can just finish everything before the second time, because the way Tinubu is behaving like someone that is on a critical mission, and he does not really care what to think about him for that second term. That is why that, as much as you are trying to blackmail him with this tax thing, you understand, the guy doesn't care. It's just doing the normal thing. But let's go back to the sad event that happened in Lagos yesterday.
Wow. The fire? The fire incident?
Yeah. So I still can't figure it out that even at this age, Lagos can still not get, we can't still get simple thing right. Is that not too unfortunate?
So I've not really read into some of the incidents, the nature of the fire, the nature of this. Well, I think at some stage in our country we need to start regulations, and people complain that it is anti-people, it is anti-poor, this and that, because I don't see any reason structure like that should not have an adequate sprinkler system.
Yes.
To the best of my understanding, it started with I think I read it started with some inverters in the basement. There's
And
no
moreover, they
reason.
don't have a escape route, like a staircase that
Yeah,
everybody
they
can
don't have
go.
escape route. The other thing I was thinking earlier on is I heard a lot of some of the people suffocated due to smoke inhalation. I think any building like that should perform from time to time. They should perform kind of like evacuation exercises. And I think everybody. I mean, one of the things I onboard people at my place of work, and one of the several first things I need to show them when I'm doing their onboarding is the evacuation route. In case of an emergency, this is how you go. This is what you do. I think it is quite very possible that a lot of people that died because they were confused as to how to navigate, what to do in case of an emergency. Some people probably didn't know any emergency exits. They didn't, because I don't see, and also once a fire begins in the basement, it's a very large building. If there's adequate emergency exits, I think there should be more than enough time for people to evacuate. There should be fire alarms. There should all these things should be. But again, because we don't have regulations, building control. These are some of the things we suffer because we don't have adequate building control. It's sad, very, very sad. I try to send money to.
I wanted to say something regarding this fire because last year we had a problem with fire that consumed the whole of Maiduguri main market, and for a state that is already reeling from a crisis like that, and people are just finding a means to survive, like everything, people lost their livelihoods. In fact, on the day it happened, I think there were like 70 something people that had attacks. There were others that had strokes. Some died. But let me just say this. You see, we have laws like we have laws about fire and just health, safety, and emergency and environment. All these HSE things. We do have these laws, and but we don't have like a dedicated a body, say under a ministry, say a department or an agency, that actually goes and ensures that people actually abide by safety. Now fire is one of the most easiest and hazardous occurrences, and people do not realize that what it takes to actually prevent fire is way cheaper than what actually happens when the fire actually breaks up. So you go to a lot of Nigerian homes and you see people don't have fire extinguishers in their own homes. Yeah. But in their cars they have it because of VIO, and that is a negative safety culture that pervades us all over the country. You see it with state governments, you see it with the thing is just so unfortunate. Go to factories and see the conditions in which people work in some factories. You'd be stumped, like the kind of gloves they wear, and they'll be dealing with machinery that is so dangerous. Some machineries will be producing some kind of sound that if you walk in that place for some years, you may become deaf or have some. Yes, now, yes, and there are a lot of people that sell rat poison, these things that they used to kill bugs. They carry it on their head, and they will be, like with a bell, and they will be ringing, and like they're hawking those dangerous chemicals, and these guys don't last long. They typically, if you start that business, you typically do 3 to 4 years before you die. It is known now because people have already recognized the pattern, and it's just like it goes beyond even fire and safety. The way we design our buildings, the way we arrange and store stuff, like there are some chemicals that can be fuel, and then you keep it from close to an ignition source poor housekeeping, and you know the way Nigeria's NEPA is, it comes in and goes out, and electrolysis, water, things like that. There, if you go through the law, it handles everything, but in reality, nothing is happening. How I wish Nigerians actually understood how safety works, but the leaders, even the leaders, do not, because I know of a lot of rich men that don't have even fire extinguishers in their house. They say, God, it will never happen to me. God is protecting me. It's unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate.
In addition to what you just said, I'm also looking at it from this angle. We talk about electricity. Electricity have been unbundled. Each state, you can generate, you can transmit and distribute electricity by yourself. When you even talk about security, each of the state governor in Nigeria, they are receiving over 200 to 300 million naira per month for security vote. Some are even getting up to 1 billion. What are they using the money for God's sake? And when we talk about electricity, a state that like Taraba and the rest, that they have a lot of, I don't know what kind of, is it in Taraba or whatever? Or most of the state, they can generate electricity from even wind energy. I think our people were too lazy. And I think the issue about the federal government feeding everybody, it must stop. Everything, federal government, everything, federal government. Why? Devolution of power. Let each state grow at their own pace. Most of the land in Nigerians are fertile for one natural mineral resource or the rest, and we have a very good land for agriculture all over the country. So this not having electricity at this age, I don't know what to say, sir. We are just the ones doing now. Oh, I don't know. Instead for our people to be agitating for institutional change, and when you see them protest, they'll be protesting, they did not give us money, we release this man, release that man. Oh God. I never see them protest about how can we reduce our recurrent expedition. Maybe through these two House of Assembly, Senate and the Rep. There are too many of them. Let's unbundle them. Let's make it one. No, they won't talk that way. What are the State Assembly? What have they been doing? Nothing. All over the Federation. People are just collecting money, buying phone for their girlfriend, for their baby mama. Nothing. None of the State Assembly. Which law are they passing? Nothing. They just rubber stamp.
The State Assembly is the most useless amongst all of the, and councillors too. They are useless.
They not do nothing. And I don't blame them, because majority of the people too, they are, I'm sorry, Mumu people, to just keep quiet there, looking at them. Everything, if you don't, everything, blame it on federal government. They can't hold the people they elect by themselves. You can't hold them accountable. Only few of them are really doing a wonderful job. The rest, nothing. It seems that a lot of people have gone to bed.
Yeah, maybe I will just put it in the back.
We really stretched this one though. It's 7 p.m. We've been there since about 12 or I think